In the history of aviation, there is no end of triumphs and tragedies, heroes and villains, bold innovations and embarrassing failures. By its very nature residing at the forefront of human scientific endeavor, the aerospace industry is, in a very literal sense, a schizophrenic mix of astonishing highs and soul-crushing lows. For just over a century, men and women from across the world have constantly striven to fly higher, go faster, and travel further. Yet among the myriad of countries and cultures that have ventured into the realm of aviation, the craziest, the dumbest, the most ambitious, and above all, the most extreme engineering projects can be found in just one country. A country as horrifying as it is hilarious. A country where nothing is ever as it seems, and always manages to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, despite the heroic efforts of their engineering geniuses and the titanium testicles of their test pilots. That country is, of course, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and its successor, the Russian Federation. And in an ongoing series on this channel, I will attempt to cover their many failures, as well as their few truly outstanding successes. From biplanes to the age of stealth, we will follow the entire development history of Soviet fighter aircraft, and in this video, you will see a conveniently edited supercut of the first 3 parts of the story, covering from the birth of the Russian Imperial Air Service to the dawn of the jet age and the development of the MiG-15, or as I like to call it, 6 hours of Soviet aviation history to fall asleep or to spread the revolution to. But, just as it did in history, capitalism always wins. So first, a word from our sponsor. You know what, guys? The world is kind of insane right now. Quite frankly, it's gone mad. And given that fact, the need to travel just to get away from it all for one reason or another is vital for a person's sanity. Yet in this connected world, we need to keep in touch with people and access the web while on the go. And as someone who used to work in telecommunications, I know from my first-hand experience of very angry phone calls that sorting out a SIM card or dealing with data roaming charges is an absolute nightmare, which is where our sponsor Saily comes in. Saily is an eSIM service for people traveling around the world, and it is quite possibly the most convenient product I have ever seen. That's not even a bit for the ad, like seriously, as a guy who used to sell and provide tech support for mobile phones, this is incredible. No more waiting in line at the airport for a country-specific SIM card, no more roaming charges, just simply download the app, select a plan, chuck in your coupon code right here, which is of course promo code Animarchy, install the eSIM to your device, and away you go. They have regional plans, global plans, 24/7 customer support, and because it's made by the guys over at Nord, it comes with their trademark security features built into the app. It works across all the major operating systems, and if your phone isn't eSIM compatible, don't worry, they offer a full refund. So if you want to escape before things go even more insane, I highly recommend downloading Saily to get an exclusive 15% discount on the eSIM data plan. Just download the app and use promo code Animarchy at checkout. Honestly, this app rules. Guys, I'm not kidding. This is awesome. Anyway, speaking of travel, back to the Soviet Union. In the beginning, there was nothing. Until there was an almighty bang caused by the Almighty. At least so the story goes. What's beyond dispute is that the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and is widely considered to have been a bad move. Anyway, fast forward 13.5 billion years, and we now have the Earth. Alright, maybe I went overboard. This is a bit too far back. Hold on. Beautiful Ukraine, then known as the Kiev Governorate of the Russian Empire, but I feel, given current events, using its proper name is appropriate. Kiev has been a focal point of both science and culture throughout the centuries, and despite 5 revolutions, 2 world wars, and potentially being the catalyst for the 3rd one, it remains the jewel of Eastern Europe to this very day. But more importantly, it was the birthplace and home to an absolute titan of aviation, namely this man, Igor Sikorsky, who was, in 1908, a student at Kiev Polytechnic Institute, which has since been named in his honor. We know him today, of course, as the immortal god emperor of the American helicopter industry, but in his younger days he was the up-and-coming star of Russian aviation design. However, the fact he is most well-renowned as a Ukrainian-American aviation magnate rather than a Russian one should give you the hint that things in the motherland were not exactly conducive to aeronautical excellence. Russia wasn't exactly a bustling powerhouse of innovation and production in any sector of a modern economy, least of all the technology sector, which in the 1900s was primarily focused in telecommunications, aviation, and rail transport. As we shall see, little has changed since then. In the 1900s, it's often said that the Ottoman Empire was the sick man of Europe, but despite the loosening grip on their imperial possessions and the upcoming collapse during the end of World War I, Turkey itself remained largely intact after a bit of an unstable period, and throughout the 20th century their industrial and economic base would steadily grow and develop into the regional powerhouse we know today. Russia, by contrast, was in a terrible state. After their defeat in the Russo-Japanese War and the subsequent democratic revolution which resulted in the creation of the Duma, Russia was in a catastrophic state of turmoil and decline. The last nation in Europe to abolish serfdom, almost the entire Russian population was still living in a near-feudal condition on subsistence farms, while the emerging urban working class had some of, if not the, worst living conditions in Europe, all while under the lash of a hyper-authoritarian Tsarist nobility and their government bureaucrats. This vice-like grip on the Russian economy by the aristocracy, combined with a lack of even the most basic infrastructure in terms of education and communication, severely hampered the creation of the merchant class and the trading class, and, well, capitalists, the bourgeoisie. They are required to spur on investment in industry, and this also had the catastrophic side effect of preventing any real form of social mobility for people to work their way up. Simply put, there was no money, no capital, no investment. There was literally nothing. No money at all. No money to invest in manufacturing. No workers educated or skilled enough to work in said factory, if you could even build it, and no working class or middle class to buy the products you made in that factory to justify the investment. There was no consumer base whatsoever, really. And as a result, most of the factories in Russia were either state-subsidized enterprises or monopolies of essential services owned by aristocratic oligarchs, namely the railway industry, the agricultural machinery industries, vodka distilleries, and of course, the arms and ammunition, the military-industrial complex. The only independent entrepreneurial activity in Russia really was foreign firms opening subsidiaries or funding startups, and it was into this environment that Russian aviation emerged, slowly crawling out of small-scale machine shops or as privately funded projects in factories tooled to make rail cars or tractors. Basically, small-time workshops funded by foreign private investors. Throughout this era of humble beginnings, Igor Sikorsky had spent a considerable amount of his time in Germany and France, as both countries were on the cutting edge of aviation, especially in regards to aero engines. Sikorsky, even at this early stage, was experimenting with the helicopter concept, but the engines of the era didn't have anything like the horsepower required, while developments in the avionics needed were at least 20 years away. So back to fixed-wing it was, and thus Sikorsky got his pilot's license while joining the Imperial Aero Club of Russia, getting to work fielding his own designs. At the same time, the theoretical side of Russian aviation had been seeing something of a boom, with the first ever aerodynamics institute in the world being established in Moscow by one Nikolai Zhukovsky, the man who first worked out aerodynamic lift through mathematical formula, while officers of the Russian army were seriously interested in exploring aviation for military use, sparking a major push for expansion of what would become the Imperial Russian Air Service. In fact, things on the theoretical and planning side for aviation in Russia were looking up. It was then Sikorsky was hired by a St. Petersburg railway manufacturing company established by a German investment group called Russo Bolt. With foreign investment in the port cities of both St. Petersburg and Odessa, along with talented designers like Igor Sikorsky on the payroll, Russian aviation was really about to take off in a big way. Literally. Both taking off and in a big way. These planes would be big. Russia always does things big, as we know. This was his project. The S-21 Russian Knight. The world's first four-engined aircraft ever, and an absolutely revolutionary design. So much so that some people considered such an aircraft impossible, as there was no way a plane that big could fly. But fly it could, carrying 7 people in an enclosed cabin, which was absolutely unheard of at the time. Sadly, after extensive testing with Sikorsky himself at the controls, the only example was destroyed after an engine literally fell out of the sky from a landing aircraft, crushing the airframe. As you can see, severe deficiencies in maintenance is not a new problem in Russia. But the accident gave Sikorsky a reason to move on to his next big project, which would ultimately become an aviation legend. The Ilya Muromets, a titanic aircraft for its time, with 16 passengers and a crew of giga-chad mechanics who, with pure unmitigated big dick energy, were able to service the engines mid-flight by exiting the cabin and walking along the wings. And speaking of the cabin, it was amazing. It had a bar, comfortable chairs, and even a toilet, all centrally heated and lit by electricity. It was a marvel. This thing was incredible. A true groundbreaker of aviation. But only one of these airliners would be built, as the rest of the airframes would ultimately become the first ever four-engined strategic bombers. Because the year was 1914, and you know what time it is.
It's time for World War I.
Yes. Some guy named Archie Duke shot an ostrich because he was hungry, and now Habsburg's heroes have invaded Serbia. Which of course means we have to invade Prussia to make it even for our Slavic brethren and our allies France. But while millions of young men get ready to march into machine guns for nothing more than the egos of Europe's various inbred monarchies, this is a fantastic bit of news for the aviation business, because every prominent government in the world now needs planes, and they need them now. But for Russia, this is a problem. For while they had developed what was at the time the largest army air service in Europe, almost the entire force were foreign designs, many of which relied on German engines, which, well... yeah. But, as is common in the history of Russia, it was far worse than that. Due to the aforementioned abysmal level of industrialization and the lack of a high technology sector, there were no indigenous engines available. There wasn't a single design or designer, nor were there the required experts for their manufacture, none of any note at any rate. Even the raw materials were in short supply, and generally of inferior quality. Russia just didn't have the industry, let alone an aviation industry, and given they were now locked in a global war, foreign investment and international trade had ground to a screeching halt, sending Russia into an economic death spiral across the board. Their only option, really, was to import engines and aircraft from their Entente allies while they got licensed production up and running. Sikorsky and his colleagues designed several aircraft for use with the imported engines, but with the materials and manufacturing capacity available, it simply wasn't enough in either quantity or quality. Sikorsky's S-16 single-seat fighter was decently armed and very agile, but it was horrifically underpowered due to the lack of good engines and the crude Russian raw materials adding excess weight and drag, while the other indigenous designs ranged from below average to absolutely awful. The Lebed 12, for example, repeatedly broke up in mid-flight due to structural defects, all while regularly spontaneously combusting without warning. In fact, its reliability was bad enough that the Russian army of all people, that's right, the Russian army, deemed the aircraft unfit for service. However, unsurprisingly, the Russian military bureaucracy kept it in production anyway, due to a shortage of airframes with predictable results. Again, this is going to be the common catchphrase of this entire series. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Anyway, the Anatra D, meanwhile, had a center of gravity miscalculation so bad that its inherent instability killed pilots more frequently per capita than any other World War I aircraft, including its chief test pilot, and that was on days that the wing didn't fall off due to production defects. I could go on and on through all the others, but I think you get what I'm driving at. Russia's aviation industry just could not compete with the likes of Fokker, Newport, Caproni, or Sopwith, and as a result, the Imperial Russian Air Service throughout the entire war relied on imported or license-built Entente designs almost exclusively, with their main suppliers being the French Moran and Newport companies. Throughout the entire lifespan of the Russian Imperial Air Service until 1917, only about 5,000 aircraft of all types were built in-house. The rest of their inventory were imports, and with all the maintenance and logistics problems that entails. This would be dwarfed by the other major European powers, who would produce tens of thousands of airframes and engines throughout the same period. If you want to know how bad we're talking, the Italians, of all people, outproduced Russia both in airframes and engines at a rate of 4-1. And thus, despite the Imperial Russian Air Service starting World War I with the biggest air service in Europe, less than 2 years later, they were hopelessly outnumbered, while their aircraft were entirely obsolete. And as is typical with the Russian military, that was the good news. The bad news was their logistical situation. No replacements of any kind were available, be they engines, airframes, or spare parts to maintain their existing ones, while due to the reliance on imports from allies who themselves were locked in a full-scale war along the Western Front, there was absolutely no standardization whatsoever, like at all. Seriously, none. In fact, let me show you their operated types. Behold this list, while keeping in mind their low production numbers and the fact that they're hand-me-down imports, and the fact that it's Wikipedia and of course it has a bunch missing, such as captured types and types that came into service later. Roll clip. Yeah, that's the Wikipedia list. That's the common public knowledge list. It's missing about half of them. Seriously, it was bad. It was horrible. The Russian Air Service was completely overmatched. They had no chance. They had one plane to cover 20 miles of front line on a good day, and that one plane would get outperformed and murdered by any German or Austrian plane it came across. Sources for this period are of course sketchy given everything going on and the subsequent turmoil that would embroil the region later, but there are some estimates that Russia only had between 10 to 30 planes that had forward-firing synchronized guns, as in machine guns that could shoot through the propeller, available at any one time. Again, sources are sketchy on that. I'm using Yefrim Gordon for most of this, but that should just give you an idea for how bad the situation is. Most of their pilots relied heavily on two-seaters with gunners, obsolete pusher aircraft, or over-wing-mounted Lewis guns. It's unsurprising, therefore, that given the disparity, one form of attack would become famous among Russian aviators. If they couldn't outperform or outfight the enemy, they would simply ensure the enemy went down with them. Peter Nestorov would go down in history as the first man to execute an air-to-air ramming attack, which among Russian aviators would become known as the Taran. This level of desperation was indicative of the terrible situation they found themselves in. Casualty rates were appalling, and success was slim, not just in the air service, but across the entire Russian military along the Eastern Front. Aside from the brief success of the Brusilov offensive, which only came at truly extortionate costs in both lives and equipment, defeat followed defeat, which was followed by an all-out retreat. Casualties and fatalities among Russian forces were double that of all the Central Powers combined, while not just the economy, but the entire fabric of society started to collapse. And given the highly authoritarian and autocratic nature of Russia, that meant the responsibility fell on the guys at the top, most of all the Tsar. And there was only one possible outcome under those circumstances.
Северо-запад! Они атакуют с юго-востока! Замечен противник на юго-западе! Вражеская цель на западе!
Привет, comrades, and welcome to the workers' paradise! Okay, not really, but that's what it says on the brochure, so I guess we have to go with it. Now, the October Revolution and subsequent Civil War is really, really, really complicated. But let me sum it up simply. There was a democratic revolution first, but like the American and French democratic revolutions, once they actually started running the country, it turned out the country was so messed up that a democracy wasn't strong enough or organized enough to fix it. So a more authoritarian government would need to step in to actually get it running. For America, it was a centralized state under Congress and the Continental Army. For France, it was Robespierre's National Convention, followed by Napoleon. And for Russia, well, you know who it was. While that was happening, all these other countries, once occupied by Russia, declared independence. Poland and Finland, as well as the Baltics, restored their countries in one form or another, while Ukraine established their own socialist country. In fact, they founded two, the Ukrainian People's Republic and the Ukrainian Anarchist Free Territory. The problem was, you see, they made a critical error. They weren't the right kind of socialists. You see, they didn't subscribe to the Bolsheviks' branch of socialism, that being Leninism. They wanted to have their own country and have these silly little things called elections and things. Could you imagine? I think you can all see where this is going. So, Ukraine, Poland, the Royalists, the Anarchists, and once World War I ended, the Western powers all entered the fray against the relentless march of Lenin and his Bolsheviks, while occasionally fighting each other. Poland and Ukraine fought a ferociously brutal border war which only included a little bit of genocide, while the anarchists, under history's certified ultra-Chad, the Cossack Jack Sparrow, aka Nestor Makhno, decided, screw it, he was just going to fight everyone by doing drive-bys. And there was, of course, this random bunch of Czechs who decided to steal an armored train and drive to Vladivostok, and they even managed to steal a boat on the way, which they then used to fight a naval battle against the Bolsheviks. And they won, which means the Russian Navy has been defeated in a naval battle by a landlocked country. I'm just going to let that one sink in for a minute, quite literally. The destruction all this caused, both societal and economic, cannot be understated. And as such, despite having a large reserve of aircraft left over from the Great War flooding the air forces of all sides, there was no infrastructure or supply line to sustain them. And so you had everything from Fokker D-7s to Farman Shorthorns operating over the same battlefield, but never in enough quantity to be decisive. Eventually, air operations for both sides practically dwindled out entirely due to a lack of spare parts and qualified personnel. Thus, the Russian Civil War would be settled on the ground, with the eventual victor being the Bolsheviks, who, after murdering all their political opponents, destroying all independent democratic infrastructure, and essentially appointing their own elite caste of bureaucrats that centralized all power in the state in Moscow, they formed the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Soviet Union. Now, it has to be said, for the average farmer and factory worker, this was actually quite good, especially given how they were treated under the Tsar. But there was one really massive problem. Given they have just had a colonial war, a world war, and then the largest civil war in history in the span of a decade, the economy was completely destroyed, along with all the infrastructure needed to support one. And, you remember how Russia was struggling with investment, capital development, and the creation of a skilled labor pool? Well, half the cities and towns have been razed to the ground, the Bolsheviks have just shot all the business owners, and seeing them get shot helped all the trained professionals to make the smart decision to get the f*** out of Dodge. One of them being Igor Sikorsky, who hopped a boat to New York while the going was good. So now, you have to rebuild a country with no experts, no money, and no way to get them back. Not to mention your ideology prevents you from taking some of the obvious steps necessary to start rectifying the problem. This would have a lasting effect on the Soviet aviation industry for reasons that are obvious. Nevertheless, a considerable segment of the academia who, by the nature of their profession, were progressives and Marxists, stayed around to help build the new state. Or they couldn't get out otherwise. And this, of course, included the aviation pioneer Nikolai Zhukovsky mentioned earlier. He cobbled together what remained of the Russian aviation industry and its associated intelligentsia to found the Central Aerohydrodynamic Institute, or in Russian, TSAGI. Meanwhile, in an initiative spearheaded by Lenin's wife Krupskaya, a massive literacy program was started across the Soviet Union, yielding incredible results, while the removal of class barriers engendered a glimmer of meritocracy, allowing some truly standout talent to come to the fore. It was then that Lenin, having finally decided to read Marx's Das Kapital and understand that capitalism is a necessary stage of development while building the productive forces of a society, announced the New Economic Policy, or the NEP. While it had considerable state oversight, worker-owned businesses and small privately owned firms were permitted to stimulate rebuilding and economic growth, while specialists, experts, and the intelligentsia were given economic incentives as well as good party positions. The culminating effects of these measures not only boosted the economy, but fostered a rebirth of aviation in Eastern Europe. The Red Air Force was now filled with young, educated, and dynamic officers, looking to build a new and modern branch of military service, while a new crop of up-and-coming designers started the long and arduous task of building a truly indigenous Soviet aviation industry. Men like Andrei Tupolev and Vladimir Petyakov, Nikolai Polikarpov, and Sergei Ilyushin. But they certainly had a mountain to climb. Despite their best efforts, the first attempts by the Soviet Union to build aircraft went poorly. Their first indigenous fighter, the I-1, was a modern, forward-thinking design, a monoplane with a powerful American V-12 engine and an aluminium skin, armed with twin synchronized machine guns. It stalled and crashed on its maiden flight. So they built a second one, and then that crashed as well. So they built a third one. This got airborne and up to speed, only to fall into an uncontrollable spin, and then crashed.
But the fourth one stayed up.
Though, by the time the project had achieved all that, it had been deemed a failure, and so, after a limited production run, the I-1 was cancelled. That said, though, the test pilot did carry out the first parachute jump in the history of the Soviet Air Force, so yay, I guess? The Soviets had plenty of talent, and the ideas were good, but they just didn't have the skilled labor, materials, or the industrial capacity to make it work. Again, stop me if you're noticing a theme. So, next, they decided to play it safe and go a bit more traditional. Next they tried biplanes. Behold! The DI-1. A two-seat fighter, this time with an even more powerful W-12 British engine. Surely this one will do better, and it crashed. Aircraft fell apart mid-air, and upon inspection it was confirmed that poor building materials and unskilled labor caused the complex airframe to come apart at high speed, killing both aircrew in the process. Look, it was going to be a very, very long road, but at least now they were learning. The economy was bouncing back. They had a strong academic base with plenty of resources to experiment and perfect new designs. The next time round with the I-2 was marginally better, but still not really up to scratch. It wouldn't be until they reached the I-3 that they saw some success as the first frontline service home-built fighter to see widespread service. They still lacked an indigenous or even a licensed engine industry, but positive progress was being made in both aircraft design and production. If we keep this development up, this economic development, and fostering the innovation and passion of the workers, if we keep progressing our society while unleashing the talents of our artists and academics, we could be at the forefront of a whole new age of economic, social, and aviation development. Alright, hands up who saw this one coming. Everyone? Is that everyone's hands I see up? Thought so. Yeah. Stalin. It's just a running joke with Russia at this point. Every time things seem to be improving, someone with "in" at the end of their name shows up with either an oligarchy or a death squad. And in this case, both. Phenomenal. And he wasted absolutely no time at all. So you remember all those designers I mentioned? Polikarpov? Gulag. Tupolev? Gulag. Petyakov? Gulag. Sergei Korolev, father of the Soviet space program? Ultra Gulag, with hard labor. Oh, and as for the founders of the Air Force, along with all those enthusiastic young officers I mentioned, all of them were rounded up and shot. Their friends were shot. Their families were shot.
Shot!
Yeah, you get the idea. With the rise of Stalin, all the reforms and progressive developments were abolished. The private sector that had rebuilt Russia in the aftermath of the war was immediately collectivized and centralized under party control. The owners of the businesses and farms were deported, sent to the Gulag, or shot as kulaks, depending on their individual wealth, their resistance to collectivization, and how big the execution quota was that week. I wish I was kidding. This was done in accordance to the 5-year economic plans initiated under Stalin to rapidly industrialize the Soviet Union in order to catch up with the other nations in Europe. And it has to be said that it worked. As the rest of the world collapsed under the weight of the Great Depression, the insulated economy of the Soviet Union started to boom, with the many unemployed tradesmen, senior managers, and technical specialists from the West being brought in on contracts to help develop the country. In fact, most of their dams, highways, all those projects were built and designed by Americans. However, as the old saying goes, when you spend money on things, that money has to come from somewhere. And the only major exports that Russia had were raw materials and, of course, foodstuffs. But the collectivization of agriculture, while allowing for a better allocation of labor and resources to industrialization, had halved productivity. After all, no one was making any money from farming anymore, so why stay on the farms when Stalin wants steel mills? So, you're exporting grain to pay everything, then a drought hits, resulting in further reduced production, and the people with the skills who could probably fix this, organize relief efforts, get everything under control, and start up production again, you've just had them all shot. This results in a food shortage, which you try to solve by, guess what? Seizing the winter reserve stocks from the peasants who grew it. They don't take this well, so you start executing them. So they kill their livestock in protest. So you seize literally everything they own in order to feed your industrial workers, who you've drafted from their farms because you needed to industrialize. So now you can't grow anymore. Yeah, it turns out authoritarian regimes, be they far right or far left, aren't exactly great at running economies. You can't eat steel, or guns, or anything else of that sort for that matter. The resulting famine devastated Eastern Europe. However, Russia survived largely intact, as Stalin and the party ensured that the food that was available was shipped to the Russian industrial centers like Moscow and St. Petersburg, now named Leningrad, in order to keep the industrial economy running. The satellites would die, so Russia could live. As a result, the Caucasian and Asian republics were decimated, while Ukraine, being the largest agricultural producer, as well as a hotbed of independence movements, was singled out by the party as the primary target of the Soviet Union's famine policy. 5 million Ukrainians died from starvation or state-sanctioned murder in an officially recognized genocide, known today as the Holodomor. It was into this climate that the Soviet aviation industry would mature. Gone were the troubled but dynamically optimistic days of Sargi's founding. Now they were a hyper-centralized organ of the state, the only source of aerodynamic research and development under complete oversight by the party apparatus. Any hint of not meeting quotas, any failing of a project, even the remotest whiff of political unreliability, a telegram to a relative in Poland, a handwritten note in Ukrainian or Georgian, straight to a camp with you and most likely all of your co-workers. In fact, the entire staff at Sargi was imprisoned several times during the era of the Great Purge, with many of them being shot. In fact, I know of one instance where the entire faculty was shot. However, the indispensable members I mentioned before were put into special research and development gulags known as sharashkas. These were essentially slave labor camps like the rest of the gulag system. However, instead of digging mines or building roads, the inmates were technical experts in various fields, forced to continue their work under prison conditions, all while being closely monitored by the NKVD, the precursor agency to the KGB. Now, it should be said here that I am condensing the timeline, as the 30s saw huge developments in Soviet aviation. Not everyone was locked up at the same time, and there were hundreds of thousands of different intrigues and political maneuvers going on, and there was no way I will have time to cover them all. So instead, I will be discussing their various fighter projects. I just thought you'd all appreciate the irony that many of the Red Army Air Force aircraft that saved the world from fascist tyranny during World War II were designed in a prison cell, guarded by secret police. Anyway, with that wonderful piece of delicious irony out of the way, on to the next chapter.
It has not been possible. We have been unable to use the bacteria body. Responsibility was yours. You have failed. The Supreme Council does not accept failure.
As mentioned before, the 1930s saw a huge leap in Soviet aviation. Stalin's industrialization and increased trade with the West allowed for the purchase of various technologies, as well as the, shall we say, acquisition of others. One of the famous ones everyone likes to talk about, of course, is the licensing of the Christie suspension system, famously used on the BT and later T-34 series of tanks. But really, of all the branches of the Soviet military, it was the Air Force who went on a proverbial spending spree. Their main goal was, of course, engine procurement. Even after 20 years, they still hadn't managed to set up an indigenous engine industry. But with Stalin's industrial reforms and his workforce, highly motivated, it was time to change things. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Soviet aero-engine industry was founded on the production of Western designs. The famous Klimov VK-105 series of engines were developed from the Hispano-Suiza 12Y, while practically every radial engine in use by the Red Air Force was a development of either the Gnome-Rhone radial or the Wright Cyclone series of engines built under license. The really interesting one, though, is the McEwen AM-34 and its subsequent variants, the 35, 38, etc. They were developed from engines made by Fiat and BMW. It was actually a really solid engine design, showing the ability of Soviet engineers to improve and develop existing ideas. These engines, despite reliability issues and development problems, would eventually prove to be exceptionally powerful and provide an excellent base for Soviet aviation designers to come up with some truly great aeroplanes. However, the political climate of the Soviet Union did all it could to prevent it. Under Soviet economic planning, production numbers were everything. Meeting quota was as close to God's commandments as you could get. In fact, Stalin's commandments were God's commandments, really. It didn't matter if it was tanks, guns, engines, planes, or trains. All that mattered was the almighty quota. As such, higher quality and more modern designs for everything would often not be produced in favour of models already in production. Production they could subsequently cut corners on if need be to meet quota. If the factories failed to meet quota, the entire staff could be shipped to the Gulag for sabotage, or wrecking as it was known. All that mattered was getting their product out the door. Damn the consequences. As long as it looked good on the monthly productivity report sent to Moscow, that's all that mattered. And all of this was on top of the ongoing issues with poor quality raw materials and skilled labour shortages, which still hadn't been rectified. Simply put, manufacturing in the Soviet Union, by its very nature, was afflicted with horrific institutional problems, especially during World War II, or, if we're being accurate here, the Great Patriotic War. It wasn't uncommon for structural defects or control surface failures to plague the frontline aviation units. In fact, until mid to late 1943, most of their aircraft weren't even built to basic spec. German pilots recovering shot-down Soviet aircraft reported that in many cases, half the instrumentation in the cockpit would be missing, along with all their support equipment. The lack of proper weapon sights was a chronic issue, to the extent that most of the Western Lend-Lease aircraft that arrived were raided for their gun sights and their bomb sights by the aviators. Those who weren't lucky enough to get a hold of these rare commodities often had to make do with a painted crosshair on their windshield. Kind of like how those competitive shooter players used to stick a dot on the center of their monitor back in the days before you Zoomers came along. God, I'm old. However, in fairness, their modern monoplane fighters only really entered development in 1939, and thus they were rushed into service far before they were ready, while the factories which built these aircraft had to be frantically torn down and rebuilt from scratch in the Urals after Operation Barbarossa sent the Soviets fleeing for their lives. So this rushed production and the chronic issues with shortages and defects is unsurprising. However, during the interwar period, it appeared that the Soviets briefly held an advantage in terms of modern aircraft, thanks to the famous Polikarpov series of fighters. Unfortunately, it was a facade. The problem was that the I-15 Chaika and the I-16 Ishak, while excellent designs for the late 1920s, did not enter mainstream service until 1934. By which time all their competitors from the West and the Empire of Japan had high-performance monoplanes entering the testing phase. And even with their relatively good performance, the same issues plaguing Soviet aviation hit them as well. Poor materials, reliability problems, and the I-16, while a forward-thinking monoplane with retractable gear, had a number of severe flaws. Visibility was a problem. Originally featuring an enclosed cockpit, it was not actually easy to see out of it, due to the canopy frame being very awkwardly built and the poor quality of Soviet glazing and glassmaking. A problem compounded by the fact that the engine often spewed oil directly into the pilot's face without warning, blocking their vision. That's when the engine didn't randomly catch fire anyway. This led to the canopy being completely removed in frontline service. Meanwhile, the short fuselage, combined with very sensitive controls, meant that while the I-16 was very agile, the center of gravity was thrown off entirely, making it very difficult to fly. Meaning if a pilot began pushing it beyond its limits, it would almost certainly result in a fatal flat spin, or cause the aircraft to oscillate wildly out of control. Combine this with the serious deficiencies in Soviet pilot training and the low educational baseline of their recruits, and the I-16 would end up killing a considerable number of young Soviet aviators. It was a sad reality that this tragedy would be compounded by the fact that the Spanish Civil War and the border clashes in Manchuria during the latter half of the 1930s would subsequently show that after all these efforts and all that sacrifice, the Soviet Air Force's frontline fighters were completely outclassed by their adversaries, forcing them to rush the development of replacements. To achieve this fast development turnaround, they had to get help. And they got that help by calling in a favor. A rather ironic favor. You see, the Luftwaffe during the 1920s was not allowed to exist, and while Lufthansa kept training way more pilots than they needed on two-engined planes that definitely weren't designed to be converted to bombers, they still needed to train fighter pilots. So the German government at the time had to find a place to train pilots and develop tactics without the Entente allies noticing, and the only place they could do that was the Soviet Union. So, throughout the 20s and 30s, Germany and the Soviet Union worked together, developing tanks, planes, training pilots, testing strategies. In fact, the entire department of the Red Army responsible for developing weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, biological weapons, and of course later nuclear weapons, that entire department was originally set up by the Germans. But of course, things got a little complicated when old Mustache Man showed up, given his whole, destroy communism thing. But in order to pursue his rearmament goals, he would need to sign various commercial agreements with the Soviet Union. And when it came time to invade Poland, he needed security guarantees and, of course, natural resources to make war. And so, the Nazi-Soviet commercial agreements were signed alongside the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But Hitler and Stalin definitely weren't allies at all. We swear, we promise, we had all these documents we released in the 1950s proving it. They're completely legit, unedited by Stalin in any way, and are definitely not contradicted by the German Foreign Office document captured by the Allies. Anyway, one of the methods of payment for Soviet raw materials to fuel their rearmament and subsequent conquest of Europe were examples of modern German aircraft and their blueprints. These would prove invaluable in not only developing their own aircraft, but understanding the capabilities of their enemy. However, of course, it was a well-calculated gamble on the Germans' part, as they rightly surmised that the Soviet research and development and production cycle was not good enough to make use of their technology before they'd developed something better, or preferably, they had already declared war and defeated them. As we know, this gamble would eventually prove to be the biggest backfire to happen in the Soviet Union, at least until the first flight of the Tu-22, but originally it didn't look that way. Because aircraft design under Stalin's rule was an absolute disaster, filled with nepotism, party politics, gulags, bureaucracy, and, quite frankly, incompetence. And I can think of no aircraft that sums this up better than what is possibly one of the worst flying machines ever built. And I use this term, flying, in its loosest sense. For as the Bf-109 made its presence known, everyone in Europe's air forces collectively shat themselves and began rushing to source a competitor or replacement to their current in-service fighters. In the Soviet Union, this task would fall to Polikarpov, Lavochkin Gurevich, Artyom Mikoyan, and Alexander Yakovlev, who would all propose designs. Or at least they would have, if it wasn't for the fact that People's Commissar of the Defense Industry, Mikhail Kaganovich, was good mates with and the father-in-law of a bloke in the Communist Party who had just graduated from the Moscow Aviation Institute. The problem was, he was an industry graduate, not an engineer or theoretician graduate. As such, he had the on-paper qualification to set up an aircraft factory, but he didn't know how to actually design a plane. Furthermore, he had no practical experience in the field at all. He had never actually run a factory, nor had he built so much as a paper plane, let alone a real one. What he did know how to do, however, was network. Thus, thanks to Kaganovich and his reputation in the party, he got the contract to design the new frontline fighter for the Red Army Air Force. Object designation I-220, named the IS, which of course stood for Joseph Stalin. This man, the man responsible for this abortion of aviation, was Alexander Silvansky. And even with friends in high places, how he didn't get shot, I have no idea. Silvansky immediately went out and got a design team together. After Stalin had centralized and consolidated the various industries across the Soviet Union, there were a number of defunct design bureaus able to provide the necessary staff. Issue was, of course, he couldn't exactly go to Yakovlev, Mig, and all the other guys to grab their designers, so he had to go to all the defunct design bureaus, who, given they had closed down, were able to provide the necessary staff. Issue was, of course, they had all gone defunct for a reason. Namely, all their previous efforts had been catastrophic failures. However, with the backing of the Politburo and a can-do attitude, this project couldn't possibly fail. So, Silvansky appointed a lead designer, Ivan Lemishev, and he got to work designing the aircraft and immediately ran into an issue. The engine selected for the I-220 was the M88 radial, developed from the Nomron series of French radials. This engine, while powerful, was also big and subsequently heavy. It was also fitted with a reduction gear to ensure smooth and reliable performance. However, that also meant its propeller had to be, as they say in the industry, f***ing huge. What resulted from this was a central fuselage design that had a large surface area causing an exceptionally high amount of drag. Then there was the main armament, comprised of 4 Shikast 7.62 machine guns and 2 50 cal machine guns, with a considerable ammo load for each gun. Now, just looking at it, I'm sure you can already see the drawbacks of the design. However, I promise you, it gets worse. When they actually built the thing, it turns out they hadn't actually calculated the dimensions for the landing gear properly, most likely due to the various foreign parts they were using coming in different measurements, which meant the landing gear couldn't fully retract into the wheel wells, causing yet more drag. However, when the gear is fully extended, the result was actually even worse, because they hadn't made the gear legs long enough to provide ground clearance for the propeller. So, how did they overcome this problem? Silvansky, having spent all his time talking up his project in Moscow, decided to fix the issue himself. He went to the tools locker, grabbed a hacksaw, and sawed the propeller's tips off so it did clear the ground. Then he went around the engine cowling with a hammer and hammered down the engine fairing to make sure it fit properly, only to then find out that due to design and production delays, the engine they would have to use was actually an M87, which didn't produce as much power while not fitting the designed engine mounts, which ended up forcing a redesign, further ruining the already terrible aerodynamics of the nose section. And as you can imagine, the build quality from the project manager was typical of the rest of the staff. This thing was a fat, heavy, underpowered, poorly built monstrosity. And then it tried to take off. Only it couldn't. It was too heavy. It couldn't get enough lift, and there wasn't enough runway in the world to let it get up to speed. Turns out, failing basic engineering tasks and sawing your propeller in half has a negative impact on aeronautical performance. So they needed to reduce weight. How are they going to do that? Well, they took the only logical step. Yes, it's a fighter plane, but does it really need its guns and ammunition? I mean, really? Does it really need it? No, of course not. So they took the guns and ammunition out, and thus this so-called aircraft finally got airborne. But it didn't stay up for long. After getting to about 500 feet, the aircraft was vibrating and shaking all over the place. Controlling it was damn near impossible. The torque of the motor was atrocious, the center of gravity was off, the wheels protruding out of the wheel wells disrupted the airflow and caused an almost fatal amount of drag, and the test pilot barely escaped with his life on landing, almost ground looping while avoiding a prop strike by mere millimeters. After only 2 flights, the test pilot flat out refused to fly this thing, telling the director and even senior Soviet leadership that it was, in their words, and I quote directly, a bad heap of shit. They unanimously declared the I-220IS as unflyable and recommended the project be abandoned. It was subsequently taken to the Moscow Aerodynamics Institute, Silvansky's alma mater, to be used as an exhibit for its students of how not to design an airplane. And so, in the end, after all of that trouble, it would fall back to the original gang of designers, the most prominent one being Polikarpov, and it was he who would be the first up to present his entry for the next frontline fighter for the Red Army Air Force. The I-180 project had a lot of potential. It was a far better design overall than the Silvansky IS, but it used the same engine, and as such it suffered similar issues. Polikarpov, however, was a competent designer and straightened them out over the next 3 iterations. Though to do it, he had to abandon the more advanced technologies and more ambitious design ideas he had, and fell back on a layout similar to his earlier work, which meant what he produced was essentially a Super I-16, just faster and more agile and more heavily armed. But alas, despite these improvements, it also had the same vices. It was difficult to control, quick to spin, and it required constant attention to fly properly. It also had the disadvantage of being very intensive on the use of special metals, something the Soviet Union wasn't equipped for the mass production of. And of course, it still suffered from the same problems of lack of skilled labor and poor raw materials. He warned the Department of Military Industry and the Air Force that his design required more fine-tuning and proper training. But that would cause too long a delay, and thus the aircraft was forced through into the testing phase. As a result, the I-180 ended up killing 2 of the Soviet Union's best test pilots, one of them being the famous Valery Chekalov. Once more, Soviet bureaucracy and political machinations had killed its aviators and undermined the nation's defense. But as we all know, the Soviet state is infallible, and therefore someone was at fault somewhere, either by negligence or by sabotage. Someone had to answer. And that someone was Polikarpov. He was declared persona non grata, stripped of his post, and sent on a fact-finding mission to Germany, which, as we know from the Great Purge, is usually a setup to getting shot on subsequent trumped-up charges of treason. R.I.P. Tukhachevsky. Truly a real one. Luckily for Polikarpov, though, the heat had died down when he got back, but never again would he lead a design bureau. He was relegated to working for a new up-and-coming superstar, Artyom Mikoyan, and his colleague Mikhail Garevich, otherwise known as MiG. You'll be hearing a lot about them in future, but this was still the early days, and they were just getting started on their contender for the frontline fighter contract. Speaking of, with Polikarpov out of the race and the Silvansky IS quite literally shaking faith in the currently available radials, Soviet authorities put out a request for a fighter with an inline liquid-cooled engine to compete directly with the Bf-109 on its own terms. The engine selected for this contract was the Klimov VK-105, and while it too suffered the woes of Soviet manufacturing and a number of early teething problems, with a good ground crew performing the required maintenance, it was a powerful and, eventually after a lot of effort, a reliable engine. Its latent potential and quality would become clear as the war progressed, as its later variants would prove the equal of the Daimler-Benz 605, especially at low altitude. The question was, which designer could provide the best airframe to fit this engine too? And in the end, it would come down to 2 contenders, Yakovlev and Lavochkin. Although, I do want to mention one absolute mad lad of a designer, Leonid Khrushchevsky, who, while all this was going on, threw his hat into the ring by trying to mount massive cannons on various designs. Unfortunately, he couldn't violate the laws of physics or work out the logistics, so instead he mounted single-shot 76mm recoilless rifles to the aircraft built by Dmitry Grigorovich, the IZ and the IP-1. Needless to say, though, they didn't do very well in testing. The guns could potentially tear the wings off in flight, while the airframe itself would be rendered unusable after firing repeated shots. Extended firing tests carried out on the ground also showed that long-term use of the onboard weaponry could give pilots a concussion. The projects, of course, were eventually abandoned, but they didn't want to waste the work they'd already done, so they ended up building a short production run of conventionally armed aircraft which were rather underwhelming, quickly being replaced by I-16s. I know this little aside doesn't really fit in here, but it was so cool I just had to mention it somewhere. Paper Skies has a great video over on his channel if you want to hear the full version. Anyway, getting back to the correct timeline. At the main designers' bureaus, there was an extensive amount of brainstorming taking place. Lavochkin, along with his colleagues Gorbunov and Gudkov, knew, like Yakovlev, that raw material quality in the Soviet Union was questionable. They also had to consider that this aircraft would equip the entire Red Air Force, and hence they needed to have an acceptable cost per unit, while having the materials and skilled labour available for manufacture. The Soviet Union, despite having an extensive industrial base and huge mineral wealth, struggled with aluminium production, and its import costs were exorbitant. As such, wooden construction was unanimously chosen by all the design bureaus as the way forward. The question now was how to overcome the limitations of wooden construction. Now, wood is fantastic. It's sturdy, flexible, relatively resistant to damage, and while it's heavier than aluminium, it still has an excellent weight-to-strength ratio. I mean, just look at the Mosquito. But it has a couple of drawbacks. Firstly is the construction process. Metal is easier to standardize production with, easier to forge complex shapes from, and given its inherent strength, you can make larger components without losing rigidity, simplifying assembly and manufacture. With wood, you have to create laminates, like plywood, which use a lot of adhesives and chemicals to treat the components and create the material you need in the shape required. It also loses a lot of tensile strength the bigger the piece is used. Thus, to make a strong flight surface, you need a higher density of panels and ribs to ensure the structural integrity of the airframe. But there is an even greater problem. Wood suffers greatly from environmental factors, such as humidity or extreme cold. And guess what two climatic conditions are most prominent in the Soviet Union for most of the year? Wet conditions cause rot, so keeping aircraft dry in hangars is vital. And guess what Soviet frontline airfields don't have? Alright, so we need to compensate for poor materials, simplify production, and future-proof against environmental damage. Their solution was to build a simplistic and sturdy airframe out of Bakelite. Yes, you heard correctly, Bakelite. Or more accurately, Delta wood, which is pine wood cut into sheets and treated with phenol formaldehyde resin, which is the key component of Bakelite. Now this was an ingenious idea, because it addressed all the primary issues of wooden construction. However, as you can imagine, with all the chemicals, adhesives, and the hardening process, manufacture was a good deal more complicated, and until they could get a trained workforce together, it would be a very hit-or-miss operation in full-scale production. There was also the slight problem that the cheaper adhesives and chemicals used in the process by the Soviets were exceedingly caustic and would cause serious skin conditions unless properly handled, if not serious injury or, in the worst case, death. Which in the Soviet Union is... Actually, you know what? Given the constant threat of Siberia for wrecking, we can chalk that up to an occupational hazard. But it gets even worse still. By adding all those different elements, while it achieved the same effects as aluminium, it was still considerably heavier, and I think you can all see where this one is going. During the initial flight test, the Lavochkin-Gorbunov-Gudkov, or LAG, was okay, in the most average sense of the word. While definitely an improvement on the old Polikarpov designs, it wasn't exactly a thoroughbred masterpiece like the Bf-109 or the Spitfire, though it did win against some of its rivals in top speed when it closed all its radiators to reduce drag, so that was something at least. However, then it reached the second phase of testing, and oh dear lord. You see, when they conducted the initial tests, it was done with the proof of concept prototype, meaning it had been custom built, rigorously checked and designed with flight testing in mind, meaning it wasn't equipped for the combat trials. The second model was the precursor to the production model. This was fitted for combat operations, meaning it had all the extra equipment on board, radio and navigation gear, a full collection of sensor gauges, a maximum fuel load, armor plating for the pilot, and a combat-ready weapons loadout. The result was a fighter that at full throttle and optimal conditions with everything working perfectly, with a factory-fresh engine, could go at most 337 miles an hour. Compare that to the Bf-109 F2, which under the same parameters could reach speeds of up to 390 miles an hour, while the Bf-109 F4 could reach as high as 410, and both of those 109 models would be the primary opponent the LAG-3 would face. But the problems did not stop there. Because of the extra weight combined with the lack of power, the climb rate of the LAG was one of the worst among modern fixed-wing fighters of the period, and I am including the interwar designs. The roll rate was sluggish, the turn rate far inferior to even its competitors from Yakovlev and MiG, let alone the aircraft found in other air forces. And that's before going into the general mechanical reliability of the design. The hydraulic system was particularly bad, to the point where the landing gear would randomly retract while on the ground, causing the aircraft to collapse on itself, busting the propeller and wrecking the undercarriage and the engine. This could also happen in reverse while in flight. The hydraulic system would give way and all of a sudden, your gear was down while going top speed, breaking the entire assembly if not throwing the aircraft out of control. Then there was the cooling system. The VK-105 was a fantastic engine, even with the production issues, as I mentioned before, but the way it was integrated into the LAG, along with the excess weight of the airframe, meant it would run hot very frequently, a problem made worse because the pilots would often, as mentioned earlier, close all the radiator vents to try and get an extra few miles an hour because they desperately needed all the speed they could get to survive, which in turn caused the oil lines to rupture and the radiator to implode. This would of course remove the lubrication and moderating systems that makes the engine, work. So it would overheat and seize or explode, all while spewing oil all over the canopy. The canopy that most LAG pilots would keep open because when they were made, the nitrocellulose compounds they used to treat the plexiglass would cause a severe yellowing effect when exposed to excess UV rays. The stuff that aircraft constantly get bombarded with since they fly higher into the atmosphere, meaning that on early LAGs they couldn't actually see out of their cockpits. It also had the added bonus of extra cooling for the pilot, seeing as they hadn't thought to set up a proper ventilation system for the engine compartment, and as a result, hot exhaust fumes would go right past the dashboard, straight past the pilot, and throughout the cockpit, meaning long sorties with the canopy closed would cook the pilot like they were in an oven, while slowly gassing them. Naturally, Soviet pilots hated this thing. They absolutely despised it, and given the performance against its rivals, it would soon earn the nickname the Flying Guaranteed Varnished Coffin, or the Lacquered Flying Coffin, or something to that effect. But as is often the story, with 2 million genocidal fascists revving up their panzers next door, beggars couldn't exactly be choosers. And so the VVS, the Red Army Air Force, ordered the LAG-3 into full production, with the plan to iron out the kinks as they went. The problem was, of course, the 2 million genocidal fascists revving up their panzers next door, who chose that exact moment to stop being next door. This forced all the production facilities to be evacuated to the Urals, while many of the trained engineers deployed to the front, meaning they had to set up the production lines from scratch, with freshly recruited factory labour, many of whom were older men or young women who'd never worked in this sort of environment, or even if they hadn't been trained on the unique delta-wood construction of the LAG. As a result, the quality issues I just spent the last few minutes explaining got worse. And in a twist of bitter irony, the structural design of the LAG, the one good thing it had going for it, ended up being a double-edged sword. Because despite all its faults, due to that strong delta-wood design, the LAG could actually sustain an awful lot of punishment. Like many Soviet vehicle designs at the time, it was built to operate in exceedingly harsh environments at the hands of relatively low-skilled operators, making its combat survivability quite impressive. However, if any of you recall my dear friend Laserpig's T-34 video, He mentions the heat treating process done to the hulls of Soviet tanks to squeeze that extra armor performance out of lower quality materials, which, when subjected to extreme kinetic force, caused the armor plating of the T-34 to shatter, even if the round didn't penetrate, knocking out the vehicle. The delta-wood construction of the Lag-3 provided it great rigidity and strength. When it got hit with shrapnel, flak, or ball ammunition, the aircraft would simply shrug it off, and because of the treated wood design, when hit with incendiary ammunition, the Lag actually wouldn't catch fire and burn as often like many of its fabric-covered or pure wood contemporaries. Unfortunately, the Luftwaffe had a secret weapon, a weapon they had used to great effect against the Spitfires and Hurricanes in the Battle of Britain. The Luftwaffe's fighters were all fully equipped with rapid-firing 20mm cannons, and those cannons could fire the Minengeschoss round, or in English, the mine shell. This explosive cannon round was unique among the aircraft armament of World War II. While other nations, including the Soviet Union's own 20mm, which the Lag was armed with, all of them were equipped with ammunition that gave a good balance between armor-piercing, fragmentation, and high explosive. The Germans, on the other hand, figured that, given they were mostly targeting aircraft, explosive yield would be the number one priority in maximizing damage against aerial targets, especially light fighters and tactical bombers, which, given their role was achieving air superiority over the front line, made those targets the priority. This resulted in the mine shell, which had as much high explosives packed into it as physically possible, meaning that when it hit the rigid, artificially hardened surface of the Lag's delta wood monocoque construction, it would cause the fuselage and flight surfaces to literally shatter. Thousands of young Soviet aviators would die at the controls of the Lag-3, poorly trained and woefully unequipped to face the highly experienced and exceptionally armed enemy invading their homeland. But thankfully, for all our sakes, the Lag was not the only fighter they had at their disposal, because after all, like with most Soviet aviation design competitions, this was a three-horse race. Alexander Yakovlev had reached the same conclusion as Artyom Mikoyan. While delta wood would solve a lot of issues regarding maintenance and materials availability, the VK-105's reliability issues in the early models of the engine, combined with the concerns about excess weight, meant that an alternative solution had to be found, and both men settled on a hybrid construction of metal, plywood, and fabric. Their aircraft would be built around a steel tube frame and then finished with the more available materials. This saved weight, provided excellent airframe strength, while keeping true to the original idea of having an easier-to-maintain aircraft in rougher conditions. Plus, it didn't need all the complex manufacturing techniques with chemicals that could seriously injure or kill you, so that's a bonus. The downside was, of course, that the environmental factors delta wood was brought on to counter would affect both these designs, and as such ground crews had to perform constant maintenance on both types of aircraft to keep them combat ready. However, in a clever piece of foresight, Yakovlev had planned on such an eventuality. While Mikoyan had chosen the complex approach for his hybrid construction, something he would become rather infamous for, Yakovlev had decided that the traditional Russian method of weapons manufacture would be the best option. Hit airframe with hammer, comrade! Put engine in flying box! Cover box in cloth! Throw at fascists! Keep throwing at fascists until they run out of planes! Or ammunition. In all seriousness, Yakovlev's core concept was the simplest method and, quite honestly, the best one. Build all the parts that need to be solid, such as the airframe and control surfaces, out of steel tubing, make everything else out of wood, cover it in fabric, make it small and as light and aerodynamic as possible with the best engine you can fit it with. Slap on some guns, and you're off to the air races. The resulting design was, of course, the Yak-1, armed with 2 machine guns and a 20mm cannon. This fighter would form the backbone of the Soviet fighter force in the coming conflict. Perhaps the most agile aircraft in the world besides the Zero, the Yak could turn on a dime, go faster than the earlier model PF-109s, and at low altitude below 3,000 meters, or roughly 10,000 feet, it could actually go toe-to-toe with the very best the Germans had to offer, though it was still considerably slower than the 109 F4 due to the aerodynamics and the raw engine power of the German design. That said, the Yak did have several considerable drawbacks, the major one being the small size of the aircraft. While that proved advantageous in performance, it caused the Yak to be considerably nose-heavy, as all the weight was in the cockpit and the engine. In fact, the center of gravity was so off-kilter, the incredibly brave ground crews had to essentially hang onto the tailplane for dear life during the takeoff roll in order to prevent the aircraft from tipping over onto its nose, leaping off and into the grass once it had gotten up to speed. Meanwhile, because of the compact design of the airframe, the range and the payload of the aircraft was much smaller than other designs, as there just wasn't enough room to put everything. Ammunition for the main armament was something like 5 seconds of total firing time, requiring very accurate shooting, which, given the poor training and severe shortage of modern gun sights in the VVS, proved to be a serious issue. Inexperienced pilots of all air forces often engaged targets well out of effective range and usually held down the trigger for far too long. In other aircraft, this proved to be a limiting, but not a crippling factor. However, the Yak-1 only had 110 20mm cannon rounds at full load, and while the Shikass machine guns had over 1,000 rounds, their small rifle-caliber cartridge did not do nearly enough damage and was being phased out across the entire fighter fleet. Thus it was replaced with a single Berezin UB-50 cal, which only had 200 rounds of ammo. This meant the Luftwaffe pilots had as many 20mm cannon rounds as the Yak-1 pilots had machine gun rounds, let alone their own machine gun ammunition load aboard the 109, and both G-Model 109s and Focke-Wulf 190s would eventually upgrade their secondary armament to their own variant of the 50 cal, with a reserve of anywhere between 600 to 800 rounds. All that being said though, when a Soviet pilot who, as the top Luftwaffe ace Erich Hartmann would say, knew their business got into the cockpit, they could put those 300 rounds to devastating use. One of those pilots who knew their business would also end up being one of the most historically significant fighter pilots in the history of combat aviation. Their name was Lydia Litvak, the first female fighter ace and the first woman to score a kill on an enemy in air-to-air combat. Unfortunately though, despite all the positives of the Yak-1's design and the hard work of its crews, the poor quality control of Soviet factories severely hampered this new fighter and caused significant delays in its production. Only around 100 Yaks were ready at the start of hostilities with Nazi Germany, and their build quality was frankly awful. It wasn't uncommon for flight control surfaces and other extraneous parts to snap off during high G turns and other aggressive maneuvers, while the poor quality metals and dubious welding skills of the workers caused the ever so slight issue of the fuel tank quite literally falling off the aeroplane and through the fuselage fabric, often causing fires in the process. It would be a long, hard road for Yakovlev and his team to redeem their design, but they weren't the only ones. Artyom Mikoyan, as mentioned before, decided he was going to do things in the most complex way possible. He is also, like Ferdinand Porsche, a subscriber to the Lamborghini Guide of Vehicle Construction before Lamborghini even existed. Get me the biggest engine, as many different features as possible, and it's got to have cool wings, and all the machine guns, in fact, put gun pods on it so we have even more machine guns, etc. The MiG-1, which would later be developed into the MiG-3, was a complex plywood fuselage mated to a steel frame, with the engine compartment and cockpit section being made out of duralumin, essentially a lower quality early form of aluminium. The MiG's wings, meanwhile, were, like the rest of the aircraft, a hybrid construction, with a wooden aerofoil fitted to a steel wing spar. This wing is what makes the aircraft stand out and gives the MiG-3 its unique silhouette, as the design allows for a strong reinforced inner wing, while the wingtips are on a dihedral, giving you more wing area with less metal reinforcement required, though all the control surfaces were metal frames covered in fabric. Its armament was on the lighter side compared to the other Soviet designs, with one 50 cal Berezin UB machine gun and two Shikass 7.62 machine guns with around 300 rounds per gun. This could be augmented by underwing gun pods as mentioned, adding two more 7.62s, with the caveat of seriously reduced performance. But what really sets this design apart though was the engine. The Mikulin AM-35, an upgraded variant of the AM-34 optimized for high altitude, this engine was an absolute monster. In fact, it was one of the most powerful engines ever fitted to a fighter at the time, and boy howdy, was the MiG fast. At 20,000 feet, it was actually on par with the 109S series, clocking over 400 miles an hour. Brilliant, I hear you cry. So this was the answer to the Soviets' prayers, right? Well, about that. The problem with having such a powerful engine was that this is, a Soviet engine. And so the power-to-weight ratio of said engine was not exactly great. In fact, it was awful. Despite having a high top speed, it took ages to get there. It had terrible acceleration. And the only way it achieved that speed was due to it being custom tuned to high altitudes, up in the thinner air. Which is a problem, given that 99% of air combat on the Eastern Front would take place at low altitude. And when it wasn't at high altitudes, it was slower than the Yak-1. Now, this wouldn't be such a drama if it wasn't for the fact that this power-to-weight issue also, once again for a Soviet fighter, ruined its center of gravity, making it highly unstable. Then there was the wing design, which, while novel, also gave it absolutely horrific low-speed handling characteristics, meaning when they slowed to maneuver in a dogfight, it couldn't turn very well, if at all. And when they tried turning and burning in a dogfight, they ran the risk that they would lose control, fall into an irrecoverable spin, pitting the pilot in the cockpit with the centrifugal force, resulting in almost certain death. There is at least one recorded instance of 3 MiG-3s attempting to intercept a high-altitude German reconnaissance aircraft, only for all 3 of them to stall in unison and lose control, resulting in a total loss of the flight and its pilots. But all of this isn't the worst thing about the MiG. There is one detail that was more fatal to this design and more limiting to it than any other factor. And it was this fatal flaw that would end up saving the Soviet aviation industry, and perhaps the Soviet Union itself. Why? Because the AM-35 engine used by the MiG was the high-altitude tuned version. The AM-38 was the low-altitude tuned version. And that engine was used in the Ilyushin IL-2 Sturmovik. And unlike fighter design, which relies on cutting-edge technology and outstanding performance, what mattered with bombers was ruggedness, survivability, ordnance, and production numbers. And these are things that the Soviets could do. Meaning the engines bound for MiG production went to a far more useful, and it has to be said, an absolutely magnificent aircraft. I love the IL-2, and while its performance has been called into question in recent years, as far as aircraft goes, well, Stalin himself said that the Sturmovik was as vital to the Soviet Union as air or bread. This thing was magnificent. Thus, the MiG would be assigned to purely air defense units, guarding big cities for their time in service, until they were replaced by Yaks and LAs in 1943. However, to its credit, the MiG was the starting point for some of the Soviet Union's greatest aces, including perhaps the most famous, Alexander Pokrishkin, and when it got a chance to operate at high altitudes, it did its job rather well. But for its designer Artyom Mikoyan especially, flaws or not, it says something about his talent that his first ever major aircraft design was accepted into service. Not many other designers can say that. And he soon turned his mind to something that other designers were just too busy staying alive to notice. Artyom Mikoyan was thinking about the future. However, speaking of everyone just trying to stay alive, we've been ignoring the impetus for all this activity for most of the script. The giant, mouse in the room, so to speak. Remember those 2 million genocidal fascists with a penchant for armored vehicles of ludicrous size? Well, here they come. Operation Barbarossa commenced on June 22nd, 1941, and in terms of aerial warfare, it was the single worst defeat suffered by an air force in human history. Everyone had been placed on alert less than 24 hours before the invasion commenced, but those alerts did not filter through to the aviation units until it was far too late. The Red Army had been forward deployed into several large echelons close to the frontier. Stalin had always assumed that as long as the Western Allies were still in the fight, that the angry Charlie Chaplin impersonator would never risk waging a war on 2 fronts, 3 if you count the African campaign. Not to mention, he relied on Soviet trade for most of the raw materials needed to fuel his war effort, which proves Stalin, for all his clever political dealings, wasn't very bright. Firstly, expansionist empires find it cheaper to just take resources than pay for them. Secondly, given that every Soviet spy in Europe, and even their top spy in Japan, Richard Sorge, was watching millions of German troops marching eastwards and going, "Yo boss, this kinda looks sketch." Or the constant recon overflights into Soviet territory by high-altitude Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft, or the fact that a German communist who'd been drafted against his will defected and crossed the border with a handbook on him, and the handbook was titled Useful Phrases in Russian, which had the words "hands up," "surrender," and "die Bolshevik pig" on the first page. Nah, they aren't going to invade. Stop being alarmist. We can't do anything that might provoke them. That was an actual order Stalin gave out to the frontline troops, by the way, just in case you were wondering. And so, despite all these warnings, as well as the fact that General Zhukov and Stavka ran wargaming scenarios that almost mirrored the German plans for Barbarossa, warning Stalin that defense in depth was the correct course of action, the entire Red Army was set up for offensive operations instead. Offensive operations to take place far in the future. At the time, they were conducting training and reorganization, meaning half the entire military was in reserve or on leave. As for the VVS, or the Red Army Air Force, they were on peacetime readiness. Their pilots were in the mess or asleep, while their aircraft were parked on their airfields in long, neat rows, or in their big, easy-to-see hangars at their permanent bases, rather than being dispersed across alternate airfields or parked in sheltered revetments. The entire Soviet Air Force was basically one giant sitting target. The result was the single most one-sided engagement in the history of combat aviation by a margin that will never, ever be repeated. And I'm including stuff like Desert Storm. It was that bad. Well, actually, it might get repeated if the US decides to go absolutely postal and solos the entire planet, but the chances of that are remote. I hope.
Let me fucking
Anyway, over the course of the next 2 days, the Luftwaffe is confirmed, not speculated, not contested, confirmed from both Soviet and German sources to have destroyed almost 3,000 aircraft in the air and on the ground. Axis losses, by contrast, were roughly 150 to 200 aircraft across all combatants and all aircraft types, which puts the KD ratio in favour of the fascists at 15 to 1. 15 to 1. The commander of Soviet Air Forces West, upon inspecting his airfields in the wake of the attack and confirming the casualty reports he was getting, decided to, in the words of Nikita Khrushchev,
I have to report to the boss. Perhaps you'd prefer to avoid the red tape.
This all but guaranteed the invaders' air superiority for the first 2 years of the war in the East. However, as we know, the Soviets weren't the only ones in the fight. Lend-Lease started to arrive within weeks of the invasion, and that trickle very soon turned to a flood, while the Allies ramped up their own air campaign, inflicting heavy attrition on the already stretched-to-the-limit Luftwaffe. This bought precious time for the designs and designers I spent most of this video clowning on. With the Western powers on their side, they now had access to a steady source of aluminium and rubber, and after their aircraft were given an obscenely costly but very thorough field test, by 1943-44, the Yak-1 had turned into the Yak-1B, then the Yak-9, until finally it became the Yak-3, a metal-skinned, high-performance fighter so lethal German pilots were ordered to avoid fighting it if possible. Meanwhile, Lavishkin went back to the drawing board on his failed creation, refined the construction techniques, got the weight down, worked out the bugs, and ended up creating what would ultimately be the finest fighter of the Red Army Air Forces. The magnificent LA-5 evened the odds against the 109G and the FW-190, with a roaring, high-tuned right cyclone producing absolutely ludicrous horsepower. It immediately solved the issues of Lavishkin's design, while the various tweaks he had made ensured its agility and, more importantly, its ease of piloting. This aircraft was second to none. Its ultimate form, the LA-7, would, like the Yak-3, be made out of lightweight alloys and come armed with 3 20mm cannons, able to outmaneuver anything the Germans could throw at it. It would be in this machine that the highest scoring Allied ace, the Ukrainian fighter pilot Ivan Kozyedub, scored the other half of his 80 kills, including an Me-262 and, if rumours are to be believed, an unofficial victory over a P-51 who failed his aircraft recognition tests. It wasn't all plain sailing though. The Soviet state was rather concerned that, even with these new machines, they were heavily reliant on licensed production and lend-leased resources. Once the war with Germany was over, their current allies would be back to their enemies, and their technology and economy could not stand up to losing their aid. New designs would have to be built so they could catch up, which means more research and a teensy tiny bit of armed robbery of Eastern Europe, as well as some slave indentured servitude from all these Axis prisoners we've got. I mean, after all, they don't really need to go back home to their families, do they? Besides, all their high-ranking officials and scientists will get places in Moscow. Whether they have a choice of place is a different matter. We had this one guy, though. What was his name? Sergei Korolyov, that's right. He built a rocket plane back in the day. He'll come in handy. Where is he? Oh, that's right. We sent him to the Gulag in Chapter 2. Could you send someone to see if he's still there, please? Thank you. While they were still trying to dig up Korolyov and see if he survived Siberia, other rocket experiments were taking place. The Berezhnyak-Isayev BI-1 was their first and really only foray into the rocket-powered fighter idea. Much like the Germans, they ran into the issue that the fuel on these aircraft tended to be rather dicey. They'd settled on a nitric acid kerosene mix, which was not very efficient, but very easy to make. This meant it made nothing like the thrust of the Me-163's engine, but on the plus side, it wasn't nearly as sensitive to a sudden kaboom. In the Soviet case, the ground crews had a chance to do a runner first. The issue was, while the Me-163 worked quite well if it didn't kaboom, the BI-1 didn't. And I'm sure you can see the downside of using a highly corrosive acid as your mixing agent. It, kinda eats the engine. And the crew, actually, if it's not handled correctly. And when I said its efficiency wasn't good, I meant that its top speed was around 500 miles an hour in optimal conditions. Most of the time, it was a similar speed to late war variants of standard fighters. The Me-163, by contrast, regularly hit 560 miles an hour, and it did that in a climb. As you can imagine, the BI-1 and later the BI-7 were never adopted, especially after it killed its primary test pilot while severely burning several of the engineers. But the times, they were a-changing. As the men of 1st Ukrainian Front marched into Berlin while meeting their American allies on the Elbe, NKVD search teams scoured through Eastern Germany and Czechoslovakia as well as Austria for any scraps of advanced technology, as well as the men who built them. It was a furious race against the agents of Operation Paperclip, who were even now racing to Peenemünde. But the Soviets had already struck pay dirt. They had hit the motherlode. They got an example of pretty much every piece of advanced German technology. Jet engines, V-2 rockets, half the scientists, all the things they'd need to close the technology gap. And as the first BMW 003 turbojet was delivered to Sagi in Moscow for examination and replication, one of the engineers on hand was already drawing up designs in his head. Even as the technicians worked frantically away, Artyom Mikoyan left the room and headed back to his office, straight to his drawing board. And the work of the future would begin. On the 24th of April 1946, a warm spring breeze flooded across an airfield southeast of Moscow, belonging to the Soviet Flight Research Institute, on what would be a truly momentous day in Russian aviation history. But beneath the clear and radiant blue of a perfect sky for flying, on the tarmac, a heated, one might even say vicious disagreement was in progress. The staff of two entire aviation development bureaus were staring each other down, both vying for the favor of Comrade Stalin, and with it, the guarantee of building the Soviet Union's next generation of combat aircraft. and the first step in gaining that favour was the honour of having designed the first Soviet jet fighter to fly in history. The problem was that both design bureaus had shown up on that day to claim the title for themselves, and neither wanted to let the other go first. Arguments flew thick and fast both ways, with the content growing ever more scathing. Your jet is just one of your old designs with a German engine strapped to the front. It tries to melt its own tail, for goodness sake. Ours is the pinnacle of cutting-edge Soviet engineering. It should be our aircraft that flies first. Oh yeah? Yours looks like a mutant flying fish. Look at it, it's disgusting. Our design is an airframe tested by combat and proven to work. I bet yours will just break in half the moment it takes flight. And as for melting our own tail, that's rich coming from you. The back half of your aircraft kept warping into scrap until you put a hunk of steel over it. The argument escalated and escalated. The pride of Tsagi's brightest students was resting on the surface of that runway, and there could be no compromise. Until eventually, it came down to the only possible solution. Comrades, we are getting nowhere. There's only one thing for it. Heads or tails? A shiny 5 kopeck coin sailed into the sky, the only thing that had flown this morning so far, at least from this airfield, and as it tumbled to the ground, the proud national crest of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics landed face up. The men of the Mikoyan-Gurevich Bureau roared into cheers of triumph. The first Soviet jet fighter to ever fly would be their radical new pod and boom design, prototype I-300, designated by NATO as calling code Fargo. Thus, in an auspiciously fitting turn of fate, the first true Soviet jet fighter to take flight in history would set a pattern for the next half a century, as the first ever Soviet jet fighter was a MiG. Alright, for those of you who are new to the channel, every time I make one of these big videos, I have to give a disclaimer. First, I should say that the Soviet Union was a very secretive place, and they weren't exactly in the habit of taking photos of their top-secret jet development programs, so there are some segments of this video where the visuals may be a bit boring. And the other thing I need to say is that we are talking about a completely different phase in aviation, that being jets, obviously. Ergo, we have to start at the beginning of the Soviet jet propulsion program, meaning we have to go back and do some overlap. As always. That's right. It's history lesson time. Hit the rewind! Beautiful Ukraine. Here we are again, only this time in the wonderful city of Kharkiv, a centre of learning and culture dating back almost 400 years, boasting some of the finest institutions of both the arts and sciences in Ukrainian, and by extension, Russo-Soviet history. But the one that interests us today is the Kharkiv Aviation Institute, where an aviation engineering graduate of Kyiv Polytechnic was in the process of putting one of his theories into practice. Introducing Arkhip Mikhailovich Lilka, and he was quite a young man compared to his peers, having been born in a village north of Kyiv on March 10th, 1908. And let me point out what an excellent birthday March 10th is, if I do say so myself, though it's rather depressing that I'm writing about this man as a micro-celebrity YouTuber eating $2 ramen at the exact same age he was while pioneering the future of jet propulsion. Trust me guys, once you hit 30, you end up getting some perspective. Anyway, after getting his degree in engineering, he had gotten a job working at Kharkiv Turbogen. In case you were wondering, they're the company that built or maintained most of the generators and turbines in the Western Soviet Union, including Ukraine's hydroelectric and later nuclear power plants, a role they still perform to this day. So you have a young, driven and dedicated engineer who loves engines and aeroplanes, while having spent the first part of his career working on generators and turbines. This really was only going to go one way, wasn't it? He wants to go fast. Having excelled in his early roles, he was quickly noted down as promote ahead of peers, and eventually found his way into the aviation engineering field, where he was assigned by his employer to work on a top-secret defense contract for the Red Army Air Force, one of the most convoluted and troublesome projects in the history of Soviet aviation, and I mean its entire history, which is a long list, I know, but trust me, this one is near the top. Oh, and for you War Thunder players, first, I won't judge you, and second, brace yourselves. I'm putting a trigger warning here for you people specifically, because I am about to put something up on screen which will elicit equal amounts of loathing, disgust, and PTSD. Ladies, gentlemen, and that Technicolor rainbow in between who make up 90% of my female-identifying audience, trans girl, military autist mafia, I see you and I love you, I present to you all the Petyakov PE-8. This travesty of a four-engined bomber is a distressing tale of aviation engineering misery. Long before it became the cancerous tumour casting a blight on realistic ground battles, it was a veritable nightmare for its designers, its manufacturers, and its crews, whether they be the maintainers or the aviators. Commissioned as a replacement for the relatively new but instantly obsolete TB-3, the PE-8 was to form the primary arm of a Soviet long-range strike capability capable of interdiction and precision destruction of key strategic targets deep in enemy territory. At the helm of its creation were two legendary designers, Andrei Tupolev and Vladimir Petyakov, both of whom were the most experienced, talented, and capable large aircraft designers in the Soviet Union at the time, having achieved domestic acclaim and international renown. So naturally, Stalin had them both gulagged at the first opportunity just as the project was getting started, resulting in the bureaucrats overseeing the project constantly meddling in its development, changing requirements, forcing redesigns, which in turn led to different components being required, resulting in delays at the various factories involved, leading to, guess what? More arrests for sabotage or wrecking. Half of Sagi were arrested, the chief engineers, their factory directors, and their workshop foremen were also arrested, while a considerable amount of the, expendable workforce found themselves accidentally on the NKVD practice range underneath Lefortovo prison. This left the two chief designers trying to create a long-range four-engine strategic bomber, the most complex type of weapon system in the world at that time, with no staff or equipment available, a shoestring budget, endlessly changing parameters, with increasingly higher performance requirements, while doing all of it from an isolated prison cell, desperately trying to avoid getting shot due to the incompetence of their party overseers. However, while these purges were severely detrimental to the various socio-economic and defense projects underway across the Soviet Union, the vacancies left by these unfortunate subjects of Stalin's ire could be filled by enterprising younger officers and area professionals who, due to their lower profile, managed to dodge the roving eyes of the Committee for State Security. One of these young professionals being Arkhip Lilka. He had been brought on to the PE-8 project to help design and build the supercharging system for the 4 AM-34 FRN engines fitted to the aircraft. Now, for those of you who've watched my last video, you can probably already predict what's coming next, but if by some twist of fate you haven't, to get the full story, I would recommend watching part 1 first, before continuing. Also, like and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps in the algorithm, and if you feel so inclined, also join my Patreon to get access to the Discord. It also helps me, pay for food and bills and stuff. Rather useful. Oh, and like every other creator these days, I'm also partnered with GamerSupps now, so if you want to support the channel that way, use my promo code JDAMN and get 10% off your order. Alright, back to it. The Russian and later Soviet aircraft industry has always been near the relative forefront of aviation. The first modern strategic bomber in the Ilya Muromets, their first attempt at a fighter was an aluminium-skinned monoplane, and you had Soviet aviators like Valery Chekalov and the legendary opera singer turned pioneer of women's flight, Marina Raskova. They carried out incredible feats, such as the first transpolar flight from Europe to the United States' west coast, as well as the airborne endurance record that stood for a decade. Yet, unlike Achilles, the Soviet aviation industry had two vulnerable heels instead of just one. One of those vulnerable heels was manufacturing, the other was engines. The industrial sophistication required for manufacturing modern, cutting-edge and ultra-competitive combat aircraft was just not available in the Soviet Union, despite Stalin's genocidal best efforts. A large part of the Red Army Air Force's importation of Western designs was not the licensing and purchase of the aircraft themselves, but rather to learn how they'd been designed and built. This was also one of the major reasons the Soviets had fostered a long-term relationship with the German Weimar Republic to help in building the Luftwaffe while also allowing them to develop their tanks, chemical weapons, and mechanized warfare doctrine, aka Blitzkrieg, away from the prying eyes of the Western Allies. A relationship they would later rekindle in collaboration with Hitler and the Nazis, as one of the crucial stipulations of the Nazi-Soviet Economic Agreement in 1940 was a selection of Germany's latest combat aircraft, namely the Ju-88 and Bf-109. However, I've already done the interwar period and I'm getting sidetracked on a tangent. The important takeaway here is, this practice of acquiring more advanced Western technology to reverse engineer it was a cornerstone of the Soviet military-industrial complex throughout its entire history. Acquisition carried out by licensing it, capturing it in combat, and more often than not, strategic transfer of engineering secrets or equipment to alternate locations. Or rather, one location, namely Moscow. We'll talk more about just how insane their espionage efforts got a bit later. The guys from First Chief Directorate KGB have some very creative ways of obtaining information. But in the case of Soviet aero engine manufacturing, licensing was the predominant method of acquisition, as practically every single type of motor in use by the Red Army Air Force at the time was a licensed copy or a further development of an imported Western design. The radial engines were either French Gnome Rhones or Wright Cyclones, while the inline engines were developed from the Hispano-Suiza 12Y or the earlier BMW 6. However, there was one notable exception among them. Although being heavily influenced by technical data acquired from the Italian Fiat company, as well as the aforementioned BMW 6 engine, the Mikulin OKB being the Russian abbreviation for Design Bureau, under Alexander Mikulin, had started development on an indigenous series of engines in the 1920s, utilizing the technology and manufacturing capability they had on hand. And their initial efforts were, to put it mildly, underwhelming. While the core of the engine was of indigenous construction, the magnetos, carbs, and various other components were imported and adapted to fit the design. When delivered to the Central Aviation Motors Institute, the Soviet body for testing and approving aero engines, because every single institution in the Soviet Union has to have a central committee of some kind, the engine failed in almost all the testing criteria, with one example suffering what is called in the business critical existence failure. It would be subsequently modified and resubmitted for testing numerous times over the next several years with various upgrades, but it continued to fall short of the ever-increasing performance standards set by the Institute to match the improvements made in developing the licensed engines. Yet despite these shortcomings, the need for aero engines to match the production quotas set by Stalin outweighed any quality control concerns. You don't ever fail to meet quota in Stalin's Soviet Union. Thus, it entered service in 1934, with the designation to match its originating bureau, the Mikulin AM-34. As one can imagine, rushing the engine into service before it had been fully developed resulted in poor reliability and serviceability rates, with the matching substandard performance. Further improvements would be required, which leads us back to the Petyakov PE-8. By the time the aircraft had reached the prototype stage, one of the key requirements for the design as a strategic bomber was superior speed and high-altitude performance. This resulted in some interesting choices. The fuselage needed to be big enough to house the bomb load required, but streamlined enough to compensate for the lower power output of Soviet engines. To achieve this balance, the PE-8 had a pear-shaped configuration rather than the standard aluminium tube. However, this caused another issue. Where do we put the crew? And the answer everyone reached was, well, wherever we can put them. The pilot and co-pilot, instead of sitting in a side-by-side cockpit attached to a larger crew compartment, which would be the traditional option, were instead seated in their own personal cockpits in a tandem arrangement, similar to the B-47 Stratojet. Look at that sexy thing. Yes, I'm making this comparison to include this footage in the video, but just look at that thing. The PE-8 wishes it looked that good. But as a bomber of the 1930s era, the PE-8 required a full crew and defensive gunners, which of course necessitated the ugly bulbous protrusions of the period. The bombardier manned a turret in the nose used to fend off attackers when not on the bomb run. The ventral gunner and the tail gunner had their own compartment in the rear behind the bomb bay. Yet the weird part of this design is the waist gunners. For you see, they weren't stationed in the waist. Oh no. They were in their own claustrophobic little boxes, mounted behind the inboard engines, which, given the tendency of most Soviet engines of the time to spontaneously catch fire or spew hot oil everywhere, would take some really brave individuals, especially considering their only way out of these nacelles was through a very tight crawl space into the fuselage or out of the entrance hatch in the top of the wing, which, lest we forget, should they be undertaking an emergency bailout, would be behind the burning hot engines and rapidly spinning propellers, while most likely in a dive or a spin. Also, I do feel the need to point out that when intercepting an enemy bomber, the primary target for most fighter pilots when attacking from a rear aspect is the engine nacelles. Isn't that a cheerful thought? Yet these design choices did improve the aerodynamic profile of the aircraft, as it limited the amount of drag caused by reducing the overall front-on surface area. The main issue now was improving the high-altitude performance of the aircraft, which is where the problems really start. Due to the underdevelopment of their industrial base, the lower sophistication of their manufacturing sector, their lack of technological progress as a result of both the aforementioned factors, and their over-reliance on older licensed models of aero engine, the Soviets had a serious weakness in the design and manufacture of a critical component required to give them competitive high-altitude performance in their engines, that being superchargers and turbochargers. Across the entire family of Soviet engine designs from the era of the Second World War, their performance at higher altitudes were significantly inferior to both their German and Allied equivalents. This was due to a number of factors, with one of the larger ones being their disadvantage in the design, quality and overall reliability of their superchargers. Their lack of access to complex alloys and advanced manufacturing processes meant they were larger, bulkier and heavier while having a distinctly lower level of performance. Now it has to be said, this could be compensated for with enough raw power. The next variant of the AM-34, the creatively named AM-35, which we mentioned in Part 1, was rigged with a massive supercharger to provide the missing performance. However, this massive boost in power, without the advanced alloys and manufacturing techniques, would cause the warping of impeller blades and the melting of internal vanes inside the charging system itself, causing serious mechanical failures or engine fires. So, to get around this, a similarly sizable intercooler was fitted behind the supercharger. This resulted in a very powerful, yet very long engine, which found itself fitted to the Air Defense Force's high-altitude interceptor, the MiG-3. As you can see, the engine is massive, and the visibility forward isn't exactly helped by the nose-mounted guns, their ammunition cans, and the primary fuel tank being mounted directly behind it. And this wasn't limited to Mikulin-built engines. In fact, similar issues would plague the other inline engines in the Soviet lineup, like the VK-105. But due to air combat on the Eastern Front being waged almost entirely at the tactical level, they would be uprated and reconfigured to perform better at lower altitudes, which, while causing serious reliability and service life problems as well as still breaking the superchargers, it gave them the performance to compete directly with the German fighters. And the loss in service life could be compensated for by the time-honoured Soviet policy of when thing breaks lots, make lots of replacement thing. Chelyabinsk go brrrr.
I got 7 Mac 11s, about 8, 38s, 9, 9, 10 Mac 10s, the shits never end.
It's been far too long since I last used that meme. Shout out to the OG Animarchy fans out there. But yes, until the arrival of the Daimler-Benz engines acquired through their deal with Hitler, and the later Lend-Lease designs provided to them after that deal fell through rather violently, without technology to reverse engineer, Soviet supercharger design and manufacture was considerably behind other nations. So, in the year of 1938, while amicable Adolf and the spicy Pinwheel gang were off Anschlussing Austria, a different solution was required for the PE-8's older AN-34 FRNs, which is why our boy Lilka was brought in. Individual superchargers fitted to the AN-34 did not provide enough of a performance increase for the added weight, while also causing issues in mounting the engine to the nacelles. So the solution they settled on was to fit an entirely separate engine inside the fuselage to independently power one giant supercharger, which would then force the necessary pressurized air into the AN-34s. This idea resulted in the ASTN-2 supercharging system, powered by a Klimov-built Hispano-Suiza 12, designed and implemented by Lilka's team for the PE-8. And despite a significant number of teething troubles, it actually worked. I like to call it the super-duper charger. However, I'm sure you can see the logistical and engineering issues at hand here. Not only do you have to have a giant complicated supercharging system requiring the ground crews to pull the top half of the aircraft off to maintain, you also have to have trained personnel and spare parts to repair not just one, but two different types of engines for the same airframe. A process needing to be done on the rather sparsely equipped forward Soviet air bases by ground crews largely made up of conscripts, most of whom have only just learned how to read. But in the end, it wouldn't matter, because before they could organize mass production of the design, the director and chief engineer of the factory making the AN-34s and the manufacturing staff working on the supercharger were sent on an all-expenses-paid winter vacation to Siberia, meaning they didn't have any engines to actually put on the PE-8s or any use for the super-duper-charger, so they had to redesign the whole aircraft anyway. They got rid of the super-duper charger to put both a radio operator and a navigator in the newly available compartment vacated by it, while the engines were changed to, and I shit you not, turbo diesels. Yes, the Chomsky M40 turbo diesel, to be exact. This did wonders for range and fuel efficiency, but there was a serious trade-off in speed and reliability. How bad of a trade-off? Well, I'm glad you asked. On their first major strategic bombing raid of World War II, or to use the correct term, the Great Patriotic War, of the 8 PE-8s that took off to bomb Berlin on October 1st, 1941, only 2 of them made it back to base, although their lower speed and service ceiling resulted in some pretty nasty battle damage. Even still, they were the lucky ones. As for what happened to the other 6, 1 crashed and burned on takeoff due to an engine failure. 3 more crashed en route due to yet even more engine failures. 1 had trouble keeping up with the group due to engine performance issues, which ended up with them disappearing completely. And as for the last guy, he took off towards Berlin, got met by friendly fighters which he thought were there to escort the raid, who then promptly shot him to pieces with Schwack 20mm cannons. This was followed by very accurate German flak, wrecking his flight control surfaces, and then, while over Germany, his engines failed, leading to a crash. It was a very rough day. Needless to say, after this catastrophic display, the Soviet High Command decided to put the Mikulin engines back on, and thankfully by now, they had access to an improved and lighter version of the AN-35, with a better supercharger, the AN-35A. It still wasn't fantastic, but it would do the job. Which was excellent news because this took place just in time for the factory building them to be expanded, paving the way for the might of Stalinium-plated strategic bombers to lay waste to the fascist invader. I'm just kidding. No, the entire project was cancelled and the production run was limited to just under 100 aircraft. The Soviet strategic bombing program was abandoned in favour of tactical aviation, and the Mikulin engines were to be respec'd for low-altitude missions aboard the far more useful IL-2 Sturmovik, which honestly was the correct decision. However, the PE-8 would still see service throughout the war as a bomber reserved for particularly fortified targets, with its massive 10,000-pound bomb coming in particularly handy for those. It also served as a long-range VIP transport for Molotov when visiting the UK and the United States. After the war, it would be a testbed for various Soviet advanced aviation projects. It performed the same role as the B-29 in carrying the Soviet X-1 equivalent, the Biznovat 5, though the initial Soviet attempts to break the sound barrier failed. They also used the PE-8 to experiment with cruise missile deployment, using Soviet-made air-launched V-1s for the testing. And they also served as an Arctic exploration and weather aircraft well into the late 50s. But I know you probably have one glaring question for me. Why in a video about fighters have I spent the last 20 minutes talking about a bomber? Well, aside from introducing the father of Soviet jet development as well as the inventor of the modern turbofan, which almost every jet aircraft uses today, that's right, Arkhip Lulka invented the turbofan, it goes to demonstrate the serious issues the Soviets were having with their conventional piston power plants and their failures in improving them to compete. And due to their geopolitical situation, that being, and there really is no way of putting this lightly, an isolated, mass-murdering authoritarian regime born from a violent revolution that invaded all of Eastern Europe, twice, everyone around them, as well as a good number of their so-called allies, read subjects, and even some of their own citizens, wants them very, very dead. As such, the Soviets throughout their history found themselves behind militarily in technical and engineering development, while simultaneously being under the constant threat of either invasion, proxy conflict, or insurgency. This meant they had to use every single means available to them to even the score, whether it be reverse engineering acquired technology, leveraging brute force by over-engineering and refining existing technology to its limits, or, in many cases, pushing out beyond those limits, no matter how outlandish it seems, in the hopes that their research may give them a cutting edge, aka the Wunderwaffe strategy. Sometimes this would work, such as their digital fire control systems in their mid to late Cold War tanks, and their developments in data link via their doctrinal focus on ground-controlled intercepts, but most of the time, however, yeah. Well, at least they aren't alone in that. Never leave the guys at Lockheed Skunk Works unsupervised with a budget. Though you gotta admit, Cold War superweapon projects on both sides were absolutely incredible. Just look at the Caspian Sea monster. Oh, it's so cool! Yet there is one other factor in all of this that we need to address, and it is the most important factor of all. The Soviets are communists. Or more accurately, they are a unitary Marxist-Leninist state oligarchy read dictatorship. And for all of the salty tankies in the comments, scroll through the CEOs of Russia's major corporations today and have a look at what job they used to hold. What a shock! They were all former senior members of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Funny how that works, isn't it? They operate on a planned economy without a private sector. Furthermore, they are a state built on the ruins of an underdeveloped, unindustrialized feudal empire, which meant, in order to pursue socialism in one country after their failed invasions of Eastern and Central Europe during the Russian Civil War, it led to Stalin's focus on industrialization at any cost, while continuing the Tsarist policy of Russification to crush any separatist or nationalist sentiments. 1 million died in the Great Purge at least, with millions more in the Holodomor across Ukraine, the Caucasus and steppe republics. Ethnic cleansings of minority populations and class enemies killed even more, with the class enemies, including the intelligentsia, business owners and technical professionals, causing even further damage to the already devastated economic fabric of the country. And after all of that, they have now been subjected, through the incompetence of their leadership, who enabled it to begin with, to the single largest conflict in human history, which has resulted in the deaths of 26 million of its people and the destruction of all they had sacrificed to build west of the River Volga. The economic damage inflicted to the Soviet Union during the Second World War cannot be overstated. To put that kind of loss into perspective, between Stalin and the Nazis, the Soviet Union has lost over 30 million people and half of its entire economy in just a decade. No country, not even the mighty USSR, could ever truly recover from such a blow, and some historians argue that it never really did. The point I'm making is, economically and geopolitically, they are an isolated pariah with an ideology that prevents them from taking some of the most important steps to handle the crippling economic issues that face them. An ideology that leads to a bureaucracy which would make even the American Veterans Affairs Department seem streamlined. All while being operated by a corrupt political party apparatus rife with nepotism, which, as long as you know the right person or have the rubles, can make certain items fall off the back of a truck. A truck the Americans most likely gave them due to Lend-Lease, but that's a story for another time. Add all of this up together, and what do you get? The honest answer is, not much. And that is precisely the problem. It's a tale as old as time. The Soviet Union, just like Karl Marx in fact, was perpetually flat broke. With limited hard currency to purchase goods on the international market, and no guarantee that the market would actually sell to them, while domestically their economy had all the issues we've already discussed and more besides. Combine that with their deficient high technology sector, and the Soviets had to get creative in handling the various operational problems their military was presented with, while doing it on a relatively tight budget. Their solutions had to be easy to make, easy for undereducated conscripts to maintain and operate, it had to do the job well enough to be competitive, but above all, it had to be cheap. So, you have a large fleet of conventional piston engine aircraft, which have substandard performance, especially at high altitude, only for the enemy to start fielding superprops and jet fighters, which your aircraft can't even get close to catching. Yes, they have resolved most of the issues by 1944 with the LA-7 and the Yak-3 and so forth, but the Me-262 and British Gloucester Meteor are in a class of their own. Which brings us back to our boy Arkhip Lilka. After having developed the super-duper charger for the PE-8, he used the same team he'd put together on that project to work on this other idea he'd had, namely the RDT-1, the first ever Soviet jet engine, a two-stage centrifugal turbojet producing 1,000 pounds of thrust. Now the problem is, 1,000 pounds of thrust is half the power that other nations' jets are producing at the time. The engine wasn't workable as a power plant, and despite the State Defense Committee seeing great potential and showing enthusiasm, did they give Lilka enough money and resources to source alternate high-quality alloys? Did they give him time to work out a more efficient axial flow system and develop a working design that they can manufacture so they can field an engine quickly to catch up? No, of course they didn't. And just to make things even worse, at the exact moment he started development on the TR-1, an axial flow engine which could eventually produce 2,800 pounds of thrust, Hitler and Halder's not-so-excellent Eastern Adventure kicks off, and Lilka's team is forced to evacuate to the Urals and build engines for T-34s. Wonderful. Thus, the Red Army Air Force entered World War II with absolutely no active jet programs and no hope of catching up. Right? Wrong. For you see, Lilka wasn't the only one working on jet technology in the Soviet Union. There were other design bureaus in similar fields also pursuing the goal of faster aircraft. The more famous one is, of course, Korolev and Glushko, who, obviously being the future heads of the Soviet space program, were focusing their efforts into rocket technology, and given the affordability of rocket engines in relation to their performance numbers, they got priority. Well, at least they did before they got gulagged and further development for rocket-powered aircraft was taken over by Isaev and Berezyak. I mentioned the rocket fighters program briefly in the previous video. However, most people are familiar with the Me-163 and how that went, so I won't retread old ground. Suffice it to say, rocket interceptors aren't very useful for anything except point defense, and even then, they are far too dangerous to actually operate. So, to achieve higher speeds for frontline fighters, the transition to jet technology was the only option. Which is where our other design team comes in, led by one of Sergei Korolev's most gifted protégés, a friend of Lilka's, and a man who would also become a titan of the Soviet space program. His name was Igor Alexeyevich Merkulov, and he is perhaps one of the most important aviation engineers of modern times that you've never heard of, as he is the man who designed and built the world's first ever operational ramjet. That's right, guys. That's why this video took so long to research, write, and produce. Yes, In the 1930s, the Soviets had a top-secret ramjet program. But there is a question that some of you must be asking. What is a ramjet? Well, a ramjet is the simplest type of jet propulsion and one of the earliest concepts for jet power ever devised. Instead of using the complex combination of turbines or centrifuges to compress and combust providing thrust, a ramjet uses forward velocity and the shape of the engine to perform the same function. Basically, you start going fast, and once you're up to speed, air goes through the engine fast enough that the engine pressing against the air itself compresses the air inside the engine by forcing it through a diffuser. Basically, that's a big cone in the intake which forces a lot of air through a very small space, thereby compressing it while slowing it down, thereby making it combustible. Then, once it's in the combustion chamber, you combine the compressed air with a fuel mixture. You light a spark, and then force the resulting explosion out through another small nozzle to the rear, generating thrust. And thus, the basic propulsion formula of suck, squeeze, bang, blow is achieved. This methodology has two significant advantages. First and foremost, they are one of the most affordable and reliable forms of jet propulsion, a feature derived from their simplicity. The only moving parts in this design are the fuel line into the combustion chamber and the ignition source. Everything else is a natural physical reaction made possible by the engine simply being there. The other major benefit is that because of that physical reaction being the primary generator of thrust, once a ramjet gets going, it steadily gets more efficient and more powerful the longer it runs. The faster you go, the better a ramjet gets, until eventually you are going at speeds colloquially known as Mach Jesus. Yet the observant, thoughtful, or engineering-inclined among you will right now be pointing out that ramjets are relatively rare, which means they must have some serious drawbacks. Otherwise, everyone would use them. And if you've been paying attention, you can probably guess what they are. The primary source of power for an engine is the compression ratio mixed with the combustion process, aka the squeeze and the bang, providing the blow. And a ramjet generates its compression ratio in relation to its velocity. So, if you fire up a ramjet on the tarmac, the jet isn't moving. And without a compression mechanism, it doesn't have a way to generate what is called in the business static thrust. And without thrust, well, yeah, you're a glider. And this in turn leads to the other major drawback. If the efficiency and power output of your engine is directly linked to your forward velocity, you need to already be going fast enough for the engine to efficiently run to make it worth having in the first place. In short, you have to have an alternate means of propulsion to get you up to that speed before the ramjet becomes a viable source of thrust. And what is the airspeed required for a ramjet to become viable? Around Mach 1.5 to Mach 2. You see, the compression ratio of a ramjet doesn't get properly high enough until you surpass the compressibility barrier near the speed of sound, which is where different components on an aircraft are going supersonic, disrupting airflow and causing serious issues. A wing generates lift by causing a difference in air pressure above and below an airfoil. When you start approaching supersonic speeds, the faster air moving over the top of the flight surfaces or at the end of a high-speed propeller start causing sonic shockwaves. Most of you will remember this phenomenon from the flying natural disaster that was the XF-84 Thunder Screech. However, once you get past the sound barrier, if the diffuser is properly configured on the engine, a ramjet can use the shockwaves caused by going supersonic to exponentially increase the compression of air flowing in, thereby making the engine far more powerful. How powerful, you might ask? Well, the aircraft which really took this technology to its highest heights so far is one which anyone who knows anything about cool technology would be very, very familiar with.
The Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird, an advanced long-range strategic reconnaissance aircraft capable of Mach 3 and an altitude of 85,000 feet.
You sure do seem to know a lot about it.
Do you even read my Christmas list?
Designed by Lockheed Skunk Works, built with tactically acquired Soviet titanium, what a machine. Just look at it. The SR-71 Blackbird uses a unique variant of ramjet called the Turbo Ramjet, which, as shown here in this excellent animation, uses a traditional afterburning turbojet to get up to speed, and then uses the supersonic compression of the airflow to augment its afterburners at higher Mach numbers, improving fuel efficiency while greatly improving top speed. It achieves this by manipulating the diffuser at the front of the engine at different speeds to get that effect. And it's these very qualities that make the ramjet and its more advanced descendant, the supersonic combustion ramjet, or scramjet, the key to achieving the next major milestone in aviation: controlled and sustainable hypersonic flight. Yet all of this was still a developing field and completely unknown in the 1930s. Merkulov was the first man to actually build one of these things, and it wasn't an easy process. It took him years of calculations, research, and experimentation before his efforts paid off. And in the end, do you know what his proof of concept was? This mad lad made a scale model of his design, fitted it to an artillery shell, and yeeted that bitch out of a cannon. The telemetry data from the experiment, combined with the theoretical modeling he'd done in a wind tunnel, which was made out of wood at the time, and doing that with a jet seems rather sketchy, but this is Soviet Russia, so let's call it smakalka. All of this allowed him to get past a lot of the hurdles that stood in the way of developing this system in the past. Originally, people theorized that the amount of airflow required, combined with the amount of fuel to generate worthwhile power output, would need an air intake and combustion chamber so unbelievably huge that the engine itself would be bigger than and weigh more than the aircraft it was supposed to be fitted to. In fact, the French aviation industry worked on that assumption all the way into the 50s, making the decision that if the ramjet engine needed to be the size of the aircraft, why not make a ramjet engine the aircraft itself? The Leduc 022 is completely ridiculous and, unsurprisingly, didn't work, because it turns out making an aeroplane that is also a ramjet is A, extremely hard, B, horribly impractical, and C, incredibly flammable. It is, however, very cool and very French. Plus, we also needed something in this video that's even scarier to bail out of than the PE-8, and boy howdy. I just love the idea of putting my cockpit inside the air intake of a jet engine. Nothing could possibly go wrong with that design decision. Okay, I know, this is a Soviet aviation video, not a French one, and it's supposed to be about fighters. So, back to our constantly struggling communists. Merkulov, having developed his ramjet and proven that it could offer a significant boost to aircraft performance, submitted his design to the People's Commissariat of Aviation Industry, who immediately said he was talking out of his arse, and that his engine wouldn't even work, let alone operate reliably. Merkulov responded to this criticism by putting his prototype engine, the DM-1, on a glider in a wind tunnel and fired it up. The ramjet would proceed to run for half an hour straight with no flameouts, which for any jet in the 1930s is a serious achievement, let alone a Russian-built ramjet in the era of the Great Purge. With his naysayers seemingly silenced, Merkulov was authorized to continue development of the concept. But the question is, what on earth would you use these engines for? They can't be the primary propulsion system, and as we've already discussed, Soviet rocket engines were also undergoing development difficulties at the time, and had the ever-so-slight issue of the fuel being made of acid, which was eating the engines as well as the ground crews, to say nothing of the randomly triggered sudden unscheduled disassemblies common to rockets of the period. Merkulov and the State Defense Committee, however, had other ideas. The biggest weakness of Soviet aircraft design was their engines, as we know, and the Red Army Air Force had literally thousands of conventional aircraft in service, as well as thousands more coming off the production lines that weren't competitive with the Luftwaffe's latest variant of the 109, or their upcoming heavy fighter, the FW-190. So they got to thinking. What if we could use ramjet technology to augment their thrust and give them that extra boost of speed to literally close the gap on the enemy? Problem is, the first prototype was only a proof of concept. To make this work, they'd have to build a full-size technology demonstrator, and their dinky little wooden wind tunnel wasn't going to cut it. So they had to use Sagi's wind tunnel for the project design, and it was designated, you aren't going to believe this, the DM-2. This version was significantly chonkier, double the size of the original prototype, and when they put it through wind tunnel testing, it ran for 2 hours straight. Merkulov, after all these years, had finally done it. A working, practical ramjet that stood up to the test in controlled conditions. All that was left now was to take it to the final stage, actually applying the ramjets to a frontline fighter aircraft and doing it for real. Invigorated by their progress, Merkulov and his team approached the Central Aviation Motors Institute to get their project peer-reviewed and cleared for testing. And, rather fittingly, the man who looked over the ramjet program was none other than A.A. Merkulin himself. When he finally finished analysing the data and the overall concept for the flight testing program, he turned to Merkulov's deputy chief engineer and said, and I quote, "Your plane will explode in a fireball. You should consider yourselves lucky if the pilot descends on an unburned parachute." Which is a bit rich given how some of his prototype engines went, but the man had a point. This was unproven technology with a history of catching fire and exploding. However, when Merkulov's team relayed this analysis to the test pilot, he reacted like any test pilot worth the name would react. Experimental engines that could potentially send us to the sound barrier in a storm of glory or down in a blazing fireball? A human sacrifice on the cutting edge of technology and engineering, or a legend to last for all time? Test pilot Loginov had only one thing to say. "I believe in these engines and I am ready to fly." Or, in other words, f*** it, we ball. Yet there was still the final matter of what aircraft to use as a test bed. The I-16 was the frontline fighter of the time, as the Lag-3 and Yak-1 had yet to be approved for operational service. And as a monoplane with a considerable thrust-to-weight ratio for the time, it was considered fit for purpose at the moment. That left only one possible choice. An aircraft serving as a mainstay of the Red Army Air Force, while still needing some extra power and performance to get it over the line. Oh yeah, they went there. May I present to you all the ramjet-powered I-153 BIS, aka the Jet Chiker, an aircraft so powerful in its aura that it stands out at the pinnacle of low-tier World of Warplanes. I'm convinced the entire player base of that game stays for this thing alone. In November of 1939, on a wintry day, the men of Merkulov's team gathered on an airfield near Moscow for the test flight. Loginov fired up his conventional engine and took off. Climbing to altitude, he accelerated up to maximum speed and hit the thrusters. Nothing. Flash. Poof. Flame out. In front of the entire committee. Well, shit. It was back to the drawing board. At the factory, the problem was soon to be discovered as a flameout of the ignition source due to the icy Russian winds blowing a gale through the motor at too high a speed and at too low a temperature to successfully ignite the fuel inside. So, after reworking the ignition system and adding the traditional Russian secret ingredient to the fuel mixture, alcohol, they were ready to try again. On December 13th, 1939, the Defense Committee, the People's Commissariat for Aviation, and even a representative of the Central Committee of the Communist Party all made the journey to the airfield for its proper debut. They'd been assured it would work this time by Merkulov. Like most pioneers in aviation around the world, but especially in the Soviet Union, all of their great ventures eventually come down to one roll of the dice, to either impress their backers or find themselves in the unemployment line. Or in the case of the USSR, potentially worse. And at this moment, right here, this was Merkulov's. Loginov fired up the I-153 and took off down the runway, climbing into a circuit. After reaching altitude, he once again throttled up to maximum speed, sweeping into a shallow dive in front of the viewing crowd, and once he leveled out for a fast pass, he hit the ignition. Flames shot out of the ramjets as they engaged, sending a constant stream of fire behind the aircraft. And when I say behind the aircraft, I mean, it was genuinely streaking sheets of flame about 20 feet behind the tail assembly. The observers on the ground were amazed by the spectacle while simultaneously shitting bricks, because as I established in part 1, all Soviet aircraft of the interwar period were made out of wooden airframes coated in stressed fabric, which, when you fill them with fuel and ammunition, makes the aircraft incredibly flammable. After flying several circuits of the field, Loginov brought the I-153 in for a safe landing. Taxiing up to the assembled dignitaries, he reported the successful and smooth operation of the ramjets, getting them the green light to continue the project. However, when reviewing the data, the design team noted with concern that the increase in speed was nowhere near their projections. After burning all that fuel and fitting 2 large, slightly heavy, unaerodynamic metal tubes to the wings, they had only managed to increase the top speed by 50 kilometers an hour, or roughly 30 miles an hour for our American friends. They had to improve the performance drastically, otherwise the return on investment would not be worth the loss of range and agility. They needed to go bigger, and they needed to get radical. After developing a 4th model of their ramjet, again with the groundbreaking designation DM-4, Merkulov submitted a proposal to the State Committee for the Aviation Industry of the Soviet Union to build a factory in order to design and build high-speed ramjet-powered aircraft, augmented with rocket engines for use as interceptors. He was essentially working on the same principle as engineers working on the hypersonic projects today. He was really ahead of his time. Only he was going to utilize rocket engines instead of standard jets to get up to speed and altitude. Reviewing the design team's progress on the project and the ever-increasing threat from Germany, the committee approved this measure. They were going to build these things. And he got that approval in April of 1941. Cue the music.
Into the motherland, the German army marched.
Once again, Hitler and Halder's not-so-excellent Eastern adventure has inadvertently crushed the hopes and dreams of Soviet jet aviation. With both the 2nd and 3rd Panzer Groups storming towards their testing facilities, the entire team had to be evacuated multiple times, eventually ending up all the way in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, what we in Australia would call the middle of Whoop Whoop, more commonly known in America, however, as butt nowhere. With no factory, no resources, and half his staff at the front, helping with the factory relocation effort, or dead, Merkulov rejoined Lilka and the other Soviet designers in the Urals, quickly getting to work on improving conventional weapon systems to beat back the fascist invader. And there all of them would stay. Until it arrived. After receiving high-quality aluminium, examples of Western technology, and extensive experience gained in very bloody aerial combat, the Soviets developed a series of absolute war-winning designs. Lavochkin redeemed his abortion of aviation, the Lag-3, and turned it into a Nazi-killing machine, the La-5, which would later become the La-7. Yakovlev, meanwhile, refined his original design into an aircraft so lethal, German pilots were advised to avoid engaging it entirely. With access to Lend-Lease, the provision of high-quality aluminium was no longer an issue, and so the Yak-3 could finally enter serial production. Smaller and lighter than the Yak-9, the mostly metal Yak-3 was then fitted with an overtuned VK-107A, providing what can only be described as a ludicrous power-to-weight ratio for a World War II fighter. When you factor in these aircraft alongside the Allies, who are now deploying the P-51D, the Spitfire Mark 9 LF, the Hawker Tempest, and of course, my beloved, the Germans appeared to be at long last on the back foot in the air. Or at least that was until intelligence started filtering through in late 1943, containing disturbing information about strange aircraft achieving speeds previously unheard of. A bizarre push-and-pull design, so heavily armed it could split a B-17 clean in half, all while outrunning the escorts. a variant of FW-190 far more capable than any previous conventional design before it. But by far the scariest was an aircraft with the profile of a shark, 4 30mm cannons, and no propeller at all. With the crisis of 41 to 42 firmly in the past, the victory at the Battle of Stalingrad, and their frontline fighters finally able to seize the skies from the Luftwaffe for the time being, the State Defense Committee ordered all the jet and rocket design teams to get back to work on their projects with immediate effect. They needed aircraft which could catch and kill these new Wunderwaffen, and they needed them right the hell now, issuing a requirement for a hybrid power design utilizing a piston engine supplemented by alternative power. Lilka and his team immediately resumed work on the TR-1 turbojet, while Merkulov managed to tactically acquire a more modern fighter aircraft to continue his testing program. It took a while to arrange and a few bribes here and there, but eventually he managed to snag a Yak-7 that no one was using and strapped an upgraded variant of his DM-4, designated the DM-4S, onto it. Once again attached to an aircraft not designed for them, the Ramjets took flight. An aircraft piloted by, and I swear I'm not joking with this, Flying Officer Anakin at the controls.
Now this is pod racing.
Except it wasn't. Just like before, without a high enough Mach number, the Ramjet concept just wasn't going to produce enough power. And with the rocket mixed power concepts having insufficient range as well as a tendency for sudden kaboom, it appeared that until Lilka could build a functional turbojet with enough thrust to be viable, they were out of practical options. Only they weren't. Because it was then Artyom Mikoyan came forward with a proposal for a new design, using technology that had seemed like an irrelevant dead end, obscured in the bureaucracy by the rocket and jet programs. Artyom Mikoyan proposed using the motor jet. In 1943, the Central Institute for Aviation Motors had been looking at the work underway by Lilka and Merkulov. In their assessment of the progress made on jets, it became clear that their designs were not going to yield results in the time crunch they were facing. These new German types are going to enter service within a year or so, and the Red Army Air Force needed an answer as soon as possible. With that in mind, they had detailed a group of engineers to start developing what would come to be known as the Jet Propelled Auxiliary Compressor, or VRDK in Russian. This small team, under Professor K.V. Kolchevnikov, had been working on a propulsion system that would integrate jet technology into a piston-powered design while still being within the technological and manufacturing limitations of the Soviet aviation industry. Called a motor jet in the West, the concept is very simple. An axial turbojet is fitted inside the airframe, with the main piston engine acting as the power for the compressor. However, instead of being part of the primary power plant for the airframe, it instead operates as a form of war emergency power, or in layman's terms, a turbo booster, kind of like how NOS is used in racing games or the Fast movies. The pilot maneuvers the aircraft to get just within range of the enemy superprop or jet fighter. Once he's there, he engages the VRDK system, which draws power from the main engine while powering the turbojet in the fuselage. This, in theory, gives the pilot a boost in speed great enough, while having a duration 10 minutes longer than your average rocket motor would provide, to close with, engage, and destroy the bandit. And Artyom Mikoyan saw great potential for rapid implementation of this technology. Plus, like everybody else in the aviation business, he also wants to go fast. At the time, Klimov had developed their famous VK-105 into the complete monster of a motor designated the VK-107, the engine I mentioned before in the Yak-3, giving it the ridiculous climb rate and top speed. The problem was, of course, that it had a service life of like 30 hours, which is completely unacceptable compared to any other nation's engine industry, but this is the Soviet Union. They are making thousands of these things at a time. And if it wasn't clear enough by now how the Soviet military-industrial complex works regarding this practice in Soviet engine design, I'm just going to put this clip here.
And the business, we call this foreshadowing.
So, Mikoyan went to Klimov, and he had them adapt their VK-107 to the VRDK system, while having them increase the manifold pressure even higher than the already overtuned A variant, along with a water injection system so it can rev even higher. As they were doing that, he then went to the drawing board and decided that given the mission profile of catching and destroying enemy jets, the traditional school of Soviet fighter design was the best one. Put the biggest possible engine in the smallest possible airframe, make space in the fuselage for a jet engine somehow, put guns in it, and then throw it at the fascists until they die. What resulted was this. Object I-250, designated the MiG-13. As you can see, despite using advanced technology, it is, at its core, a very simple design. This thing is almost entirely engine. Its endurance wasn't very good, but Soviet aircraft are designed to operate from forward airfields or as interceptors, so this wasn't really an issue. What mattered was could it fly, and did it go fast? And the answer to both was yes. Kind of. You see, by the time MiG had designed the airframe, received the engine from Klimov, fitted the VRDK system, and built the thing, it was November of 1944. And they still had all the ground tests to do. By now, the Red Army had pushed the Germans out of the motherland, and they were now encamped on the Vistula River watching the Poles launch the Warsaw Uprising. And despite being literally less than 5 miles away, they decided they weren't going to help or even let the Allies land supplies for them, because they were resistance fighters from the Polish government in exile. And the Nazis were doing Stalin a favor, murdering all of the people he missed during the Katyn massacre, who could cause him problems later, when he rigged the elections he promised Roosevelt Poland would have after its so-called liberation. The war by this point was practically over. The Nazi Wunderwaffe, which posed such a great threat, had proven to be an illusion. Through bureaucratic chicanery and a lack of access to rare metals, as well as a crippling shortage of fuel, the German jet fighter threat was not a significant factor, and even if they had been, all the jets were quite rightly focused on the combined bomber offensive underway from the Western Allies, a campaign which had all but destroyed the Luftwaffe fighter force, granting Soviet frontal aviation almost complete air superiority. A fact Russian histories tend to gloss over these days. Mikoyan was behind schedule, and he knew it. He was taking up valuable resources and even more valuable time on technology that was very quickly becoming obsolete. He had to speed things up and do it now. The testing phase was accelerated. A limited production run of aircraft began at his factory, so they could get started as soon as the design was approved. After all his other designs are approved, his brother's on the Politburo. So on March 3rd, 1945, the I-250 took off for its piston-only test flight. And the results were not good. The aircraft was sluggish and very heavy on the controls. Its handling was substandard, and the overall balancing of the airframe severely impacted its agility. The reason for this was obvious. Soviet manufacturing had struck once again. Despite improving massively since the 30s, the metallurgical technology and complex alloys required to efficiently operate a jet engine were still largely beyond their reach. They had to use what they had on hand, and the VRDK, while being powerful, only had 10 minutes of operating time. Meaning for the duration of most of the flight, the I-250 would be flying around with an entire jet engine mounted in the fuselage, doing absolutely nothing. And that's assuming the engine even worked, because on almost every test flight the VRDK was activated, part of it broke. The axial compressor had a tendency to break the drive shaft between it and the piston engine, destroying both power plants in the process. The aforementioned lack of complex alloys meant the compressor blades constantly warped, the oil cooling system leaked in over 10 different places, including from the thermal sleeve over the engine itself, meaning very flammable oil would leak into the main compressor assembly, which, as you can imagine being a jet, gets rather hot. This filled the cockpit with smoke, started small fires, and did God knows what else. The fuel system, meanwhile, decided on random occasions to just break itself entirely, and aside from all that, the cockpit layout was so bad, the Ministry of Aviation, the Soviet Ministry of Aviation, rejected it out of hand due to poor quality, only to find out that MiG had ordered production to start, so it was too late to cancel it. But when the red stars aligned, as Comrade Lenin smiled down from above, and it actually did work, the results were incredible. While under piston power alone, the I-250 managed to make it past around 430 miles an hour at 20,000 feet, which, no matter how you cut it, is slower than a P-51D. However, once the pilot spun up the compressor and engaged the VRDK system, that speed began to climb rapidly. On July 3rd, 1945, Mikoyan Gareevich's chief test pilot, Alexander Dayev, made Soviet aviation history as the I-250 became the first Soviet aircraft to break 500 miles an hour in level flight, reaching a top speed of 513 miles an hour. A truly remarkable achievement. Yet only 2 days later, during another record-attempting flight, the tail assembly of the I-250 prototype would disintegrate after he attempted a high-G maneuver to test the aircraft's agility at speed. He was too low to bail out, and the aircraft was not fitted with an ejection seat. His chute did not open in time. The destruction of the prototype, the death of their best test pilot, and the end of the war in Europe sounded the death knell of the project for Mikoyan and his team. Soviet troops had occupied East Germany, and examples of the latest German aviation technology had started arriving, freshly captured from Peenemünde. They had hit the motherlode. Entire factories and their staffs were captured intact, along with an example of every single advanced German aircraft along with their engines. And such tactical acquisitions included Me-262s, Dornier 335s, Heinkel 162s, Me-163s, V-1 and V-2 missiles, as well as technical drawings, wind tunnel models, and God knows what else. The only thing they didn't have was Horton's HO-229. The Americans from Operation Paperclip had gotten to that one first, which is rather ironic considering they already had a better flying wing designer anyway named Jack Northrop. I bet someone in the NKVD got a free Siberian holiday for missing that opportunity. Tsagi needed all the help they could get on flying wings. The resulting reality of this, though, was a quantum leap for the Soviet aviation industry, as access to the BMW and Junkers Umo axial flow turbojets rendered all the various jet technologies and aircraft designs they had been working on up to that point practically obsolete. And all the various aviation design OKBs, including MiG themselves, had already begun work on prototypes to utilize them. In fact, one designer had already made use of their new acquisitions. Lavochkin had continued work on his war-winning aircraft, refining and developing the already formidable LA-7 into what would amount to be the pinnacle of Soviet piston engine fighter design, the LA-9. With all-metal construction, an aerodynamic laminar flow wing like the P-51, 4 23mm cannons, supremely lightweight and agile with a top speed of 430 miles an hour. This thing is incredible. Except MiG had already broken 500 miles an hour, and Lavochkin wasn't going to accept that. Merkulov may have failed using underwing ramjets, but ramjets don't have static thrust. What if we used something that did? What if we had something that could give us a lot of thrust? And as luck would have it, the Red Army had acquired something that could fit the bill. This is the LA-9 RD-13. RD-13 being the designation of Soviet-made V-1 flying bomb pulse jet engines. That's right. They fitted V-1 engines to a piston fighter. I just want you to think about this for a second. Forget performance data. Forget the fuel consumption issues. Forget all of that. The LA-9 has a massive ASH-82F radial engine. 14 cylinders of 2-stage supercharged horsepower strapped to a Soviet-made aircraft with the corresponding build quality. And now you've bolted 2 pulse jets to the wings? Could you imagine how loud it would be in that cockpit? Not to mention the absolutely biblical vibration those things would cause. For reference, the V1's pulse jet engine emanated a distinctive sound that could be heard clearly, loudly, and distinctly from the ground. In fact, I have a clip. And you want to put these things 3 feet away from a cockpit which is neither pressurized nor soundproofed, while already being positioned behind one of the most powerful radial engines ever mounted to an aircraft. An aircraft built in the Soviet Union just after World War II, with all the dubious build quality control problems that entails with all the rattling and shaking around. Well, they tested it, and the speed increase they achieved was considerable. The LA-9 RD-13 in one of its flights achieved just over 480 miles an hour in level flight, which for a retrofitted testbed design with none of the aerodynamic refinement of a purpose-built hybrid is an amazing performance increase. Except just like MiG's I-250, the added weight combined with the massive increase in fuel consumption rendered it useless as anything other than a point defense interceptor. Just like the VRDK system, the pulse jets could only run for a limited time, after which they were big heavy weights on the wings, ruining the aircraft's handling and agility, while causing a lot of aerodynamic drag, making it slower than the in-service production version when the jets weren't in use. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst part was the fact that the official report submitted to SAGI actually addressed the issues we've just discussed. The exact words from the Soviet Air Force Research Institute report were, and I quote, "unacceptably high acoustic loads and vibrations." Translated from communist bureaucrat speak, the pilot was rendered functionally deaf from the noise and physically crippled from motion sickness, if not a major concussion as well, from slamming his head against the cockpit frame. From this, we can draw only one possible conclusion. The Soviets built an equivalent to the Thunder Screech almost a decade before the Americans did. Take that, capitalism! If there is one thing we are ahead in the Soviet Union, it's failure. It was clear to all and sundry that the mixed power design was a technological dead end, as was pure rocket propulsion. Jets were undoubtedly the future, and considering the Gloucester Meteor was already in service with the P-80 Shooting Star not far behind it, the Soviet Union was falling even further behind. On the 29th of November 1946, Stalin convened a meeting of the Defense Committee, which also included the party representatives for all the subcommittees responsible for aviation. It opened with a progress report from the new Minister for Soviet Aviation Industries, as the previous one, Comrade Minister Alexei Sakyorin, had been dismissed from his post and subsequently gulagged for the lack of progress on the mixed fighter designs. As you can imagine, this set the tone for the meeting. Going forward, all the major design bureaus assigned to fighter design would focus on developing pure jet fighters using the Klimov reverse-engineered copies of the Junkers Umo 004 and BMW 003 turbojets, the RD-10 and RD-20 respectively. Arkhip Lyulka's TR-1 had made significant progress, but indigenous Soviet engine technology was still not powerful enough or reliable enough to be competitive against their former allies, now turned enemies in the West. Alexander Yakovlev's bureau had already begun working on adapting a Yak-3 airframe to take the German jet. Lavochkin had been doing the same with his LA-9, albeit without much success. He was looking to make the jump to a more modern concept, as was Artyom Mikoyan. The MiG Bureau, after toying with copying existing German concepts, had decided he was going to radically shift gears with a completely new inboard twin-engined Podden boom design. All the major fighter bureaus of the Soviet aviation industry were gearing up for a showdown. Who among them would build the aircraft to take the Red Air Force into the jet era? Except, as the race began, a new challenger approached the starting line. He was a young Belarusian man who had come south to Ukraine so he could set up an entirely new bureau of his own. In the process, he had befriended Lyulka, promising to use his TR-1 for his own submission to the jet program. I mean, it was a long shot for him to even enter the race, to be honest. He had some success in building light bombers during the war, and he had tried to enter the mixed power fighter competition, except MiG kept stealing the engines meant for him, so he could only ever build one prototype, laying the foundations for a bitter rivalry going forward. Yet he stood out among his peers as, unlike all the others, he was dreaming of something bigger. He envisioned fighters that would not only excel at seizing the skies, they would also sweep clear the enemy on the ground. a truly multi-role platform. The other designers eyed their new competitor with curiosity. They'd known of his bureau for some time, but it was a small one. They'd never expected his contention. What no one at that table could have predicted, however, is that by the end of our very long story, everyone in the aviation world would know his name. For that man's name was Pavel Sukhoi. The orders from Comrade Stalin were clear. A jet fighter was needed. And if Stalin wants something, you deliver. And quickly. With that rapidity of delivery in mind, the first to take up this task was the golden boy who had saved the nation from the fascist invader, with his fighter having held the line and kept them competitive during the dark years of 41 and 42. Alexander Yakovlev had benefited greatly from Stalin's patronage, having seized the mantle of the premier fighter design bureau from the disgraced, and now dead, Polikarpov. Though rarely for a Soviet official of the time, he had died of stomach cancer after being sidelined to a teaching position at the Moscow Aviation Institute, rather than being educated in the political theory of socialism in one shell casing. In any case, Yakovlev had resolved to produce a jet fighter for the Red Army Air Force in record time, and as such he made the logical decision of simply adapting his already excellent Yak-3 design to use a jet engine. With an already light and agile fighter, the extra thrust of the UMO 004 should give it some serious performance, though there were some drawbacks to the idea. The major one being that the Yak-3 was designed for maneuvering fights at low altitude going 300 miles an hour, not intercepting American nuclear bombers at 25,000 feet while approaching the speed of sound. The wings were thick and sturdy to store more fuel and handle high G-forces while generating a lot of lift even at slower speeds. As a result, they were also heavy and had a large surface area at all angles of attack. Better call RuPaul because there was an awful lot of drag. This limited the top speed of the aircraft, but more than that, it exacerbated the G-forces subjected to the airframe. With the power of a jet up front while going almost 100 miles an hour faster than the design originally accounted for, it pushed the tolerances of the Yak-3's airframe to its limits. It seriously increased the risk of an overstress caused by overspeeding or over-G, and if that overstress was bad enough, it could snap the newly designated Yak-15 clean in half. However, this was a compromise that Yakovlev knew he had to make to get a functional aircraft into service on the time frame he'd been provided. This is something he accounted for. What he didn't account for was the engine itself. Because, oh boy. The Junkers UMO 004 is infamous among aviation enthusiasts, historians, and engineers alike for its ability to self-immolate, its unreasonably high fuel consumption, and a time between overhaul schedule so inconceivably short, its only saving grace is that you only have one complete overhaul per engine before it needs replacing. The average lifespan for a UMO 004 was roughly 25 hours. Which is less than the combined runtime of the Lord of the Rings movie franchise, assuming you count The Hobbit. And now, the Soviet Union is building it. As you can imagine, the reliability and quality control of the engines being used in this first generation of aircraft was dubious to say the least. Though on the bright side, the Soviets did have some of the metals to make the alloys the original blueprints required. After all, they were the ones who sold the Nazis those metals originally in 1941 before their customers got tired of paying for them. German-built versions had to make use of inferior materials. Which is a shame, really, because Yakovlev had to test his original prototypes with captured engines and then transition to Klimov RD-10s. Soviet copies made in factories by men who have only just started getting to grips with the technology. He really was stuck in a situation without any good options. Thus, one of these engines was fitted to the prototype, which, once again, had a truly inspirational name. The Yak-UMO. What a shock. These communists are creative, aren't they? And preparations were made to make its first engine tests and taxiing runs. And it was here that Yakovlev realized the biggest oversight in his choice to use an existing prop-driven airframe. An oversight that had hit the Germans square in the face as well, to be fair. However, learning is almost always done the hard way, especially in the Soviet Union. So tell me, dear viewer, do you notice anything strange about the Yak compared to other jets of the period? Anything that jumps out at you? Anything that really stands out? Anything? That's right. It's a tail dragger. And there is a reason why it's one of the only ones. The engineers had rigged a heat shield to the rear of the engine nacelle because they knew that the jet blast would put out a lot of heat. Except they were operating on specifications and assumptions for the aircraft in flight at standard operation. When they ran the engine for the first time, the heat from the exhaust travelled with the airflow into the dead air beneath the airframe, only for it to travel right down the fuselage, warping the entire rear half of the aircraft while literally melting the tail wheel. Alright, it's a first try. No big deal, no problem. This is why we do tests. So the designers and engineers went back to the drawing board, reworked the heat shield, installed a solid steel tail wheel that could withstand the heat of the jet blast, and then took the aircraft back out for its very first taxiing tests. The test pilot fired up the engine, and this time the heat shielding worked as intended. Then he started taxiing, which sent sparks shooting out in every direction. They'd gone and replaced the tail wheel with solid steel, only to realize that their primary jet testing airfields were asphalt with solid runways. So it started dragging across tarmac, which had the obvious result of scraping asphalt while causing a rather disconcerting light show. But crucially, it wasn't melting anymore, so they chalked it up as smakalka and continued the test. After taxiing back to the parking space on the ramp, the engineers examined the aircraft. No warping. Good. Excellent. Job number 1 complete. But there was quite a lot of impact damage to the underside of the fuselage which they couldn't account for. Nor could the pilot, in fact. Then they checked the motor housing and realized the cause. Because of the tail dragger configuration, the jet blast was going straight underneath the aircraft into the ground. With the propeller's backdraft, half of it is blocked because the aircraft is in the way of the spinning wheel of death. But with the Yak-15, all that thrust was going along the surface of the airfield. And this is a Soviet airfield, which are designed to operate at the front under adverse conditions, meaning the ground crews aren't conducting FOD sweeps. The damage to the fuselage is odd bolts, rocks, a bit of scrap metal from a crash, a spent shell casing from a firing test, you name it. Whatever detritus is on the field is getting caught up in the jet blast and flung into the bottom of the fuselage and the flight surfaces. It also didn't help that the solid steel tail wheel had no rubber nor suspension system, so the aircraft was bouncing up and down, causing strain on the various fixtures throughout the airframe. Well, there wasn't much they could do about that without reworking the design to a tricycle configuration, which they did actually start working on immediately after this test. However, that would take time to develop, and they didn't have it. So they ran that project in the background while shipping the prototype to Sagi for independent testing. When they got their prototype back, it came with a list of requirements for the aircraft. A maximum speed of 480 miles an hour at sea level, a 300-mile range, and an endurance of at least an hour. These were all modest requirements and required very few adjustments to the design to achieve. After a little bit of tweaking, quality control checks, and some good old-fashioned engineering, the Yak-15 was rolled out of the build hangar in late March of 1946. However, Yakovlev was cautious. He didn't want to rush things. After all the issues that had cropped up during the ground test, he thought it was safer not to. He was also very aware that casualties during jet testing in other nations was high, and given the death rate of Soviet test pilots during the 30s and 40s, you can understand his hesitation in rushing the first flight before every single variable had been checked. The loss of a pilot and prototype on such a tight timeline could have fatal implications for more than just the unfortunate aviator, quite literally. By the time he was satisfied with the preparations, it was mid-April, And finally, ladies and gentlemen, and variations thereupon, we have returned to the beginning of our story, as on April 24th, 1946, Yakovlev and the team arrived at the Soviet Flight Research Institute airfield, only to find another aircraft parked on the flight line. It was bizarre, almost alien in its appearance, but the team working on it were very familiar. They were, of course, their rivals, the engineers and mechanics of Mikoyan Gurevich, with their chief engineer in evidence, Artyom Mikoyan. The two teams met and had a heated disagreement about who should get the honor of the first flight. They can't take off yet due to the endless practice flights in the area preparing for the upcoming Tushino air show, so they are forced to wait while arguing all morning. Eventually this would be resolved with the famous flip of a coin. However, while that is the official version of events and part of Soviet aviation legend, Yakovlev Bureau members would say in later interviews that a very different course of events took place. They claim that Artyom Mikoyan, who, as we know, his brother Anastas is on the Politburo, abused his position and various connections in the party to call Moscow air traffic control and override the grounding order so MiG could fly their design first. Whether this story is true or just angry sore losers rewriting the record, no one can say. I think the legend has enough circumstantial evidence to back it up, while frankly, it's far more fun. And as Napoleon says, history is a set of lies everyone has agreed upon. Although in this case, I suppose you could use the term, never let the facts get in the way of a good story. But, speaking of the story, it's only fitting that having heard the origins of one member of this showdown, we should now turn our attentions to the other. It's time to talk about the trials and tribulations of the team at Mikoyan Gurevich, and their hard work bringing about the creation of what would come to be known as the Parade Fighter. At the same time Yakovlev was adapting his Yak-3 design to take the Yumo 004, Artyom Mikoyan was issued the BMW 003 engines for his project. Originally he had the same idea as his rival. We need a plane quickly, so let's make something conventional and crank it out fast, so Stalin has something to show off to the world and scare everyone. However, his MiG-3 design from the war was completely unsuitable for a conversion, and the I-250 was designed for an altogether different power plant configuration. So the only solution was to replicate an existing captured German design to meet the deadline. The result was the MiG I-260. A fusion of Soviet design conventions such as the cylindrical oval fuselage and the distinct shape of the tail, with Messerschmitt's overall design layout. Drawing on resources and blueprints used on the MiG-5 project, a cancelled twin-engine fighter project designed by the Bureau during the war, various components were engineered and manufactured within weeks of Stalin ordering the jet projects to commence. Yet after only a month of work, both Mikoyan and Gurevich were unsatisfied with the projected performance of the airframe. All they were doing is chasing a design the Western Allies were almost certainly rendering obsolete at this very moment. If they were going to be competitive, they had to start from scratch and build something faster and way more heavily armed. The design they ended up proposing was the most advanced aircraft ever conceived up to that point in the Soviet Union, a modern design even by the standards of Western aviation. The idea was to move the twin engines mounted on the wing pylons completely inboard inside the fuselage, fed through a nose-mounted intake. Keep in mind that the P-80 Shooting Star and the de Havilland Vampire were only single-engine designs with side-mounted intakes, and while the Western engines were more powerful, fitted to lighter aircraft, giving them superior combat performance than the upcoming Soviet designs, this habit of forward thinking would allow the MiG Bureau throughout its history to save the Red Fighter Force from complete obsolescence by catching up and occasionally even leading the race again and again and again. Thus, work began on the prototype. This was achieved in record time. So fast, in fact, that a mock-up was available for committee review by January 1946. After a quick look over its features, deeming it satisfactory, the go-ahead was given for the construction of several prototypes. Officially recorded as Order 157S in the archives, it called for the prototype, now designated I-300, to be ready by April 1946. However, so confident was MiG in the acceptance of the new aircraft that the mock-up had actually been one of the prototype's aerodynamic shells, and the actual prototype I-300F1 was already built and ready to go. The benefits of having friends in high places is universal everywhere, though especially in the USSR. But his gamble most definitely paid off, as at the same time, Tsargi issued new regulations regarding the structural integrity of high-speed aircraft. Research conducted during the VRDK experiments, as well as the data required from the Germans, had given the Soviet aerodynamicists valuable insight into the various aerodynamic and g-force effects of high-speed flight, subsequently ordering that all future jet aircraft have their airframes reinforced, giving Mikoyan plenty of time to alter his design to meet the new requirements, while still very early in the development phase. Which, given the stories I'm about to tell you, almost certainly saved lives. Because aside from the initial promising engineering choices which we've just mentioned, this is where the positive points of the MiG-9 practically end. Tsargi, in continuously upgrading or changing the requirements for the design based on new specifications, meant testing had to be delayed several times over the first 3 months of 1946. Eventually, though, after going through an excessive number of wind tunnel tests proving that yes, indeed, the MiG-9 was actually aerodynamic despite its absurd appearance, they got the green light to commence their in-house ground tests. Following the same Soviet standard testing procedures as Yakovlev, they immediately ran into the same issue they did regarding the engines literally melting the underside of the airframe. Only in MiG's case, the effect was twice as bad because they had twice the number of engines. So much so, in fact, it melted the asphalt on the apron and the tarmac as well. Thus, like any good Soviet engineer, they took the logical step of slapping a shitload of steel along the underside of the engine exhaust fairings on the fuselage to serve as a low-cost heat shield. Then, they tried taxiing it, only to discover that due to the shape of the fuselage and the placement of the engines, when increasing thrust on the ground to higher speeds, the jet blast caused a catastrophic drop in air pressure, creating a dead zone just underneath the empennage section of the airframe, which coincidentally also happened to be where the gigantic hunk of steel was. So, when they throttled up to taxi and subsequently take off, the MiG-9 would lose its center of gravity entirely and fall on its ass, dragging its tail along the ground with its nose in the air, sending sparks flying. It took several complete taxiing tests to confirm this, before bringing the prototype back to the shop so they could work out a solution. Only to find out that they had somehow screwed up even harder on something so mind-bogglingly obvious I can only chalk it down to being bureaucratic oversight. The Yak-15 only had one engine, mounted low and forward. The heat shielding required for that was nowhere near 2 engines inside a fuselage amongst all the critical components. MiG had worked this out during their own tests and accounted for it with the aforementioned huge chunk of steel. But they'd forgotten one thing. And that one thing was the basic laws of thermodynamics. Heat causes metals to expand. And funnily enough, a gigantic hunk of steel has a completely different expansion ratio than thin-skinned aerospace-grade aluminium. So when they pulled the heat shield off the aircraft to examine it, they discovered that the expansion of the heat shield was essentially warping the entire aft section of the aircraft, which, if left unchecked, could potentially get severe enough to rip the fuselage in half. Realizing they'd have to do some actual engineering in place of Smacalca to fix this problem, the MiG team got to work on an articulated heat shield using corrugated steel mounted in a radiator-like fixture under the fuselage behind the engine compartment. And this also had the added benefit of reducing the weight and diffusing some of the pressure issues caused by the jet blast, meaning the nose attitude issue on the ground was substantially reduced. With that issue seemingly conquered, it was time for their first flight on April 24th, which, after winning the toss or getting Oni-chan to cuck Yakovlev by calling the tower, the I-300F1 rolled down the runway and took flight. It was slightly heavy on the controls and had some lateral stability issues, but the speed it achieved more than made up for it. Doing several circuits over the field, it became clear that MiG's design was the fastest aircraft ever built in the Soviet Union, ripping down the flight line at over 500 miles an hour, shattering the record set by the I-250. And though the Yak-15 would prove far more agile and much easier to fly, Mikoyan had proved that he had made the right call. He was the designer aiming for the future, and his new aircraft, despite all its teething problems, appeared to show great potential. But remember, this is the Soviet Union, and appearances are almost always deceiving. Throughout their initial stage of flight testing in May of 1946, the MiG-9 achieved a top speed of 571 miles an hour. However, this was accompanied by two serious aerodynamic problems. The first was a longitudinal stability issue, causing the aircraft to pitch wildly up and down, posing controllability issues and the ever so slight risk of overstressing the airframe and snapping the wings off. You know, just a minor design flaw. Though on balance, it probably wasn't the biggest concern the pilot had, seeing as the other aerodynamic issue was a vibration so bad it threatened to tear the tail off mid-flight while slamming the pilot's head into the canopy rails. Apparently installing an articulated heat shield that isn't securely fitted to the airframe to avoid breaking the aircraft means having a sizable chunk of steel waving around unsecured in the slipstream, which could potentially break the aircraft. After going back to the wind tunnel and checking the design, it turns out that the changes to the heat shield, while mitigating the pressure issue, didn't account for the changing air pressures at different altitudes, meaning that low pressure void was once again forming under the tail, causing the nose to ride into the air so violently that the MiG-9 would try climbing even with full nose down trim. So the pilot would respond by pushing the stick forward, causing the aircraft to literally seesaw through the air. And yes, because it was an articulated heat shield fitted loosely, the faster the MiG went, the worse the vibrations got. So the Soviets had built a fighter jet designed to close the gap on speed that couldn't go fast because it would break itself. Clearly they had to fix this, because if they didn't, Siberia was a-calling. So they re-strengthened the heat shield and fixed it to the airframe, eliminating the vibration, which then nearly killed the test pilot as the low-pressure issue on takeoff was back. This resulted in the entire aerodynamics and engineering team at MiG working round the clock, trying to find a shape of actuated heat shield that would actually work. It wouldn't be until July that they finally got it working. And on July the 7th, hallelujah, praise be to Marx and Engels, test pilot Alexei Grinchik took off, raised the landing gear, and got up to speed. The flight was relatively stable. The vibrations were gone. Had they finally fixed it? Was the MiG-9 finally ready for the motherland's defense? Well, on July 11th, there was a demonstration scheduled for the luminaries of the Soviet aviation industry, the Red Air Force's senior leadership, and of course the usual assembly of party apparatchiks. So they would have a chance very soon to find out. Sure enough, when the great day rolled around, the party big shots arrived to inspect the hardware, which was comprised of a captured German HE-162, the Yak-15 prototype, and the MiG-9 prototype, with the MiG scheduled to do its flying demonstration last. Sensing a chance to get revenge for having the first flight ever robbed from them, Yakovlev's team decided that they were going to fly their aircraft to its ragged edge. They were going to put on a show. The Yak-15 performed an aerobatics display for the audience that involved some serious stunts, pulling high G-turns, tight loops, and fast rolls, followed by a perfect three-point landing. The MiG team watched all this go down with mounting irritation, applauding politely as they did so. But the chief engineer wasn't stupid. He went over to the MiG test pilot, Alexei Grinchik, and reminded him that the MiG-9 had not done a full review on its aerobatics performance, nor had there been time to do a serious stress test on the various control surfaces under G-force due to all the delays they'd faced earlier in the year. Just follow the flight plan, do a couple of high-speed passes for the wow factor, make them all go, woo, that's great. Just don't show off. But this is a test pilot, and their rival design team has just wowed the spectators with fancy flying. If you ever saw the Making of Top Gun documentary, the chief technical advisor on the film, the guy who instructed at the fighter weapons school, Peter Pettigrew, made the point of saying that the reason why the Top Gun trophy from the movie is fictional is because if there actually was a trophy or scorecard for winning combat exercises, they would be picking up pieces of plane and pilot for weeks after every course done due to the students breaking their aircraft trying to win and getting themselves killed.
There has to be a trophy and somebody has to win it. And I said, well, there's no trophy. I said, if there was a Top Gun trophy, no one would ever graduate. You don't understand the intensity of these guys. You know, it would all be mid-air collisions and crashes and everybody die. Nobody'd ever graduate from Top Gun.
And for MiG's chief rival to thumb their nose at them in front of the Air Force General Staff and the party representatives was an insult that could not be allowed to stand. Alexei taxied to the runway, advanced the throttles, took off, and immediately began ignoring the flight plan entirely in favor of a more dramatic performance. The MiG-9 whipped around into several tight turns, using its extra speed to thunder up and down the field looking cool. To the amazement of the engineering staff, all seemed to be going well until the last maneuver of the flight. After pulling a final high G-turn, Grinchik came in low over the airfield along the flight line at maximum speed. As the MiG drew level with the crowd, the fasteners for the leading edge wing panel on the starboard wing, having been overstressed during the display, sheared off from the flight surfaces completely, bending the aileron control rods and shattering the control surfaces. Too low to bail out or even adjust, Alexei Grinchik and the I-300 prototype slammed into the ground with a thunderous explosion, the fragments scattering themselves over a debris field covering half the airfield. Emergency response and the engineers on hand rushed to the scene, but they needn't have bothered. Grinchik was killed on impact, and the aircraft was completely obliterated. The loss of the chief test pilot and the initial prototype was a tragic and devastating blow to an already troubled program. However, they were already producing multiple airframes for various experimental purposes, such as a trainer variant, ejection seat testing, the application of wing-mounted air brakes, the effect of external fuel tanks on jet aircraft, not to mention the MiG-9 had been selected for production, so there was no option except to carry on regardless. Yet, of course, this is Russia. Communist Russia. Say the line with me, everyone. And then it got worse. The second prototype, F2, was sent to Sagi for testing, while prototype 3 was used to further refine the intended production variant. The new test pilot, Mark Galai, rolled onto the runway for airframe number 3's first flight. Pre-flight checks looked good, flight surfaces were responsive, throttles forward, and away he went. Everything seemed okay as he rumbled down the runway. The problem started the moment he got airborne. The aircraft was a new build, so the problems from the original prototype returned with a vengeance. The nose rocketed into the air, and it took an excessive amount of forward stick to bring the nose under control. So Galai made the logical decision to engage maximum nose-down trim and bring it back down to the ground to investigate. Except the moment he worked the trim controls, the nose began climbing again. The more trim he added, the worse it got. The nose kept climbing and climbing and climbing, nearly stalling as a result. Given the fate of the previous test pilot, it took a lot of effort to keep calm. But keep calm he did. If more nose-down trim was causing nose-up, maybe the reverse would also be true. He trimmed nose-up instead, and slowly but steadily, the nose came back down. It was hellish controlling the aircraft as it violently vibrated, seesawed back and forth, and the stick took almost all of his strength to move, yet against all the odds, he brought it into the downwind, onto final, and into the glide slope for landing. With superhuman alacrity and probably a few state-unsanctioned prayers, the MiG returned to terra firma. Emphasis on firma, because this was immediately followed by the nose gear collapsing and a colossal shower of sparks as it skidded down the runway, chunks of asphalt flying into the intakes as it went. Turned out the factory, in its rush to push the aircraft out the door, had installed the trim system incorrectly, while the nose gear assembly was not rated to take the impact of that kind of landing, as it was a rather firm landing. However, they needed to keep testing, so after replacing the nose gear and changing the engines, Galai took it up again and ended up setting another speed record for Soviet aviation, maxing out at Mach 0.8 or 620 miles an hour, despite the airframe threatening to come apart from the vibrations. Man, I swear, the balls on this guy. I don't even know how he fit in the cockpit of this thing. Anyway, with progress on the project seemingly back underway, the MiG-9 received its official designation, MiG-9, and performed at the Tushino Air Show on August 18th, 1946, wowing the crowds and somewhat surprising the Western observers who hadn't expected such a modern design to make an appearance in the Soviet Union so soon. The problem was, it was too impressive, as was the display of the Yak-15 put on at the same air show. The glorious achievements of world socialism, despite the efforts of fascist international capital, were fully on display, and Stalin knew a good propaganda angle when he saw one. Immediately summoning Yakovlev and Mikoyan to his office, he demanded they produce 15 examples of their aircraft each in time for the anniversary of the October Revolution, so they could fly over the parade in Red Square announcing the arrival and glory of world communism, which gave both teams just 6 weeks to build 15 experimental aircraft with only the early stages of a production line and a lack of skilled labour. This resulted in a return to working conditions that would make a Victorian factory manager feel uncomfortable. Workers slept by the tooling machines, skipped half their meals, took almost no breaks at all, and would keep working round the clock until the order was filled. Some workers logged 3 days straight before literally passing out at their workstations, resulting in serious workplace injuries. As a result, though a Herculean effort which should have won every single one of those workers the title Hero of Socialist Labour, the quality of their work left a lot to be desired. Even taking into account the fact that these were special parade variants which lacked armament or any of the more complex systems, a number of serious defects were found among the airframes produced. One failed its landing gear tests due to the linkages not being properly installed, meaning not only did they not retract, they didn't move at all. Yet that wasn't the worst. Oh no. The worst one was one of the MiGs rolled out in the latter stages during crunch time. As it was being rolled out of the factory, the entire tail section quite literally fell off the aircraft. The whole tail just fell off. Even so, with all of these issues, they fixed them, prepped the aircraft, and shipped them to Moscow, just in time for the display to be cancelled due to bad weather. And I mean actual bad weather. Not bad weather caused by a lack of available aircraft or fears of an air attack by drone like some dictators would have us believe. This was quite the reprieve though, because it gave both bureaus much needed time to continue testing and iron out the bugs in both designs. Though of the two, MiG definitely had a rougher time. During the final stages of their manufacturer tests, even more serious issues kept cropping up one after another, and every time they fixed one, another would take its place. They managed to get the vibrations under control, only for the horizontal stabilizers to disintegrate while carrying out high-G maneuvers. Then, during state acceptance trials, when approaching the upper limit of its do-not-exceed speed, the same phenomena occurred. The MiG would start to nose up out of control, followed by the disintegration of the elevators. In both cases, it was only the skill of the test pilots that prevented the loss of both aircraft. The issues with the design were seemingly endless. The center of gravity needed correcting, and the entire airframe had to be reinforced twice so the control surfaces wouldn't break off mid-flight. But despite all the setbacks, they kept working, and it seemed there was hope, even a small glimmer of hope, for the MiG-9 project to succeed. And then they put the guns in it. Armed with two 23mm cannons and a 57mm fridge dispenser, the size of the armament was configured for the destruction of American bombers, and due to the design of the airfoil along with the need to make them easy to aim, the only place they could put the guns was right in the middle of the intake. I think you can see the issue here. An intake is where the air goes in to feed the engine, hence the name, intake. What do you suppose would happen if the expelled gases and polluted air full of cordite residue and other such bits and pieces from the guns firing were to be fed into a highly sensitive, unreliable jet engine? Poof! Flame out. Zoop! If you're lucky. If you're not lucky, it could cause a critical failure and kill the engine entirely. This left the MiG engineers with a problem faced by our friend Silvansky from Episode 1. Due to flaws in the design, we now have a fighter aircraft which can't fire its guns. In firing tests at different altitudes and at different speeds, the story was the same across the board. Firing the guns will flame out the engines, if not destroy them. A solution had to be found immediately, otherwise this entire year of pain and misery would all be for naught, and most likely come with a free ticket to Siberia, if not Lefortovo prison. So, first, they tried shrinking the main gun. That helped a tiny bit, not to mention it was more practical to aim and fire a 37mm cannon than a 57mm one. Then they added downward venting fume extractors to the chin-mounted 23mm, which helped a lot as this routed the majority of their expelled gases to the rear of the fuselage. But the 37mm still couldn't be fired without almost guaranteeing a flameout. The natural response was to fit a fume extractor to this gun as well, except there was nowhere to put it, as the gun was sitting right in the middle of the intake. Therefore, instead of reconfiguring the armament or changing the design, the only logical decision was to use a bore evacuator, which they decided to mount in the middle of the barrel instead. They called it the Butterfly. The effects this had on aerodynamics and the zero of the gun is easy to imagine. It wiggled around in flight while causing drag, stability issues, and vibration in the controls, and if you pulled too high a G, it threatened to snap off entirely. But the worst part was the pressure of the large caliber 37mm ammunition being blasted through it. It meant its operational service life could be measured in less than 1,000 rounds. If the bore evacuator exceeded its tolerances even slightly, the pressure wave caused by the gun firing would shatter the entire assembly, sending hunks of metal and debris straight into the intake, destroying both engines and losing the aircraft. It could also fly up into the cockpit's front and blind the pilot, just a few issues there. Thus, MiG's engineers were forced back to the drawing board to try everything to fix the problem, changing the arrangement of the armament finally to a cheek mounting, making the barrels exceedingly long. Nothing they tried worked. Eventually, after months of experimentation, the engineers gave up, and the Red Army Air Force simply added strict conditions to how the armament could be employed. The 37mm could only be fired at altitudes below 10,000 feet. Attempting to fire the gun at an altitude higher than that risked causing a flameout unless the pilot manually managed their speed and throttle settings within very strict tolerances, which is hard to do approaching the speed of sound while people are shooting at you. Not to mention the primary targets for this bomber destroyer would be, funnily enough, bombers, specifically the B-29, which, I don't know if you guys know this, operated at double that altitude. That's why they have gigantic contrails in all the footage you see of them. They'd also have to differentiate between Soviet B-29s and American B-29s, with IFF systems that don't work. But that's a whole other story. If you want to hear that story, though, I recommend watching Paper Skies' video on that topic. Thus, as a result of this design limitation, the 23mm cannons would have to do the heavy lifting for 90% of the combat operations the aircraft was intended for, while firing all the guns at the same time was flat out prohibited entirely. And all these specific weapon employment parameters are things that you'd have to take time out of your limited mental bandwidth in the middle of a dogfight to remember and execute. And speaking of dogfights, before the MiG-9 could be accepted into the Red Army Air Force, it had to undergo combat trials against the other aircraft in service. This included the Yak-3, the Yak-15, the P-63 King Cobra, the LA-9, the Spitfire Mark 9, the experimental LA-152, and the Tu-2, as a bomber being a bomber target. And after extensive testing across 20 separate engagements, the only aircraft the MiG-9 managed to get into a firing position against and hypothetically kill was the bomber. Every single other fighter, whether it be a piston or a jet, outperformed the MiG-9 in every area except raw speed or firepower, and even then, that assumes the combat took place below 10,000 feet. Above that, and most aircraft outgunned it for the simple reason that the MiG pilot couldn't safely employ his 37mm gun without flaming out his engines and getting himself killed. When the full round of testing was completed by both Tsagi and the Air Force, they submitted a report to MiG and the Politburo outlining their findings. And in keeping with the theme of this now multiple-part series, allow me to read you the section of their report marked Deficiencies. Number 1. The engines flame out when all 3 cannons are fired at altitudes in excess of 7,000 meters. Number 2. The aircraft has no ejection seat, which precludes the possibility of the pilot bailing out at flight speeds in excess of 500 kilometers an hour, or to translate into freedom units for you Americans, 300 miles an hour. Number 3. The aircraft is not equipped with air brakes, which makes a prolonged dive or a dive at a steep angle impossible. Number 4. The cockpit is not provided with armor protection for the pilot. Number 5. The tyres on the main landing gear are not durable enough and are at extreme risk of failure on landing. Number 6. The aircraft is fitted with non-self-sealing kerosene tanks, which develop leaks shortly after the beginning of operational service, posing an extreme risk of fire. Number 7. The aircraft lacks a fire suppression system. Number 8. The long takeoff and landing run of the MiG-9 necessitates its use from special airfields, thus limiting its employment as a tactical fighter. Number 9. Due to the design of the fuel system, extensive delays occur in turnaround time in excess of an hour, as refueling is hampered by the fact that the reserve fuel tank must filter through the main tank before the main tank can be filled to capacity. This process is further impacted by the lack of an internal fuel gauge. Yes, it didn't have a fuel gauge. And finally, number 10. Besides the mentioned defects, a significant shortcoming inherent in the design of the MiG-9 aircraft has been brought to light. This shortcoming consists in the employment of an excessively high wing loading for the purpose of achieving the highest possible speed. Given the limited available engine thrust, this has led to a deterioration of the aircraft's maneuverability and field performance. Due to this, most in-service fighter aircraft enjoy an advantage over the MiG-9 in both horizontal and vertical maneuvering during aerial combat. And that is from Tsagi's report to the Politburo. It doesn't say anything about the operational procedures required to maintain the aircraft under frontline conditions, including one fun protocol that stated Soviet pilots must carry out the final approach to landing with their engines off to preserve engine life and limit forward objects or debris damage. Which means if the pilots flew by the book, every landing was a dead stick landing and they couldn't go around in an emergency. Wonderful. With all these horrific flaws, it would take extensive work to correct them all. Work which would take far too much time. And so, with a heavy heart, Mikoyan Kireyevich and the Red Army Air Force abandoned the project and decided that they were going to pursue a more modern design with better quality control protocols and more rigorous tests. Yeah, I can't keep trying to make this joke work. It's not going to work in this series, is it? You guys, this is the Soviet Union. You know how this goes. No, of course not. In actuality, the deficiency section I just read out was followed by a considerable amount of praise for the aircraft, particularly its speed. The deficiencies could be fixed throughout the production run. We'll just fix it on the fly. It's fine. It's fine. Just, we need jets. So could you start building them, MiG? Could you build them? Yes, please. Thank you. The I-300 was no more. The MiG-9 was officially adopted. And with the May Day parade of 1947 less than 6 months away, they ordered 50 aircraft from both Yak and MiG to be ready in time for the parade. The 24-hour shifts commenced once more, and despite being ordered to spec and given more time to work with, the guns would not be ready in time. So, as the people of the Soviet Union celebrated the workers of the world, a parade of jet fighters thundered over Red Square, proclaiming the might of the Rodina. And all of them were completely harmless. The career of the MiG-9 from here was not an illustrious one. The pilots hated it. It was obsolete within a year, and because of that, production had already shifted away to new designs, so there weren't any spares. Thus, after a production run of roughly 600 aircraft, half of them were fobbed off to Soviet puppet states, while the other half were donated to China, who also hated them for being obsolete. The 10 or so that remained in Soviet hands were the two-seat training variants or experimental test beds, such as ejector seat testers, external fuel tank employment, and my personal favourite, radar and guided missile testing, complete with some poor bastard sandwiched in an ad hoc Rio seat to operate them, and he's sitting right above the heat shield. I mean, look at this little guy though, isn't it great? It's so goofy looking. The whole fleet would eventually be used as jet trainers due to their obsolescence, which, comically, despite the bitter rivalry between the two design bureaus, was the same fate that befell the Yak-15 as well. Easy to fly, aerobatic, and relatively reliable compared to the MiG, the fact was it was a World War II piston design with a jet haphazardly stuck in it. The metal tail wheel vibrated the entire airframe during ground handling, while leaving a furrow in the grass or a shower of sparks, depending on what surface they were operating on. When operating in winter, the jet blast melted the snow underneath the tail wheel, which then, evaporating, rose up behind the tail, dragging along the ground, and then refroze on the tail surface, icing up and seizing the tail section entirely, which is where all the control surfaces for pitch and yaw are. You know, again, this is fine. Nothing important there. This is great. But that isn't the worst of it. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself. That isn't the worst of it. The worst issue cited by Tsagi was that the main fuel tank as well as the oil sump were carried over from the original Yak-3, which puts them right over the engine. Meaning that when the tanks leaked, which, due to Soviet build quality and the stresses of frontline operation, they inevitably would, droplets of oil and fuel would fall onto the burning hot engine. This in turn caused flash fires in the engine bay that, while not causing a catastrophic blaze most of the time, generated a shitload of smoke, and given hot air rises, combined with the forward movement of the aircraft, that left it only one place to go. Straight into the cockpit. Within 25 minutes of flight, the pilot would be gassed by toxic fumes bleeding through the instrument panel. Yet all of this wasn't the main reason the Soviets ended up relegating the Yak-15 to being a trainer. The main reason was the fuel consumption. Because the fuel consumption was so high, while the fuel tanks were so small, that the range of the Yak was completely insufficient for anything other than point defense. And even in that role, it wasn't suited for it, because the single jet powering it was just too weak. It was slower than the MiG-9 and even the LA-9 at lower altitudes. By 1948, jet technology had just moved on without them. Even in the Soviet Union, as Lyulka had finally gotten his TR-1 to work, albeit with serious difficulty. So, the Yak-15 would be shunted off to the satellite nations as well, with the remaining aircraft being converted to trainers and test beds. Its biggest influence, and influence it shared with the MiG-9, was jet familiarization for Soviet pilots, and the Soviet aviation industry in working with jets as a whole. The Yak-15 also spearheaded the testing of the Soviet Union's first experiments with in-flight refueling. However, unlike the MiG-9, it would actually see constant revisions of the design, chief among these being a conversion to a tricycle undercarriage, a dedicated two-seat trainer, and it would even get a new lease on life with Warsaw Pact countries after getting a full rework with a new engine. That model being designated the Yak-23. But this failure didn't stop Yakovlev from trying his hardest to stay in the competition, though. He would develop an adorable little fighter designated the Yak-19, with a completely new airframe and configuration, escaping from the awkward pod and boom designs of the early jet era, adopting a far more aerodynamic shape. It was clearly heading in the right direction, complete with a laminar flow wing, and on later versions it even had a tail section specifically optimized for jet propulsion. But just like his original project, the lack of power from the license-built German engines held it back from its full potential. Its armament was also completely unsatisfactory compared to the heavier-hitting designs offered by the other designers, with only two 23mm cannons. There was a brief moment of hope for the project, though, when our boy Merkulov came back from Chapter 2. Remember him? Captain Ramjet? Well, Merkulov had been out working hard on improving the engines produced in the Klimov factory, and he had developed a modification to the German jets, once again pioneering revolutionary technology. He figured he could solve the power problem by giving them f***ing afterburners. What a Chad. Giga Chad. Absolute legend. But Yakovlev's last design had failed because the fuel consumption was too high, and now he's added afterburners. The fuel consumption on these engines is already terrible as it is, and the benefit in speed they got was nowhere near consummate with the reliability and service life cost. Just think what afterburners would do to the service life of a 262. Just think about that. Yeah, nah, it wasn't going to work. But it doesn't change the fact that Merkulov is an absolute king. Eventually, though, like its predecessor, the Yak-19 and its later variant, the Yak-25, would be abandoned in favor of newer, more modern designs coming down the pipeline, as by the time they were approaching a workable development stage, it was 1948, and far too late. But what about the other designers? What were they up to? Well, Sukhoi had drawn the same conclusion as the other designers had, but being a smaller bureau and relatively new on the block, he had decided to commit to the original concept and build a design similar to the Me-262 using Lilka's TR-1s. The problem was that while the TR-1s had significantly more power than the Yumo or the BMW, its fuel consumption was much higher and its reliability was somehow even worse. Despite his best efforts, the indigenous technology of the Soviet Union was still not up to producing high-quality jet engines, even with all these revolutionary and talented engineers working on them. Thus, Sukhoi had to use the older German engines, which gave him a Soviet 262. That being said, it had a number of novel features. It was the first Soviet fighter to fit an ejection seat. It had rocket-assisted takeoff capability. It was the first to utilize a drag parachute, which would very soon become standard across all the Soviet Union's design bureaus. But most notably of all, Sukhoi and his team personally oversaw every single test alongside the pilots who flew it, with the goal of direct collaboration between the test pilots and the engineers. No bureaucracy. Every single tiny flaw a pilot mentioned was immediately actioned. The Su-9, as it was designated by the Red Army Air Force, may have been outdated by the standards of the time, but it was exceptionally well built and carefully considered. It was easy to fly, and rarer still, perhaps the rarest thing of all, it was safe. Something unheard of in Soviet aviation in general, let alone its jets. Unfortunately, there was a serious issue in its development. Sukhoi was a junior bureau run by Belarusians and Ukrainians. Yakovlev and MiG dominated the political side of procurement, with Mikoyan's brother on the Politburo and Yakovlev himself being the deputy minister for the Soviet aviation industry. He only got a small share of the pie when it came to resources and funding for his project. He had tried moving his bureau to Moscow so he could be closer to the seats of power, as well as try and get better facilities, but at this early stage he was still a very small fish in a very big pond. Yakovlev loaded him up with other developmental projects which distracted him from his main program, while ensuring that the lion's share of the fighter funding went to his own Yakovlev Bureau's efforts. This had the obvious knock-on effect that after all this development work was done and the testing program was complete, it was 1948, and the Su-9 was totally obsolete. The program was abandoned, and the only prototype remaining was sent to Sagi as an aerodynamics testbed, where it was subsequently dismantled. But Sukhoi, while down, was not out. Both he and Lyulka agreed to stick together going forward. They were going to build great things in partnership together, and that partnership survives to this very day. And as for Lavochkin, well, his projects were rather unremarkable. He had gone for the single-engine configuration like Yakovlev, while simultaneously adopting the tricycle pod and boom design like MiG. This meant he avoided a lot of the issues faced by the other two bureaus, so there aren't really that many fun stories. He also was very conscious of utilizing emerging technology. His prototypes from the LA-152 to the LA-156 had Merkulov's afterburning Klimov engine and an ejection seat. He also ensured that his designs left room for upgrades and further development. As mentioned before, it outperformed the MiG-9 in combat. But like the Yak-15, its size, combined with the excess fuel consumption exacerbated by the afterburner, rendered it ineffective as a tactical fighter due to its cripplingly short range. Of the three early jets, though, it had the smoothest development process. It had a few issues that were resolved relatively quickly, but it still lagged behind in the areas that mattered: top speed, firepower, and range. In all three categories, the MiG-9, despite all its flaws, was superior. And by the time the 156 had come to fruition, Lavochkin had moved on to his next project. But the first prototype, the LA-150, was really interesting. Look at it. It's kind of like an anorexic HE-162 with the engine underneath instead of, trying to kill the pilot. No. The interesting story from Lavochkin's bureau actually comes from his second-in-command, his deputy, Semyon Mikhailovich Alexeyev. You see, Alexeyev, instead of taking inspiration from the 262, decided that he was going to follow the path of the Gloucester Meteor, and welded the engines into the aerofoil. The result was a very streamlined design. Its guns were housed under the cockpit in the chin, welded into the airframe. It was a purely metal design, teardrop cockpit with emergency jettison, an ejection seat, modern speed brakes, and even a pressurized cockpit. The problem was, guess what? It was 1948. Once again, the march of time killed the design before it could come to fruition. The pilots loved it, but the intended TR-1 engines from Lyulka were late. Swept-back wings had been proven superior, and being from a new design bureau, it wasn't ever going to get enough funding to make the cut. But Alexeyev tried everything to keep the project alive. He used it to test bicycle landing gear, he proposed to use it as a universal testbed for just about any project currently in the works, and he even proposed mounting twin 75mm autocannons to it for maximum B-29 deletion. Korea would have been way more entertaining. Alas, no. Like Sukhoi's design, the Politburo, notorious fun commissars that they are, ordered the project halted, which was probably for the best, actually, given its weak landing gear and the number of belly landings. Yeesh, that looks expensive. Yet I'm sure you've all probably noticed something. That year, 1948, has kept cropping up. Why is that? Well, in that year, a plan came to fruition. A plan that goes back right to the start of our story, before even the first proper flight of a Soviet jet fighter. For as the prototypes for all the aircraft we've discussed today rolled out of the hangar and began testing, one thing became obvious. Despite all their hard work and their very best efforts, they were slow. Only the MiG-9 got anywhere close to its targeted speeds. Everything else just fell short. Lyulka tried everything to meet their requirements, but the technology just wasn't there, and the TR-1 suffered delays while underperforming across all its required metrics. Merkulov added afterburners to the German designs, which was a pioneering and ingenious solution, only none of the fighters had enough fuel for them to run, and they destroyed the engines in the process. Klimov tried every method in their arsenal to boost the available thrust from the old Yumos and BMWs, but nothing worked that didn't wreck the already fragile motors within hours. As the issues kept mounting, as delays piled on delays built on failures, a consensus of opinion was reached among the various chief designers. And so, on a dreary and cold Moscow day in early 1946, Deputy Aviation Minister Alexander Yakovlev went into Stalin's office with a simple request. A simple request that would end up changing aviation and indeed world history forever. Comrade General Secretary, there is simply no other way forward in our fighter programs. The fact is, we are going to need a much better engine. And I think I know where we can get one. On the 1st of November 1950, the struggle along the 38th parallel hung tenuously in the balance. The war in Korea that had begun so well for Kim Il-sung's Democratic Republic was rapidly turning into a disaster. After trapping the entire South Korean army in and around the port of Pusan, victory had seemed assured. The Battle of the Pusan Perimeter, as it's become known to history, was shaping up to be the final decisive engagement in a lightning and triumphant campaign to reunify the Korean peninsula under communist rule. Yet the daring amphibious landing at Incheon under General MacArthur, codenamed Operation Chromite, put an end to that lofty dream. As an avalanche of equipment began unloading at the docks, the men of the United States Marine Corps stormed forward at the head of a United Nations task force to liberate the capital city of Seoul, cutting off the Korean People's Army in the south of the country, while the Republic of Korea launched a vicious counterattack, sallying forth from their enclave with the fury and determination of a country resolved to keep its freedom at whatever the cost. Such a turnaround in military fortunes has rarely been seen throughout the entire history of warfare. But the United Nations coalition had one decisive advantage the North Koreans couldn't possibly hope to fight against. An advantage born from a doctrine established during the Second World War: American air supremacy. Between the United States Air Force and the US Navy, there were thousands of combat aircraft flying constant operations in support of the ground forces while undermining the strategic capability of North Korea to make war. B-29s, many of them crewed by veterans of the campaign against Japan, flattened Pyongyang from end to end. P-51 Mustangs, sporting the new F-51 designation, bombed and strafed every single road and railway line leading to the front lines, paralyzing enemy logistics, while F-4U Corsairs and F-9F Panthers launched from their carriers to prowl the landscape for any unfortunate troop concentration they could find, raining fiery death literally by the ton. And by November 1st, 1950, the United Nations forces were rapidly approaching the Yalu River on the Korean border with China, while a mountain range containing the last pockets of determined resistance stretched out eastwards towards the city of Chongjin. It seemed as though, at this late hour, victory was assured. And on the cold, frosty morning of this day in war-torn Korea, a flight of 15 F-51 Mustangs took off from their base near Seoul to lend their support in this final drive to end the war. Coming along with them was a nearby flight of F-80C Shooting Stars, sweeping the skies above for an enemy they knew didn't have an air force to intercept them. But those pilots were wrong. They were fatally wrong. As the flight of Mustangs broke off to strafe their targets, confused radio calls started coming in from the F-80s. They had made contact with a group of strange aircraft heading towards them, and they were incredibly fast. The Mustang pilots began turning their heads to spot the incoming bogies, only to realize it was already too late. A flash of silver, brushing against the speed of sound, blasted past the trailing aircraft, locked in on the leading element. They had no time at all to evade. First Lieutenant Aaron Abercrombie moved to cover his flight lead, but it was already over. 23mm cannon shells tore into his F-51, killing him instantly in a roaring sheet of flame as the wreck of his aircraft plummeted into the Korean countryside. The formation broke apart in a panic, trying to ascertain what had just happened, yet the fight had already moved on. A second squadron of F-80 Shooting Stars arrived on the scene to escort the strike package home, only to be descended upon out of the sun by 4 more silver cigar shapes, spitting columns of flame out of their noses, One of the F-80s disintegrated, while the rest of them broke off into wingman pairs and ran for their lives, straight towards home as fast as their engines could carry them. In the span of a day, the legendary myth of American air dominance had been shattered. Reports across the frontline squadrons began filtering in that these new jets had been seen all throughout the theatre that day, an aircraft unlike anything any of them had ever seen, an aircraft so overwhelming in its performance it rendered everything currently being fielded in Korea obsolete. Emergency phone calls were immediately made to the Pentagon, and the brand new F-86 Sabre by North American Aviation was hurriedly readied for deployment. Unlike the majority of their frontline pilots, the Air Force officials at the Pentagon knew the identity of their assailants, and it could only mean one thing. The Russians were coming. Yet the question asked by the American pilots, the question asked by Western observers, and the question asked by those of you in the audience who don't know the story already, is how in the name of Karl Marx himself did the Soviet Union of all places build such a lethal and world-beating aircraft in such a short span of time? Which is an excellent question, because when we last left off, Alexander Yakovlev had just walked into Stalin's office and told him point blank that the German engines they'd copied and the indigenous project run by Ukraine's greatest mad scientist, Archip Lyulka, were both far below the required power output necessary and an absolute maintenance nightmare with service lives shorter than a modern attention span. Which is rather impressive really, given that, as we've established, the average service life of a Russian-built Junkers Yumo engine is less than the total runtime of the Lord of the Rings trilogy. They just didn't have the technological know-how in manufacturing or in metallurgy, nor did they have the skilled workforce that would allow them to develop and build a jet engine in a time frame that could reasonably compete with the Western powers, who at that very moment were surging ahead. At least when they could stop their own jets from surging, that is. We don't talk about the early days of General Electric jets for good reason. Ugh. Thank God for the Tizard mission and the American obsession with superchargers, otherwise this video would not be about the Soviet Union. But, speaking of the Tizard mission and the Soviet Union, as Yakovlev stood in Stalin's office explaining the ongoing woes of their jet engine development program, he made it clear that they were going to need to find a way to rapidly get ahead if they were to stand any chance of catching up to the West in terms of fighter design. They desperately needed a new engine. A better engine. An engine they couldn't make. And in the era of rising tensions of the new Cold War, stealing designs through espionage will be much harder to do. Yet even if they manage to get those designs, if they can't get a full set of blueprints along with a full guide to the raw materials along with their fabrication process, such as what type of alloys are used, how to make those alloys, the heat tolerances, the specifications of the compressor blades, etc., etc., without all that information, they might as well be making giant hairdryers for all the good it will do them, as any attempt to run them at a higher power setting will simply result in the engine melting or exploding. Or both, much like their German ones, just far more expensive. Simply put, they couldn't design an engine in time to catch up. Stealing a complete example of an engine is utterly impractical, and even if they managed to steal the blueprints to one, they didn't have the technology to build it. That left one option. They're going to have to buy one. Which is what Yakovlev told Stalin, who, after a long pause, looked him dead in the eye and asked with a voice dripping in sarcasm, "What fool? What fool would sell us their secrets?"
London! What a dump.
London's okay.
No, it's not. It's a dump.
The world's largest empire, a land on which the sun never sets, victor of history's largest and bloodiest war. But it sure as hell didn't feel like winning. With amicable Adolf and the spicy pinwheel gang thoroughly vanquished, the British people had, in short order, voted out the conservative government of Winston Churchill, who, just as he had with Nazi Germany, began sounding the alarm of the Soviet threat. Alas, to no avail. Uncle Joe at the time was ostensibly still an ally. They were comrades in the triumph over fascism. Relations were still, on the whole, rather genial. The thing was, though, everyone knew it wouldn't stay that way. Nevertheless, despite conspiracy theorists to this day postulating that the Labour government under Sir Clement Attlee was actually a socialist psyop hell-bent on spreading world communism, the material reality of the situation was something far more basic. The mighty and venerable British Empire was completely and utterly broke. World War II had devastated the urban centres of southern Britain. My father still tells me stories to this day of he and my uncles riding bikes into bomb craters that were still not filled in over 20 years later. But far worse than the material damage inflicted by the Luftwaffe was the total annihilation of Britain's finances. Wars are, above all things, expensive. And for a progressive government trying to rebuild a nation, start the world's first welfare state and comprehensive universal healthcare system, all while maintaining a global empire teetering on the brink of total collapse, this lack of cash flow had to be remedied by any means necessary, regardless of the risks. Oh, and before I forget, if you want to help me improve my cash flow, please remember to hit like and subscribe, and also comment what you think. It helps me in the algorithm, as they say. Also, if you want to support me financially, you can do so by joining my Patreon, which gives you access to the Discord and you get to chat to me, or you can use my promo code JDAM to get a discount on your gamer subs at checkout. With that out of the way, back in we go. And when you have spent the last 10 years preparing to fight and then subsequently fighting history's largest war, it means you've spent a decade building some of the world's most high-tech weaponry, including cavity magnetron radars, state-of-the-art anti-submarine warfare equipment, entire fleets of shipping for both military as well as civilian use, and of course, modern combat aircraft, complete with shiny brand-new jet engines. Now, normally, all of this stuff would be tightly restricted under arms control laws to prevent state secrets from being leaked to potential adversaries. In the arms markets of today, you can't just walk up and buy an F-22 or the M1 Abrams X. The US government will look at you and then laugh at the sheer hubris to think you'd be able to afford them, let alone if they'd even consider letting you buy them, which they wouldn't. But the British were, as we've established, broke-ass bitches to the nth degree. So the moment Japan decided to endure the unendurable after having the sun dropped on them twice and unconditionally surrendered, Britain immediately began slashing defence as much as possible, while still being able to meet their coalition commitments as armies of occupation. And then once that was done, they proceeded to list what amounted to their entire arsenal of top-secret military equipment on the open market. Quite literally everything was for sale, regardless of how advanced or proprietary the technology and the systems were. This went to the extent that Sir Stafford Cripps, the president of Britain's Board of Trade, directly conspired with British industry magnates to lobby the government in Whitehall for the removal of as many export safeguards as possible in order to dominate the global market. This included removing the requirement for prior government approval on finalising sales. And to be fair, this would end up being an extremely successful venture, with Rolls-Royce still dominating the aero engine market to this very day as a result. Yet you can probably guess, dear viewers, risky ventures, while often very profitable, usually have unforeseen consequences. And in this case, those consequences would change the entire course of human history. When the Board of Trade opened up their aggressive new export policy, everyone responded enthusiastically and immediately started making opening bids, with the British offering to sell state-of-the-art technology not just as a wholesaler, but as a licensee for domestic production. The various nations of the world could rebuild their militaries, as well as their domestic industrial sectors, without having to go through the arduous process of large-scale development from the ground up. All they had to do was hire a British corporation, provide the startup capital along with the facilities to build stuff in, and that country could have a factory set up and brand new products rolling off the line after just a month or two. And within mere weeks of Rolls-Royce putting their jet engines up on the market, those opening bids became successful sales conversions. Several countries signed massive procurement orders with the goal of fostering domestic production. Canada, France, Argentina, even Chiang Kai-shek's Republic of China got in on the action. But there was one member of the Allied coalition who wasn't happy about this. That member was the United States of America. President Truman, like Attlee, was coping with the post-war drawdown, and his industrialists were just as eager to get access to some of those sweet Marshall Plan Reconstruction dollars while buying up as much European intellectual property as they could get their hands on. And when I say the US was getting aggressive on trade policy, I mean they were ruthless. They had corporate liquidator squads following the US Army around during the war. They asset stripped practically every company in Germany after the war ended, including a chemical company that provided certain things to certain facilities. They're now one of America's largest pesticide manufacturers, by the way. Anyway, the point is, the United States government knew. They knew that global economic hegemony was within their reach. They could control the global economy. They were the only major nation that hadn't been razed to the ground by World War II, and the massive economic growth the conflict had given them laid the foundations for complete dominion over international trade. And a key part of controlling that trade meant holding on to their supremacy in defense technology and keeping the other major powers dependent on them, both financially and militarily. But now, with the British allowing the purchase and licensed production of what were at the time the best jet engines in the world, this threatened to force American companies out of both the military and civil aviation markets, while giving various nations the opportunity to develop their military capabilities independently and be self-sufficient for their defense. Except now, with the threat of communism beginning to rear its head as the civil war in China started deteriorating, the US government refused to lift the export restrictions on their military equipment for fears that their best gear would end up in the hands of the Red Menace. That's a wild concept. I'm sure this won't be relevant. This, of course, caused some serious tensions between the United Kingdom and the United States governments, especially over the sale of jet engines to Juan Perón's dictatorship in Argentina, who had a lot of German aviation professionals working there for some unknown, unrelated reason. But these tense trade relations and the outrage of American companies desperately lobbying Washington for permission to sell their goods had its own unintended consequence. This emerging trade war with the UK, which honestly deserves a video of its own because it gets rather ridiculous, tipped their hand to the British Board of Trade, who suddenly realised that the Americans, despite being the world's dominant economic power, not only wouldn't sell their defence technology, they legally couldn't sell their defence technology. Which meant if the British military industries deregulated completely, they could launch a takeover of the entire global arms trade right out from under their noses. And so, after yet another round of lobbying, Sir Stafford Cripps at the Board of Trade successfully managed to remove the final layer of government oversight on arms exports to foreign countries. If those arms were on the open list for sale, they could be sold without any approval required. With this done, he then subsequently had the very latest jet engines purposely added to that open list, those engines being the Rolls-Royce Derwent and the Rolls-Royce Nene respectively. And these were added along with complete examples of modern jet fighters, such as the Meteor and the Vampire. This decision, as you can imagine, naturally sent the Ministry of Defence into total meltdown, who loudly protested to the government to prevent the sale of these advanced systems to any nation, let alone potential adversaries. With the budget cuts being made to the RAF at the time, this new policy could result in the distinct likelihood that foreign countries would be fully equipped with British jet fighters before the Royal Air Force would be. But be that as it may, the original calculus still remained. We need money, and this is the best way to get it. In any case, the only people who are likely to buy this technology are either allies or third parties in South America or Asia who are unlikely to pose an immediate threat to British national security. and GCHQ doesn't expect any major conflicts to break out until the mid to late 50s at the earliest, by which time Rolls-Royce will have finished their AJ65 project, codenamed Avon. So retaining technical superiority should not be a problem. Besides, no one else in the world could possibly replicate our far superior manufacturing methods. Enter Vladimir Yakovlevich Klimov, hero of the Soviet Union, genius designer of aero engines, and genius really doesn't do this man justice. This man, despite living in a bureaucratic authoritarian hellscape of a country that has literally tried to kill him and all of his friends more than once, all while having, as we've established, no industrial base or skilled labor pool, stared down the most complicated field of engineering at the time, the design and construction of high-performance aero engines. He stared that challenge directly in the face and said, "Nah, I'd win." Which brings us back to that dreary Moscow day in April of 1946, after Yakovlev proposed that the Soviet Union should offer to buy as many top-of-the-line jets that Rolls-Royce would sell them. You see, Stalin, even after cautiously approving the trade mission to the UK, didn't believe the British would be stupid enough to sell him systems that would single-handedly catapult Soviet aviation into direct contention with the West. Thus, as soon as Yakovlev left his office, Stalin gave orders to summon the best engine designers in the Soviet Union and have them begin work on a next-generation jet design, comparable to the Rolls-Royce Nene, capable of propelling a fighter to 1,000 kilometers an hour, using whatever intelligence they could gather to develop a purely indigenous design. And given that Arkhipyulka was already busy developing high-powered axial flow turbojets, the task to design a high-powered centrifugal engine was assigned to Bureau OKB-117, the project to be led by its gifted chief designer, Vladimir Klimov. Now, given what we know about the struggle the Soviets had with the manufacture of BMW and Junkers turbojets, asking Klimov to build an engine from scratch to compete with and, if possible, defeat Rolls-Royce designed jet engines is not just a tall order, it's asking the near impossible. And yet, one has to consider two decisive factors. One, you don't say no to Stalin, under any circumstances. And two, this is motherfucking Vladimir Klimov, and he achieves engineering miracles. So, having received his orders from the General Secretary, he immediately got to work assembling as much data as possible on the latest Rolls-Royce designs available in the public aviation press. The KGB, I know they weren't actually called that yet, but they went through like 5, maybe 6 different name changes before switching to that name after Beria rightfully got his ass shot for being a gigantic piece of shit.
Get him out! Come on! Get out of here!
Well, that's got it done. Come on!
The KGB, air quotes, were sent out with explicit instructions from Klimov to buy everything publicly available on the Derwent Mark V and the Nene Mark I, along with any intel that could be gleaned from their active sources inside the UK. He bought journals, newspapers, engineering textbooks, serial publications. Literally any information, no matter how small, was compiled into a database, corroborated with research data available from both Sagi and tactically acquired information from agents in place throughout the British government. Once this had been done, he then, and I have to remind you, he was doing this from scratch, using fragmented, publicly available information. He then began using his engineering brilliance to combine theoretical knowledge with educated guesses about the internal construction of the engine, and designed a centrifugal jet 30% more powerful than the Nene, all while factoring in the limitations of Soviet materials and manufacturing processes into the design. The Klimov VK-1 was and is to this day an engineering marvel. However, when they began building it, they immediately ran into the same old problems they had before. Their thrust output wasn't matching the projected specifications, and their metallurgical technology was nowhere near adequate to the task. Furthermore, the design, while a huge leap ahead for Soviet aero engines and jet technology in general, required thousands of man-hours to build, only for the entire thing to melt within 50 hours of use. There were a considerable number of reliability issues with the design as a whole, most pressing of which being they hadn't worked out how to make the turbine blades retain their shape through continuous operation, which caused them to warp and then fracture, eventually breaking, shattering, getting sucked into the intake and the compression chambers, which, well, destroys the engine. But it did work. Briefly. And when it worked, it was superior to the Nien. With enough time and resources, these issues would invariably be fixed. But the entire point of this operation was to catch up to the West, and so that precious commodity of time was the one commodity they didn't have. Thus, they needed a complete example of an engine to find out just how the British managed to resolve all these issues. As such, in May of 1946, the Soviet Trade Commission in London, with no preamble or warning, placed an order for 10 examples of all the latest Rolls-Royce jet engines currently on the open list for sale. And this immediately got the attention of everyone involved. The British government in Whitehall sat up straight in their chairs and had an "oh shit" moment. They had listed the engines on the open mark on the recommendation from the Board of Trade, overruling the Ministry of Defence in the process, as we know. They had done so on the assumption that Commonwealth countries, allies, and neutral third parties would purchase production licenses. No one had even considered the possibility of the Soviets making an offer. Everyone naturally concluded that Stalin would be far too paranoid to even think about a defence contract, let alone actually proposing one. Yet here were the communists standing in front of them with their checkbooks eagerly open, which naturally led to the other reaction. Rolls-Royce started seeing gigantic dollar signs. Well, in this case, pound sterling signs, but you get the idea. The moment the order came in, the company executives approved the sale instantly with Sir Stafford Cripps' full endorsement. Imagine, the largest country in the world, with the world's fastest growing military-industrial sector, entirely reliant on Rolls-Royce products and technical expertise. Now yes, the Russians have a habit of blatantly copying things, and yes, communists ideologically as well as practically don't recognize international corporate copyright laws. Just ask Intel about where their industrial CPU share went in the early 90s. Thanks, China. Very cool. But they're our allies. Fellow vanquishers of the mustache man. The little mustache man, I mean. Surely we can trust them, right? Of course not. Trusting Russia geopolitically at any point in history is generally a bad idea. Just ask Napoleon. But during the Soviet era, you'd have to be drunk, insane, or incredibly desperate to even consider such a course of action. Which was fortunate for Stalin, because Britain was most definitely desperate in more ways than just being broke. And as a wise man once said, people assume history is a simple exercise of cause and effect, but it's actually more like a big ball of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey history-distory stuff. So everybody prepare yourselves, because here comes yet another tangent. Remember when I started this ever-lengthening chapter talking about Britain's battle against the Luftwaffe? Apart from the existential financial crisis plaguing the country, the relentless bombing of major urban centres in southern England while inflicting serious damage was not anything like as lethal as the bombing campaign against the Axis. This was due to a number of factors, but primarily it was down to the smaller scale of the air raids, the lack of bombing concentration as a result of that, and the magnificently designed Anderson air raid shelter, one of which being the reason I exist to write this video. Fun fact, my family has the distinct honour of being fired at with every form of Luftwaffe munition used during the war. My great-grandma's house was even deleted by a V1, while she was sheltering in the basement. Yet therein lies the issue. She survived, as did almost everyone else. Only 70,000 British citizens were killed by the Luftwaffe or the vengeance weapons during the entire war. And I can already hear you asking the question, why is that a bad thing? That's a good thing, isn't it? I mean, you exist to write this video. Thousands of lives, tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of lives were saved. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, it most definitely is, self-preservation notwithstanding, except for the fact that over 500,000 homes were destroyed, meaning approximately now 750,000 people were homeless and living in temporary accommodation or as evacuees in the countryside. Not to mention that the rest of Britain's inner-city suburbs were all from the Georgian or Victorian era and desperately needed modernising. No indoor toilets, no central heating. Look, post-war Britain was incredibly grim. In fact, I probably didn't need to specify post-war. Britain is just grim in general. And as a result of this grim situation, the monolithic council estate towers you see ruining the skyline of every major British population centre was born and built out of this very same crisis. A crisis shared with the Soviets, resulting in the supremely ironic and little-known fact that it was the United Kingdom who invented the commie bloc before the communists, only to make them somehow even more depressing. It doesn't matter how many fancy colours you put in the windows, Sheffield City Council, it is still a commie bloc. Now, the reason that this is important to our story is that the Soviets, either via a cunning plan or by sheer luck, had made their purchasing offer at the exact same moment a British trade mission was in Moscow negotiating for a massive import agreement on timber, along with various other construction materials like concrete, steel, etc., etc. Construction materials they desperately needed to resolve the aforementioned housing crisis. If they didn't solve this issue while simultaneously raising revenue via arms sales, the government would collapse, the economy would implode, and the British people would lose that famous stiff upper lip of theirs, because not having a house or food makes the working class of any nation rather upset. And if the members of the trade mission to Moscow doubted that fact, they could just ask the local state officials how they got their jobs in the first place. They couldn't very well ask Tsar Nicholas II or any of his staff, could they? In fact, they could probably ask the Red Army officers on their security detail how the end of that story went as well. Anyway, this all posed a serious diplomatic quandary. On the one hand, the Air Ministry, Foreign Office, and Ministry of Defense loudly opposed any sale of advanced military technology of any kind to the Soviet Union on sheer principle. They are ideologically opposed to the British Empire in every regard, and pose the greatest strategic threat to the UK's national security, either directly by invading Western Europe, or via insurrection throughout the colonies and the Commonwealth. See the Malayan Emergency, the Viet Minh, the IRA, and basically the entire Middle East, including a bunch of Arab nationalist movements, and one really angry Jewish one. And on top of all of these concerns, the Foreign Office also raised the issue of losing Britain's leading position in aerospace and aero engine development. At the time, estimates from the Ministry of Defense placed Soviet jet development at around 5 years behind that of Britain's. Estimates on metallurgical technology and industrial development were even more optimistic at between 5 to 10 years behind. However, if the sale of these engines were to go ahead, this distinct strategic advantage could be reduced to a 3-year gap across the board. And if they made the huge mistake of licensing production, this could potentially wipe out the British technological advantage entirely, leading to the Soviets fielding superior aircraft to the RAF at scale by the end of 1947. A terrifying image flashed into the minds of the RAF senior leadership. Hordes of Nien-powered Russian fighters laying waste to the Allied air forces as T-34s advance on Paris. A horrific authoritarian regime bent on conquest, once again lurking just across the channel as clouds of radioactive fallout drift over the darkened continent. With this terrifying potential future in mind, the Foreign Office tried to make the argument that proliferation of Rolls-Royce engines to non-Allied powers would compromise their lead in technology in general, let alone to a strategic enemy, resulting in a massive loss of potential revenue for the British aircraft industry just when they have the opportunity to establish a global monopoly on both military and civil aviation exports, be they airframes or engines. To quote the Deputy Foreign Secretary,
"I feel we are in danger of getting the worst of both worlds. I am convinced that if we allow Messrs. Rolls-Royce to go through with their contracts for the manufacture of engines under license in China and in France, and in future elsewhere, we shall in fact be giving the information and the industrial know-how to the Soviet Union in an indirect way. In the case of China, nothing, I am sure, would be easier for the Russians than to place their agents in a Chinese factory with access to all the technical information which we give to the Chinese. I think we must face the fact that the same position is true in regard to the French contract with Hispano-Suiza. Many French technicians are Communist Party members, and the present head of the French Ministry of Armaments and War Production is a communist.
These arguments, however, would fall on deaf ears, because, as always, while the military and industry experts can offer all the opinions they want on a subject, there are two things in our capitalist society that override everything else: political expediency and corporate profit. The Board of Trade, despite the analysts showing that the potential loss in revenue due to an oversaturated market and the dissemination of proprietary technology would far outweigh the short-term gains made in the engine market, Sir Stafford Cripps and Rolls-Royce executives were confident that they could maintain the technological lead using the Avon engine, arguing that as they had sold the Nien to a number of friendly countries, which the Soviets almost certainly had spies in, they would probably be able to replicate the Nien and Derwent designs regardless of if they prevented the sale, and that still wouldn't solve the deficiencies in Soviet metallurgy. Not to mention, if we don't let them buy it, despite us already having exported it to literally anyone with a checkbook, we are publicly stating that we consider the USSR a hostile nation. And while the Cold War was already well underway, everyone is still recovering from the actual war, and we will be seen as inflaming geopolitical tensions, purposely rejecting a trade deal made in good faith on the open market from a former comrade in arms. We will look like complete pricks internationally, which in fairness is normal for the British Empire, except for the fact that we are currently in the middle of high-stakes trade negotiations in Moscow. What do you think the Soviet Trade Commission will do the instant we tell them no? We can kiss that massive import deal on timber goodbye for a start, let alone the kind of financial and political pressure they'll put on us in occupied Germany. And if the trade deals with the Soviet Union fall through, if our foreign policy implodes the tenuous peace in Europe everyone has fought so hard for, undermining our French and American allies in the process no less, all while rendering nearly 1 million of our citizens to homelessness, what do you think that's going to do to the government? We'd be lucky if we won a council seat, let alone a general election. His Majesty the King could potentially fire the entire administration if we screw up this badly, and just imagine what Churchill will do to us in the press. And as for Rolls-Royce's perspective, well, their position was actually really quite simple. Profit. They sensed the possibility of securing not just the Western market, but the entire Eastern Bloc as well. Sure, the ruble was worth, and still is worth, just over the paper it's printed on. Yet if every Soviet bloc country currently under reconstruction were to purchase Rolls-Royce engines for their aviation sector, the prestige they got would only be eclipsed by the possible royalties they could earn. They knew assuming the communists would actually pay those royalties was dubious at best, but even if they got just a percentage of those royalties as lip service, it would be a huge profit margin and look fantastic on the quarterly balance sheet. Everyone could get a nice bonus and go on holiday to Cornwall for the summer. Except, just as the sale was about to be confirmed, the government had a rush of blood to the brain, regained their common sense, stepped back in, and put on the brakes. There was just too much to consider between the two arguments before it could be approved. And the ensuing interdepartmental shitshow that followed from this dispute was immense, sending shockwaves throughout the entire British government. The Home Office, the Ministry of Defence, the Foreign Office, the Board of Trade, the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, His Majesty's Treasury Office, even the Department of Education got in on the action regarding the potential brain drain of young British engineers going to work for the Soviets, which made life a living hell for MI5. Though, ironically enough, that was already happening anyway, as British academia was riddled with KGB informants throughout the Cold War, especially among the civil service applicants. One of them, Kim Philby, almost got promoted to the top of MI6 before he was caught. Imagine the head of British foreign intelligence being a Soviet spy. Yeah, that's a terrifying thought. Anyway, This bureaucratic car crash went on for several months, to the fury of the Soviet Trade Commission, who considered the halt of the sale as a hostile act, showing discrimination against the Soviet Union in the open market, immediately stonewalling on the construction materials trade agreement in response. Rolls-Royce, meanwhile, went into crisis mode. They had ramped up production to meet all these purchase orders from half the planet, and now their prestige customer, who could potentially place orders in the thousands, has just been blocked by their own government. Their solution to this was to demand a letter from the Board of Trade stating categorically that it wasn't Rolls-Royce's fault that the deal wasn't going through. They literally asked for a letter saying, "Hey, comrades, don't blame us, blame Clement Attlee and the Labour Party. They're the ones stopping fraternal cooperation of engineers across nations. We have nothing but solidarity with our fellow industrial workers in the Soviet Union." I swear to you, I'm not making this up. I'm not joking. I'm 100% serious. Rolls-Royce literally asked for the international trade equivalent of a doctor's note. Meanwhile, over at the Board of Trade, Sir Stafford Cripps promptly went into full lobbyist mode and went directly to Prime Minister Attlee personally, making the case for allowing the sale by saying the following.
Here is a field in which we lead the world, and in which we may expect a very valuable export trade. If we stifle it, do we not risk hampering the firms whose research is producing such remarkable results?
And he didn't stop there. He made case after case, argument after argument to the cabinet, while simultaneously leveraging his contacts among the military-industrial complex to exert pressure on the various members of parliament responsible for the districts their factories were in, demanding that they take action for the voters in their electorates, who would suffer without these much-needed jobs. That's right, American cousins. If you guys in the United States thought you were the only ones with this problem, don't worry. You can rest assured this political corruption shit in the defense sector is universal across the entire Western world. The industrialists will have their profits, regardless of the consequences. And this political pressure, combined with Britain's dire financial problems, exacerbated by the housing crisis that was in turn causing a diplomatic crisis in Moscow, forced the Prime Minister's hand. They needed the money. They needed the Soviet trade deal for construction materials. The aviation sector needed to keep as many jobs as possible to stave off a post-war recession. And even though the RAF, the MOD, MI5 and the Foreign Office would have a collective conniption fit over the decision, money and political expedience comes before national security. Every single time. So, on September 26, 1946, Clement Attlee would approve the sale of Rolls-Royce engines to the Soviet Union, explaining his reasoning in the following memo. Clearly, the engines could be procured elsewhere as a prototype if they want to manufacture one. I can see no good reason withholding them from the Soviet Union, whereas refusal of their sale will only cause much trouble and suspicion. He was taking a risk, and he knew it. But the Rolls-Royce team assured both him and the Ministry of Defense that the upcoming axial flow Avon engine would retain their market-leading position, and that the Soviets could not possibly have the technology, metallurgy, manufacturing techniques, or skilled enough engineers to reliably replicate the designs within a reasonable time frame. As Air Marshal William Elliott said, trying to put a positive spin on the situation, "If we can safeguard the production methods of the mnemonic alloys used in our engines, the security implications should be limited."
In the business, we call this foreshadowing.
Thus, with the sale having been officially signed off on by the Prime Minister, Rolls-Royce immediately shipped 10 Neens and 10 Derwent Mark Vs to the Soviet Union. And once they arrived in Moscow, it took less than a day for an example of each engine to be sitting in Klimov's workshop, steadily being disassembled, with every single component down to the individual bolts being labelled and meticulously catalogued. It would take less than a month for a full set of technical drawings to be produced, with the Soviet Neen being prepared for production under the designation RD-45. As this was happening, a team of engineers from various Soviet aviation technology bureaus visited Rolls-Royce's engine testing facilities and their staff training centre, taking in every piece of information they could glean from the processes that were demonstrated for their benefit. I mean, after all, if they were going to operate the engines, they're going to need to know how to maintain them. even if the government isn't approving a production license yet. That may happen in the very near future, and we here at Rolls-Royce are very keen to expand our contract and... Nigel, how do you say please buy our stuff in Russian? Anyway, after having secured access to these technical details, an approximation of their personnel training, and a cursory look into the Rolls-Royce production processes, Klimov's team was able to reverse engineer and fully replicate a rough prototype Rolls-Royce Neen in their workshop at Factory 45. However, the same issues that plagued their work on the VK1 were even worse on the RD-45, as the copied engine was obviously designed using British engineering and manufacturing processes in mind. The man-hours required to build it were in the tens of thousands, while the reliability and service life were far worse. Rolls-Royce, despite having a factory that could meet high-demand orders, was still at their core a boutique company making specialist products. They still did a lot of their work by hand, and there were nowhere near as many automated processes or machine tools used in their engine's construction when compared to Soviet or American designs. This went to the extent that during World War II, when Packard licensed production of the Rolls-Royce Merlin for use in the P-51, they had to make a number of engineering changes and simplifications to make the engine suitable for mass production in order to meet the US Army Air Force's operational requirements in terms of numbers. So while the Soviets could successfully copy the Rolls-Royce Neen as a finished product, and even though they had a detailed rundown of how to maintain, operate and sustain the engine in service, they didn't have the technicians or the manufacturing setup to efficiently replicate them. It would be far too expensive in time and resources to train tens of thousands of artisanal specialist engineers solely dedicated to one type of jet engine, and then have them spend millions of hours building just a few hundred workable examples with acceptable performance and maintenance tolerances. The facts were right there in front of them. After months of 80-hour weeks, even with multiple Rolls-Royce jet engines in their possession, without knowing exactly how their engineers made the alloys and constructed the delicate internal components, specifically the compressor and its fan blades, they were right back to square one. Thus why the British government specifically forbade their various aviation companies to sell licensing contracts and complex technical data to the Soviets. They did it for this exact reason, and it appeared that their gamble had paid off. The Soviets just couldn't catch up by simply copying the design. And yet, they had made a critical error of their own. They had sorely underestimated just how good Soviet engineers were. They had no idea that Klimov had already built an engine of his own, better than theirs more or less, and thanks to his work on the Rolls-Royce Neen Moscow had purchased, Klimov and his team were able to fix almost every single remaining problem he'd had. All he needed to do now was to solve the metallurgical issues. If he could just manage that, the Soviet Union would have a mass-production jet engine that could beat anything in the West's arsenal. And after dealing with this one problem, as well as the British government, for over 6 months at this point, he came to the conclusion that there was really only one way to do this properly, while meeting his very tight deadlines. And I promise you, dear viewers, no, actually, I need to swear to you, what follows from here on is a true story. In the second half of November 1946, the Soviet Union announced it would be launching the international debut of its new jet-powered aircraft at that year's Paris Indoor Air Show. And as such, models of the very latest in Soviet aircraft were packed up and shipped to France, complete with a delegation from the major design bureaus, along with senior Red Air Force officers. Vladimir Klimov went himself, along with several of his senior engineers, to get a closer look at what the other nations were doing regarding jet technology and jet engines. But he also had an ulterior motive. Rolls-Royce, along with the other major British manufacturers, had their own pavilions at the show, demonstrating some of their new designs. This would give him the opportunity to talk to the Rolls-Royce engineers directly while examining how they integrated their engines with various control systems on British aircraft. After reaching the show and visiting the various exhibits, Klimov got to talking to the executive in charge of the Rolls-Royce display about the newer version of the Neen in comparison to the Mark I they had in Moscow. Hey, that's an idea. We're actually thinking about expanding our engine order for a new airliner Tupolev is developing. I mean, after all, your government said we had to use your engines for civilian use, so I don't suppose we could, bring our exhibition team here to the UK to come and visit your factory? I mean, it would be a fantastic opportunity to examine some of your other products. I mean, we've been working on integrating the Neen with one of our prototypes, but we've hit some hurdles for running into some issues, and the insight of your engineers would be most valuable. The charm offensive was in full swing. And as Klimov was making this overture, the Soviet Trade Office in London submitted requests to follow up their purchase and expand their order to include more Rolls-Royce engines and various examples of British combat jets also on the open export list, namely the de Havilland Vampire and Gloucester Meteor. Now, given that Prime Minister Attlee had approved the sale of the engines and the construction materials deal was already up for approval from Stalin, the Soviet aviation delegation was approved for a trade mission to the United Kingdom to visit various manufacturers and their facilities. However, a final decision on the purchase of aircraft would be on hold until further details were established for bilateral trade. Starting in early December, what amounted to a who's who of the Soviet aviation industry landed in the UK. Joining them was a full diplomatic contingent, including officials from the Soviet Trade Commission, the aircraft designer turned Air Force military attaché Mikhail Pashinin, and most importantly of all, the Soviet Union's chief metallurgist, Sergei Timofeyevich Kishkin. Throughout the month, they toured every major aviation company in Britain. They visited Gloucester, de Havilland, Vickers, English Electric, Bristol. But of course, the main event was their tour of the Rolls-Royce factory in Derby. The night before the tour, the Soviets had engaged in some psychological warfare and diplomatic brinkmanship. While having a casual drink with several Rolls-Royce executives, one of the members of the Soviet delegation challenged the British to a game of billiards. Now, the game Russians are famously known for playing is chess, not pool, so the arrogant Anglos readily accepted the match, not realizing that the leader of the aircraft design contingent of the delegation was an absolutely terrifying hustler. Turns out, even in the Soviet Union, college students are still broke as hell. So, to make some extra rubles on the side, he would take advantage of some of the drunken older denizens of downtown Moscow over the pool table. And they were supposedly playing a high-stakes game on the international stage. For their wager for the evening was apparently whether or not Rolls-Royce would approve the sale of some extra engines. Naturally, of course, this is almost certainly an embellishment. No major sale of a politically sensitive item would ever be settled over a bet, let alone something like this. Yet we do know that a game of pool was played, and that the Rolls-Royce team got completely and utterly obliterated. So when the sun rose the next morning, the Soviet delegation arrived to the factory on time at around 10 AM in a good mood. Albeit both groups were slightly hungover, but when doing business with people from Eastern Europe, alcohol indulgence is part of the bargaining process. They started the tour, as you always do, at the entrance, talking about the facility, how many staff they had, you know, the standard corporate spiel you get whenever you get a new job at a new office, like, look at our shiny facilities, look at our state-of-the-art infrastructure, check out our fun break room, that sort of thing. Then, after going through the rigmarole of politely listening to a canned sales pitch, they finally got to what they were really here to see, the start of the production line. At which they found a team of expert craftsmen working on industrial lathes. And on those lathes were internal components of Rolls-Royce Derwent engines being machined down to meet exacting specifications. Seeing this, Klimov immediately asked the Rolls-Royce tour guide if he could go and talk to the machinists, which was granted. Now at this point it should be mentioned that the Soviets have been talking to every engineer in every facility they've visited so far. They've been trying to find out how their mnemonic alloys are made for their engines, and it's become very apparent that all the engineers have been briefed by management, most likely on behalf of MI5, to not discuss any specific details regarding the metallurgy of their components. And the same thing happens here. However, Klimov didn't care. He knew they'd deflect. He knew they wouldn't answer his questions. That wasn't his game plan. You see, after having been frustrated at every turn with this nonsense, he came up with an idea. Even having access to an engine, even having all the schematics, he didn't have access to the raw, untreated, unmachined metal. Yet here at the start of the production line, the machinists working the lathes have just been working on a fresh set of components. And with all the noise in the factory, he would have had to have been standing right next to them in order to make conversation. Which means standing in the giant swath of metal shavings coming off of the lathes. And Vladimir Klimov was wearing soft-soled shoes. I swear to God, no joke, this man went full James Bond. He planned out the entire operation, the entire conversation, everything, just to get into a situation where he could collect raw metal samples by standing in the waste shavings, and then same day shipping them in the diplomatic bag back to Moscow for analysis. But that, as cool as it is, isn't the funniest part. Oh no. The funniest part is Sergei Kishkin, the metallurgist, who literally pulled a move from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He waited for the tour guide to move on ahead without him. He hung out at the back of the group to chat with the line workers like a good communist. You know, you gotta show that working class solidarity. He wanted to see how they managed to assemble the internal components. I mean, after all, he's going to be one of the people responsible for maintaining them. He stood there, watching them work, waiting for the tour group to move on ahead, taking the definitely not MI5 security escort with them. And the moment one of the workers went out for a smoke or went to have a shit, he walked up to the intake of a half-assembled engine and just yanked a compressor blade right out of it, stuck it in his pocket, and walked out like an absolute Chad as if nothing happened. And he got away with it like the legend he is. Absolutely incredible. And so, after the tour wrapped up, everyone shook hands and went back to the hotel. Their little piece of corporate espionage far more successful than anyone had hoped for. They had samples of the raw mnemonic alloys they needed, as well as a complete example of a compressor blade. Kishkin and his colleagues could use these to reverse engineer, or at the very least, develop an alloy from materials available in the Soviet Union. And with that, they would be in business. And it was a good thing they had succeeded too, because when news came through that the Soviets not only wanted more engines, but they wanted planes as well, the RAF finally put their foot down. As Secretary of State for Air Noel Baker said to Prime Minister Attlee,
"The supply of these aircraft will give the Russians tactical knowledge of the latest RAF frontline fighters. What is more important, it may reduce the technical lead which we have over the Russians in this field by from 18 months to 2 years. Moreover, since the Meteors will be an RAF frontline fighter for some 4 years, we might well be faced at the end of that period with Russian interceptor aircraft equal to those of the RAF. We have been watching with ever-increasing uneasiness the growth of the Soviet Air Force and the steps being taken to modernize it. We cannot help contrasting its size with the present very reduced strength of the RAF and our small aircraft production program. Previously, we had been able to feel that we could answer Russian numbers in the air with superior British quality, but this possibility is seriously reduced by our giving the Russians some of our own jet aircraft."
Not that this was news to the Prime Minister. He knew the Soviets were trying to play him, it was obvious. The only reason you'd want to buy a small number of aircraft compared to the larger engine purchase is to see how British manufacturers set up their avionics to work with their power plants. Otherwise, you'd just buy a production license for the aircraft type at a fixed rate per airframe. But he couldn't very well just cancel everything without running into the same problems that got him into this mess in the first place. So, he decided on a compromise. More engine sales were fine, you can buy as many engines as you want. However, if you want to buy the planes, an equivalent exchange of technology would have to take place. Those new IS-3 heavy tanks of yours look nice. We'd like a few of those in return for our aircraft, or maybe an example of that new rifle your boy, what was his name? Kalashnikov, that guy? We'd like some of his rifles. Oh, and don't ask me how we know about that. Of course, naturally, Stalin would reject this course of action, and the British knew that he would. Yet that didn't matter, because the Soviets had gotten everything they needed. With excellent engineers like Klimov, Sukhoi, Lyulka, and Tupolev, they had the designers and the materials, not to mention the rather unlucky German experts they'd recently, how would you put it? Aggressively recruited, currently taking up space in those R&D gulags used during the Great Purge. Though at least they got to bring their families, unlike the Soviet engineers back in the day. It would take some time to reverse engineer the complex alloys they'd tactically acquired, but it was made a national priority, and Comrade Kishkin and his team were already on the case. Eventually, they would come up with their own mnemonic alloy capable of replicating the heat tolerances of Rolls-Royce's engines, albeit with a much shorter lifespan due to lower thermal creep resistance, that being the alloy's resistance to heat deformation over an extended period of use. This alloy was designated KHN80T, and it changed the entire game. Yes, they'd have to do a full overhaul every 100 hours or so. However, with the adaptations made for Soviet mass production techniques, they could build thousands of these engines at a time across several factories. Once again, the tried and true method of Soviet engine manufacture comes in clutch. If thing breaks lots, make lots of replacement things. After a year of extremely hard work filled with endless testing, trial and error, sleepless nights, and, as we saw, literally playing James Bond, by the latter half of 1947, the Soviet Union had its engines. The RD-45 Neen was in production, and the indigenous VK-1 was in the final stages of development. All they needed now was a fighter to put them in. Which is where, humble viewers, we finally return to the main plot of the story. Except, we've already started talking about it. Because, do you remember the head of the aviation design department of the trade mission to the UK? The pool hustler who stomped the Rolls-Royce execs over the billiard table? Well, that man was none other than the brother of the Soviet Union's trade minister and the chief designer of OKB-155, Artyom Mikoyan. And he, along with his colleague Mikhail Gurevich, had been working on a design to meet the 1,000 km/h fighter specification set out by the Ministry of Aviation. All he was waiting for was an engine. And that really does sum up the greatest of engineering projects, doesn't it? From the first great ocean liners to the Saturn V rocket roaring towards the moon, it is never the work of solely one man or just one technical innovation. It is the culmination of thousands of components, both metaphorical and literal, coming together to form something truly great. And in the case of Soviet aviation, on their own, each one of these threads was a long and troubled struggle for progress, facing setbacks at every turn. 20 years of concentrated effort. Individually, these hard-won achievements of the Soviet aviation industry were fragile. They were almost useless, like tiny wooden twigs. Yet when these little twigs, these useless sticks, are bundled together, they would form a mighty and powerful After the absolute disaster that was the MiG-9, it seems almost inconceivable that arguably the greatest success story in the history of Soviet aviation would be designed by exactly the same team less than a year later. But that is precisely what happened. Though how it happened is still a matter of heated patriotic debate between Western and Eastern scholars to this day. You see, the development of the prototype, designated I-310, later to be known as the MiG-15, was achieved in a miraculously short time and encountered practically none of the systemic issues that have plagued Soviet aircraft designers thus far in our story. From the confirmed acquisition of the Rolls-Royce Neen in late 1946, through the design of the airframe, until the prototype of the MiG-15 made its first flight, it was roughly a year of development, with the I-310 making its first flight on the 30th of December 1947. That is a fully fledged technological leap with a brand new engine and a cutting-edge airframe, bringing them straight into contention with Western air forces in around 14 months. Even taking into account the purchase of the Rolls-Royce engines, even when compared to the middle of World War II with the entire nation's budget going into defense, that kind of progress is simply unheard of. Which returns us to the question that started this paragraph, and funnily enough, this entire video. How the hell did they do it? And why is the answer to that question so controversial? Well, to explain that, we're going to have to tell both versions of the story. So we will start with the Soviet narrative and go through the entire development history of the MiG-15, and then we will discuss the Western version of events. Anyway, let's go! When design proposals were being floated for what would become the MiG-15, the engineers at Mikołaj and Gryjewicz were faced with a quandary. In the 1930s, German aerodynamicists had published several papers on the properties of swept wings and their potential benefits for achieving high-speed flight while retaining control of the aircraft. The main issue with aircraft as they approach higher speeds is that due to how lift surfaces work, i.e. generating a pressure differential and then directing the faster moving air over the top of the wing downwards to suck the aircraft into the air essentially, if you go fast enough, the air flowing over the top of the wing goes faster than the speed of sound. And unless your aircraft can go fast enough to push through that barrier, when you hit it, the air passing over the wing starts generating supersonic shockwaves while the rest of your aircraft is still subsonic, which in turn disrupts airflow and delaminates the wing, resulting in a loss of lift as well as control over the flight surfaces, a phenomenon known as compressibility. Now, prior to World War II, this hadn't been a problem. The engine technology and the aerodynamic properties of biplanes meant no one could get near that speed to have to worry about it. But as the faster monoplanes began appearing and World War II's impetus for technological advancement went into overdrive, all the major aviation designers working for the world's great powers ran into the same wall. Me-262s, despite having their swept wing, would disassemble themselves mid-flight after overspeeding. The P-38 had an especially nasty habit of losing its flight controls, and the Yak-3, though magnificent, would start shedding parts due to the shockwaves ripping through the airframe. Thus, everyone got to work testing various solutions to the issue, and ultimately everyone reached the same conclusion. Swept wings were the future. In 1943, after the Soviet rocket fighter program met with rather explosive disasters after going transonic and losing control, Tsargi had been researching the potential of the swept wing at length. They tested literally every configuration, testing the various formulas and combinations of angles, slight sweep, extreme sweep, reverse sweep, until finally releasing their findings to the various design bureaus in early 1945, with the request that the design teams come up with various test beds to experiment in real-world conditions. And the MiG Bureau was the first to oblige. Behold this adorable little aircraft, the MiG-8 Utka, or the Duck, a name which should be self-evident. Using the MiG-8, the Bureau's designers quickly began unraveling the unknown variables in swept-wing aircraft, how the wing behaved at different angles of attack, in different weather and wind conditions. Every conceivable test was run on the fundamentals to see how the wing performed, the results of which they provided to Tsargi, who then combined their research with captured German technology and began strapping the rocket engines from Me-163s to swept-wing gliders designed by Pavel Vladimirovich Tsibin from OKB-256. These goofy but glorious aircraft achieved speeds in excess of 700 miles an hour, while retaining full control of their flight surfaces, and this was just the first stage. One of the German engineers voluntold to join the Red Air Force's shenanigans, one Hans Rossing, was teamed up with the rocket plane designer Berezyak to finish a project started in Germany, a project designated the DFS-346. It was intended to be a long-range reconnaissance aircraft using a more advanced variant of the Me-163's rocket motor, the Walther 509 Mark C, or cruiser engine. And this engine had two combustion chambers and operated like a modern liquid rocket engine in that it could be throttled up and down or even turned off, allowing for a longer flight time. Combine that capability with a very aerodynamic airframe which included an escape pod for the pilot, who flew the aircraft while lying down, and according to the designers it had a theoretical top speed of Mach 2.5, though I'm pretty sure that was the late war dodgy batches of Pervitin talking. Nevertheless, the Soviets built several of the things, and while it was obviously unsuccessful, resulting in many catastrophic accidents and a few explosions, it did lead to their supersonic aircraft projects with the Biznovat Bureau under the direction of Matus Biznovat, who further refined Soviet research into high-speed flight and would later become the head of Soviet air-to-air missile programs. But his story is a story for another time. Getting back to the main plot, the designers at MiG were confident that swept wings were the way forward. However, this came with its own challenges, as the Aviation Ministry's requirements for the next generation fighter project were daunting to say the least. It had to fly at 1,000 kilometers an hour, or 600 miles an hour. It had to be agile enough to dogfight while mounting two 23mm cannons and one 37mm cannon to destroy bombers. As well as being easy to fly, it had to be rugged and have rough field capability, so it could operate from frontline air bases, and as a result of that requirement, it also had to be easy to maintain under combat conditions by short-term conscripted ground crews. All of this was, quite frankly, absolutely ridiculous given where they were starting from. To put this into perspective, that's like the DoD going up to Lockheed today and demanding an aircraft with the lethality of an F-22 Raptor, the maintenance requirements of a Cessna, and the operational flexibility of a de Havilland Canada Beaver. The reaction to this, of course, was a collective sigh, heads buried in hands, and a cry of how in the name of Lenin are we going to build this thing? Initially, when they heard a new engine was available, they thought the solution was going to be pretty straightforward. Simply replace the unreliable German engines in the MiG-9 with a single RD-45 You then streamline the fuselage and it should be all good. However, given all the issues the MiG-9 was suffering through at the time, and the insane requirements put forth by the leadership, this was quickly abandoned. Next, they considered a twin-boom arrangement with split intakes to give better forward visibility while eliminating the gas ingestion problem from the nose-mounted armament. But this too was ruled out due to the amount of drag such a design would inherently involve, as well as the complexity of the construction. After a few months of preparatory design work, it became clear that the simplest solution was the best one. Centrifugal jets like the Neen, due to their method of compression and combustion, or the suck, squeeze, banging and blowing, are inherently wide rather than long. So instead of making a sleek and highly refined turbojet design with hydraulic controls and wing-mounted intakes and all these fancy gizmos, you build an aerodynamic shell just big enough to house the guns, a cockpit, some fuel, and the engine. Sweep all the flight surfaces at around 35 to 38 degrees, put on some really beefy landing gear to allow for rough field operations, and hey presto, you have yourself a bargain basement jet fighter that will work wherever you send it and go like the absolute clappers. You're just gonna have to fix it a lot. Thus, Project I-310 was born. A cigar-shaped aircraft with swept wings, big guns, and a bigger engine. And then they immediately ran into a problem. For all the power the new engines granted them, early jets didn't have anything like the immediately available thrust of modern afterburning turbofans. And with the 35 degrees of sweep, the slender, high-performance aluminium wing proposed by Tsagi didn't generate anything like enough lift at slow speeds to provide the takeoff performance required by the Air Force for frontline airfields. In its initial configuration, it would need a takeoff run that only a fully equipped airbase with a paved runway could provide, invalidating the entire purpose of the aircraft. But after having committed to the swept wing design, they couldn't very well go back and rework the entire aerofoil. So then they decided, what if we could have the efficiency of a straight wing on takeoff and landing while being able to manually sweep the wings back after getting up to speed? Oh yeah, that's right. The guys at MiG were actually considering variable geometry wings in 1947 as the frontline fighter for the entire Soviet Air Force, the Mad Lads. Unfortunately, like the Germans, they realized that the technology required just wasn't there yet, and it would be prohibitively expensive. I wish I could find the concept drawings for the Swing Wing MiG-15 though. That sounds insane. If someone's an artist, draw it. I want to see it. In the end, they decided on reducing the wing loading by enlarging the aerofoil, which naturally led into another serious engineering problem regarding the landing gear. They couldn't put it in the fuselage, as that's where the engine, fuel, avionics, and everything else was. They had to go into the wings. And they had to be heavy-duty gear too for rough field operations, which meant more weight. Weight they had just spent all their time trying to counteract. They had designed this absolutely beautiful, streamlined, lightweight, 3-spar wing with absolutely incredible performance that was now completely useless. They tried changing it to a twin-spar, adjusting the landing gear's position relative to the fuselage, but that only made it conflict with the mandatory hardpoints for bombs and external fuel tanks. The only thing they could do was revert it to a strong, rigid main spar made out of solid steel to support the gear while retaining as much of the performance as feasible. Except when they sent it to Sagi for testing, the scale models and prototypes snapped in two from the weight. In switching to this design, they had inadvertently created a strong reinforced core section while keeping the high-performance build of the previous wing. And what happens when you have a lightweight construction attached to a stronger central structure that is subjected to intense twisting force? Under high G-stress or extreme torsion, caused by aerobatics at speed, the wings would literally snap in half. Youch. It should be pointed out here that this was the first time the Soviets had ever designed a high-performance jet fighter independently, so they essentially had to run this entire program via trial and error. Therefore, this sort of trouble is to be expected. It took months of grueling testing and constant tweaking, but eventually they found a compromise position which met their performance requirements while retaining key design criteria. However, this problem of torsion forces snapping the wings would be a constant issue on the early models of MiG-15, and made it into the pilot handbook as a known hazard to be wary of should they exceed the airframe's safe operating parameters. This would later get fixed through various phases of strengthening the entire wing, yet as we will see, that would eventually cause problems of its own. With this done, they had climbed over their biggest hurdle. All they needed to do now was work out how to integrate the engine and the armament while avoiding the massive disaster that befell the MiG-9. They were lucky in the sense that the centrifugal configuration of the Nien meant the ingestion of propellant gases from the guns would pose less of a problem, due to the diffusion across multiple chambers and overall reliability. Nevertheless, it was still an issue they had to be wary of. Then there was the center of gravity of the aircraft. The fuselage-mounted engine was fantastic aerodynamically. However, in an experience reminiscent of the P-39 Aerocobra, this tended to throw the center of gravity out of whack. Thankfully for them, though, the Red Air Force had a lot of experience with the P-39. And here is where the Soviet tendency of integrating redundancy and simplicity, as well as their frontline experience during World War II, proved its worth. Saying something is the AK-47 of insert a type of machine or vehicle here is a worn-out cliched trope. A situation not helped due to the idiocy of the Pentagon reform movement, led by Pierre Sprey, James Burton and John Boyd, perpetuated by their sycophantic army of internet drones. And this idiocy has caused an exaggerated reactionary and, in my opinion, unfair backlash of revisionism against the pragmatic aspects of Soviet design. Yet keep in mind, this isn't the era of digital weapon systems, GPS and laser-guided munitions or supercomputers. And even in the modern day, after those platforms entered widespread use, the Ukrainian Air Force has proved they could stay combat effective using older Soviet designs while completely outmatched, sustaining their force on frontline airfields and highways as part of an integrated air defense system, despite the fact that defeat seemed all but certain as Russian tanks were rolling towards Kyiv. So when I say the MiG-15 is the pinnacle of rugged Soviet pragmatism, I mean it as the highest compliment. Because the solutions to these problems were elegance in simplicity. The cockpit and avionics package, being placed low down inside the forward fuselage, gave better aerodynamic performance while retaining decent visibility. This had the downside, however, of necessitating a split intake with ducts running along either side of the fuselage, which posed the same problem they had to contend with on the MiG-9. Where do they mount the guns? Well, utilizing the aerodynamic benefits of the cockpit configuration, they used it as a net trade-off and mounted the guns directly underneath the intake with fume extractors and a muzzle brake on the 37mm. The genius part is, though, because they mounted it in a completely separate compartment under the intake instead of part of the intake itself, it didn't conflict with any of the avionics systems, which allowed them to essentially create a self-contained armaments package. The ammo magazine and the guns themselves were mounted in a modular weapons bay attached to 4 retractable cables. This allowed the ground crew to remove the entire assembly for maintenance and rearming within minutes. They could do this really quickly, and this reduced turnaround time by an insane degree, and it didn't even need any special facilities to do, as the entire mechanism was fitted to the aircraft itself. Now they have a fighter whose guns not only work, they work exceptionally well. With that resolved, we are left with the center of gravity issues, and once again, the split intake posed a problem. The cockpit, landing gear, fuel system, and avionics are, as we've established, ever so slightly in the way. This meant the air had to twist and turn around all of these obstacles, getting slower and bleeding efficiency before it got to the compressor. And then, once it got there, this fat, heavy centrifugal jet would send its red-hot exhaust down the length of the cigar-shaped fuselage, causing it to overheat, warp, or even melt and catch fire. So how did they fix it? Well, they fixed it by laying some massive pipe. No, seriously. They resolved both the center of gravity and the thrust-to-heat ratio problem by moving the engine forward to just behind the main spar, reducing the length of the fuselage in the process, and then fitting a long, girthy jet pipe to diffuse the heat. This killed two birds with one stone, and added yet another benefit to maintenance. By fixing the engine to the main spar, the fuselage wasn't bearing any weight, nor did it contain any complex or critical components besides the rear control surfaces. Thus, the entire rear fuselage was fitted to a series of latches and was completely detachable. Working on the engine or on any of the other rear-mounted components could be done within an hour by a competent ground crew using simple procedures. There were also a number of other novel features, including an instrument landing system and a radar altimeter. Later versions also included a gun camera mounted just above the intake, and in the advent of the missile age, a countermeasures dispensing system fitted in the tail. But you can only learn so much in scale and wind tunnel testing. So, on the cold, wintry morning of December 30th, 1947, at Ramenskoye Air Base just south of Moscow, test pilot Viktor Nikolaevich Yuganov began his walk-around of the I-310 prototype designated S-1. The weather conditions were marginal at best. There was a low cloud base and a worrying crosswind, with snow forecast for later in the day. The MiG Bureau executives recommended postponing the test until early 1948, not wanting to risk the first prototype until a second was available as backup. But Yuganov was determined to fly. The glory of testing the Soviet Union's latest and most powerful aircraft in defense of the party and the people was too much to pass up. Which is what went on the report to Moscow. In reality, he was broke as fuck, and test pilots got 10,000 rubles of hazard pay when performing the first flight of an aircraft, and he wanted that bonus. Climbing in, he tested the controls. They were heavy. There were no hydraulic assists or fancy all-moving tailplanes on this bad boy. Nothing but Soviet steel and the strength of its bravest sons could control this machine. Starting up the Rolls-Royce engine, he checked temperatures and RPM. Both good. Releasing the parking brake, he taxied to the runway and opened the throttle, thundering into the sky and into aviation history. The MiG-15 was born. The performance of the aircraft was excellent right out of the gate. All the long and tedious work they'd done up to that point had paid serious dividends. Most of the changes made were small adjustments to improve overall performance, such as a simpler canopy design with better visibility, strengthening the mounting brackets for the guns to improve accuracy by reducing spread, moving the wing position back slightly for better aerodynamics, enlarging the size of the ailerons and increasing the wing anhedral by 1 degree to improve roll performance, improving the hard points for larger external tanks and bombs, while adding a compartment for a recon camera to give the MiG-15 true multi-mission capability. Throughout these early test flights, there wasn't a need to make any drastic changes. Then, once the backup aircraft had been assembled, they moved to the next phase: stress testing and acceptance trials. And it is here where we have a spectacular return to form for Soviet aviation, because it is time for Smichalka. Before being approved for production, an aircraft has to go through comprehensive maneuvering tests in order to identify any handling characteristics that could be potentially hazardous. This is standard procedure for every air force in the world, and when the MiG-15 entered into the testing phase, everything seemed to indicate it would not only meet, but exceed expectations. When mounted with an RD-45F or a Neen Mark II, the MiG-15 could get up to Mach 0.93, which was blisteringly fast for the time. However, when it started approaching transonic speeds at around Mach 0.8, strange phenomena began occurring. The aircraft began losing lateral stability due to the airflow characteristics over the swept flight surfaces. Instead of going into compressibility, the aircraft would start weaving side to side without control inputs from the pilot, or snaking as it's known. The engineers compensated for this by enlarging the vertical stabilizer, elevators, and rudder, but the issue still persisted. Unsure of the cause, further testing revealed that the new thicker variant of swept wing they've added to fix the wing snapping problem would generate a considerable amount of nose-low pitch due to the wingtips being behind the center of gravity. However, when the span-wise airflow went supersonic, the lift over the wingtips would evaporate. Thus, the aircraft began to pitch up. Their solution to this problem was to disrupt the airflow and slow it down with wing fences, which is why Soviet aircraft of the period feature them so prominently. This made the aircraft exceedingly stable, while also helping to resolve the snaking issue in conjunction with the tail. Yet in studying this phenomena, they rapidly became aware of a nasty habit present in the MiG-15's flight characteristics. For some reason, at varying speeds and altitudes, the aircraft had a tendency to suddenly suffer asymmetric airflow over one of the wings, causing what's known as wing drop. The randomness of it was slightly terrifying, as the pilots weren't sure precisely when it would occur, as the phenomena varied from aircraft to aircraft. The only consistent factor in the situation was the faster they went, the worse it got. Worse still, if the MiG-15 exceeded Mach 0.92 while carrying out aggressive combat maneuvers like pulling out of a dive or making a sharp defensive turn, this wing drop would transition into a high-speed, high G-force wingtip stall, as the wing fences were overpowered by the spanwise airflow, which, when combined with the unique aerodynamic properties of the swept-back T-tail, caused the MiG to suddenly and violently pitch up, while the asymmetric airflow caused the dropped wing to aggressively torque roll, snapping the MiG into a spin, while potentially ripping off the control surfaces and G-locking the pilot in the process, which, at low altitude, was universally fatal. This is, as they say, suboptimal. Yet here comes the moment you've all been waiting for. Breathe in, everyone. You've been waiting for this the whole video. I haven't had a chance to say it yet. It's time for the tagline. Are you ready? Get ready, you've been waiting for it. And then it got worse. At these higher Mach numbers, the shockwaves caused by the airflow over the wings would once again cause compressibility, negating the improvements made by the sweep and the wing fences. And because the MiG-15 has a T-tail, those shockwaves actually caused not only the controls to freeze, but it also delaminated the airflow over the tail as well. So at higher speeds and altitudes, the snaking issue would return, as well as increasing the risk of a spin, which wouldn't be such a massive issue if it wasn't for the fact that the spin characteristics of the MiG-15 were absolutely god-awful. The various design features of the aircraft really were conspiring against it here. The anhedral wing design used to increase roll rate had some nasty side effects for stability when pulling high G turns. Likewise, the elevator authority on the MiG was exceedingly high at low to medium speeds due to being mounted as far back on the airframe as physically possible. This was done in order to increase the turn rate. With the wing fences installed, these issues were mitigated when doing climbing turns or maneuvering in the pure vertical, as they provided increased levels of stability at higher angles of attack. Thus, if the pilot managed to keep the MiG at optimal turning speed, known as corner speed in the business, its superior acceleration combined with these aforementioned factors made it the most lethal dogfighter in the world in terms of agility and turn rate. However, if you are turning in the flat horizontal, or in a diving turn with the throttle at military power, or if you pull back on the stick too quickly, or let the speed build up too much, the wing drop phenomena would return with a vengeance most foul, resulting in a sudden wingtip stall that yanked you into a spin. and when entering that spin, the MiG would once again violently pitch up and only then sink into the worst type of spin of all, a flat spin. And this flat spin would then go for several revolutions, switch to a normal steep spin, then back into a flat spin, then, if things were really awful, it would then flip you into an inverted spin. During the spin testing phase of the development trials, the VVS chief test pilot for acceptance trials, Yakov Bogdanov, was killed in the second prototype after being unable to recover from an inverted spin, even with anti-spin rockets mounted on the aircraft. With their chief test pilot for the MiG-15 dead, Mikoyan decided to bring in an expert from another bureau, Sergei Grigorievich Brovtsev. He was the chief test pilot of several cutting-edge designs from the team over at Lavochkin, and he had the most experience flying swept-wing aircraft in the Soviet Union. If anyone could work this problem out, it was him. Testing the various aspects of the aircraft's performance in different speed envelopes, he noted that at slower speed on approach to landing, the MiG's aileron authority was awful, while at higher speed the control surfaces required an excessive amount of stick force to operate efficiently. The lack of hydraulic assists was a serious weakness in that regard, but they could fix that issue on later models, that wasn't a problem. Yet he still couldn't explain the spin behavior or the wing drop. Pushing the MiG into several spins, Brovtsev went through the recovery process in each circumstance. If he caught the spin early or at a slower stalling speed, recovery was relatively normal. Opposite lock on yaw and roll controls in relation to the spin direction, followed by pointing the nose down. Get your speed back up, get her under control, standard procedure. However, in snap stalls, high-speed wing stalls, and irregular spins at high angle of attack or while inverted, the MiG was borderline uncontrollable. Brovtsev was fighting the controls every step of the way, only to see that the more that he fought, the worse it would get. Then, on instinct, he made the decision that if trying to fight the spin would cause it to intensify, what if he just leaned into the spin instead? Brovtsev reversed his control inputs, and sure enough, the MiG returned peacefully to level flight, perfectly under control. He went through this process several more times to confirm his findings, and sure enough, he could replicate the results every time. Later investigation would show that under extreme conditions or at high speeds, the delaminating effect on the tail surfaces mentioned earlier would cause seriously strange aerodynamic behavior that had the effect of reversing the MiG-15's controls. High speeds or unnatural flight parameters would cause the aircraft to develop a mind of its own, pitching, yawing, and rolling by itself without pilot input, while requiring a conscious effort by the unfortunate aviator in the cockpit to fight his natural instincts and roll with the aircraft to bring it under control. Brovtsev's testing regime would ultimately save the lives of thousands of young men, as he ensured his recovery procedures were added into the training syllabus for all Soviet MiG-15 pilots. However, for countries outside the Soviet Union with inexperienced aviators who would very soon use the aircraft in combat, namely China and North Korea, this training was not as universally accessible. Everything had to be translated into their own languages, and the quality of their training was seriously compromised by a myriad of socio-economic and political factors, not least of which being that their countries were at that time in direct conflict with the West, requiring pilots to be rushed into service as soon as possible. China was still technically at war with Taiwan, who regularly flew raids against Beijing. In fact, the first air-to-air kill by a MiG-15 would be against a Republic of China P-38 Lightning on a recon mission, while Korea was pursuing its goals of reunification under a monarch... under a Democratic People's Republic and the glorious leadership of the Kim dynasty, who were democratically elected, by the way. Eventually, a solution they settled upon was to attach a piece of white tape down the instrument panel aligned with the joystick. Pilots were told to align their stick with the tape and then follow the procedures they'd been told. If the aircraft didn't stop spinning, eject. This is why UN pilots over Korea saw a recurring issue with MiGs spinning out of control during combat. This wasn't helped by the fact that the Chinese People's Liberation Army Air Force followed a similar strategy used by the Luftwaffe during the Spanish Civil War, and rotated their squadrons as often as possible to give as many Chinese pilots combat experience as they could, while the North Koreans were desperately cutting corners to offset their exceedingly heavy losses, resulting in large numbers of inexperienced and undertrained pilots getting themselves into serious situations they were ill-equipped to get themselves out of. Though I should point out here that the documented instances of spins encountered by the UN pilots number at around 50 to 100 throughout the entire 3-year period of the Korean War. Compare that with the overall sortie rate in excess of 700,000 from the UN side, and between 70 to 100,000 from the communists. Now granted, those aren't all MiG encounters, and they aren't all fighter sweeps, but it does put into perspective that this phenomena wasn't nearly as prevalent as Western commentators make it out to be. Furthermore, instances of the spinning started to drop as pilot experience and training improved across the board. Yet more importantly, that also indicates something else. It goes to show that the Soviets also managed to largely resolve the wing drop issue. Otherwise, Korean War casualty figures would have been an awful lot higher. So what the hell was causing it? Well, you know how I promised you guys some smakalka? Buckle the fuck in. After Brovtsev's tests didn't reveal the problem, the MiG engineers took the S-3 prototype back to their workshop and pulled it completely apart down to the individual bolts, going through every component. They then examined the S-1 prototype in comparison to the blueprints, and what they found sent them into a panic so frantic, they inspected every pre-production airframe on the factory floor to confirm their worst fears. And confirm them they did. Every single MiG-15 had their own unique pair of asymmetric wings. You heard correctly. Each MiG-15's aerofoil was unique, and in every case, one wing was different from the other. One would have a slightly shorter left wing, another would have a slightly wider right wing. There was absolutely no standardization across the entire fleet. It turned out the factories producing the MiGs were unable to precisely follow the schematics provided by the designers, and the same issues with quality control that had plagued Soviet aircraft manufacturing in the past years were still hanging around, despite the massive attempts at reform after the various debacles during World War II. It was a disaster. Every single MiG-15 had asymmetric wings, and no one could be sure which wing was which, and as a result, no idea which wing would drop. It got so bad that Artyom Mikoyan himself ended up going to the plant producing the aerofoils and threw his brother's name around like a sledgehammer. I have a line directly to Stalin personally, and I swear on Friedrich Engels' holy name that if y'all don't get your collective shit together, there will be a Siberian company picnic in the near future. This added motivation improved the situation, but without total reform it wouldn't be possible to resolve the issue entirely, and pursuing that level of reform would delay production, which, as we've established across 2 episodes by now, is an unacceptable option in the Soviet Union. So how did they fix it? Smakalka, which in this case took the form of trailing edge wing extensions, colloquially known as knives by the Soviet ground crews. Essentially, they would get a strip of pressed aluminium in the same shape as the MiG's aerofoil, and then attach it to the back of the wing. Then, once the aircraft was ready for delivery to the Air Force, they would take it on a high-speed test flight to find out which wing would drop. And once they found that out, the ground crew would grab their hammers and manually adjust the knives on the back of the wing to counteract the roll, essentially creating a permanent trim tab to cancel out the uncommanded roll. And this actually worked. Granted, it didn't completely solve the problem, and if the pilots pushed their aircraft too far, the wing drop would still occur. But at least now it would only happen if you properly screwed up. They didn't stop there though. Later models of the MiG-15 had hydraulic actuators installed in the aileron control circuit to further improve roll performance, as well as an automatic speed brake system that would deploy the air brakes if you exceeded Mach 0.92. And as production continued, they got better at building them until eventually the knives would no longer be required. And you guys want to know the ultimate irony? The phenomenon discovered by the MiG engineers regarding the random pitch-up when going transonic, this problem that started all of these issues in the first place, it actually had its own name in the West. And that phenomena's name in the West was the saber dance. Because North American aviation would run into the exact same issues on the F-100 Super Sabre, which had an absolutely diabolical safety and reliability record. So in a twist of supreme irony, the MiG-15's flaws would end up being named for its arch-rival by the West, after they'd already been fixed in the Soviet Union on the MiG-17. Oh, and in case you're wondering why the MiG-17 has such a distinct and unique wing shape, this whole story is why. But we'll get to the 17 later on. The MiG-15, despite its rocky start, ended up becoming one of the most successful fighter aircraft in the history of combat aviation, with over 15,000 examples being built. Soviet pilots ended up scoring a 1-to-1 kill ratio against their American foes, despite being heavily outnumbered by the close of the Korean War. And once equipped with Klimov's VK-1, the definitive variant, the MiG-15 bis, proved itself to be superior in almost every aspect to its NATO counterparts, with the exception of top speed and horizontal turning performance at high altitude. Its dominant capability forced the RAF to face its nightmare scenario, leading to their ultimate humiliation in purchasing F-86 Sabres as their frontline fighter, as no domestically built fighter in Britain could compete with the Soviet design. The RAF livery does look sick though. In fact, the Americans were so vexed as to how the Soviet aviation industry managed to produce such a world-beating aircraft, they initiated Operation Moolah, offering a cash reward of $100,000, which was a lot of money in those days, to the first pilot who defected to South Korea with a fully combat-loaded MiG-15. Yet, funnily enough, the pilot who ended up collecting that bounty wasn't even aware it existed. He quite understandably just wanted to get the hell away from Soviet communism. Flight Lieutenant No Cum Sok, shut up, stop snickering at the back, landed at Kimpo Air Base a couple of weeks after the war in Korea ended on September 21st, 1953, turning his fully combat-ready MiG-15 over to American authorities. The aircraft was immediately packed up and shipped to the United States for extensive testing by the first man through the sound barrier himself, Chuck Yeager. The test results revealed all the issues mentioned up to this point. However, it also noted that its service ceiling, low to medium altitude performance, climb rate, acceleration, armament, and overall dogfighting performance was exceptional. It also nearly killed Chuck Yeager, who, like a madman, climbed up to 50,000 feet and then nosedived the MiG to see how fast it would really go. He tried to get this bird supersonic, and he only barely recovered and actually physically bent the control stick out of shape in the high G pullout at the bottom of his dive. And if you want to see what that looks like, you can go see this exact aircraft in the National Museum of the United States Air Force at Wright-Patterson Air Base to this very day. However, speaking of the US Air Force Museum and the sheer disbelief of the United States Air Force as to how good the MiG-15 was, we have now reached the controversial part, because this whole story was the Soviet version of the story, where hard work, extensive research, and endless experimentation combined with their ingenious Russian pragmatism created a world-beating aircraft. Sure, it may have had a British engine, yet even that story was filled with engineering brilliance and expertise in espionage that resulted in them building a better engine than the Nîmes, so even that doesn't detract from the accomplishment. Yet some Western historians refute the true indigenous origin of the MiG-15, saying it wasn't a Soviet design at all, but actually a German design stolen at the end of the war and then refined into the MiG-15. This is, of course, categorically denied by Eastern historians. Yefim Gordon, the authority on Soviet aviation history, discounts this possibility from the research he's done on the subject. Soviet historians and archivists at the time firmly denied this accusation, though this is unsurprising. And one modern article I had translated from a Russian website referred to this version of events, and I quote directly here, as Hitlerite nonsense, as though the Germans were committing some form of stolen valor in retrospect. So the question remains, where does this assertion of plagiarism come from? Well, back in 1945, after the duel of the evil mustache men ended in the Charlie Chaplin impersonator giving himself a 9mm facial, the Red Army's counterintelligence unit, known as SMERSH, began sweeping through the government quarter of Berlin, searching for anything of value. The Chancellery had been blown to hell, the Reichstag was not much better, but the Reichsluftfahrtministerium, aka the German Air Ministry if you're boring and don't want to say Luftfahrt, who doesn't want to say Luftfahrt? It sounds amazing, was captured completely intact. Apparently, the staff had either joined the city's defense or made the smart decision and gotten the hell out of Dodge. Regardless, the Luftwaffe's entire archive of secret projects, plans, and technical details had fallen into Soviet hands, along with several of Albert Speer's dispersed aviation factories, one of the largest belonging to Focke-Wulf. Among this bounty, they had acquired a full collection of schematics and a wind tunnel model for a new type of jet fighter proposed by Focke-Wulf's chief designer, Kurt Tank, featuring a fuselage-mounted engine, a swept wing, and the horizontal stabilizer mounted in a T-tail configuration. Known as the TA-183, this aircraft has become, along with the Horten 229, one of the biggest what-ifs of the Luftwaffe's history, beloved of Verabus everywhere who are convinced that this aircraft, combined with the experimental X-4 air-to-air missiles, would have single-handedly destroyed the US Army Air Force and brought forth a glorious victory for the Aryan Übermensch, saving the Reich from certain defeat. This is, of course, nonsense. The engines weren't available in enough quantity, the ones they had were unreliable, and the X-4 didn't work. But it was still a very advanced design for the time. A jet fighter with swept wings and guided missiles was a harbinger of the future, and the Soviets had just gotten their hands on the motherlode. As mentioned in episode 1, they had gotten a hold of an example of every piece of advanced German technology. V-2 rockets, 163s, 262s, and God knows what else. With this treasure trove of scientific data and a full set of blueprints, they could very easily continue the project. And we know for a fact that they did just that with the DS-346. So with all that considered, there is a case to be made that the MiG-15 was, if not a direct extrapolation, heavily inspired by or even derived from the TA-183. Yet this assertion is just hearsay in the court of historical opinion. There's no solid evidence. All the world's major nations had been pursuing this research during the war, and the Soviets were no different. MiG's development of the MiG-8 and its experience during the horror show of the MiG-9 provides a strong basis from which to develop the MiG-15. All they needed was an engine, and we know where they got it from. They openly admit to needing the Nien for their success, and Klimov proved he could build something even better when given the technology behind it. What you'd need is a concrete link between the TA-183 and the MiG-15, a solid line from one to the other. And amazingly, it exists. If you cast your minds back about an hour to the start of this video, the British government was exporting Rolls-Royce engines to anyone who would buy them, regardless of the consequences on the international stage. And one of those export partners drew considerable ire from the United States, who thoroughly disapproved of the regime in charge, that being Juan Perón's Argentina. Well, the engine that was sold to Argentina was the Rolls-Royce Nien, and it was purchased on the behalf of one of the German experts working for the Perón regime, due to completely innocent, purely business-oriented reasons. That German expert was none other than the chief designer of Focke-Wulf, Kurt Tank. Tank, having moved to Argentina along with his colleague and friend Reimar Horten, again, for no reason in particular, was now working to design a domestically made Argentinian jet fighter for the Perón regime. And given the Rolls-Royce Nien was the best publicly available jet engine on the market, that was the engine he selected. With a power plant acquired and the original schematics he'd smuggled out of Germany, Tank made the logical decision to simply adapt his TA-183 design to the technological advances made in the 5 years or so since the war. So, after modifying the fuselage design, taking into account the improvements in aerodynamic research, adjusting for the different dimensions required to mount a centrifugal jet in an airframe designed for a turbojet, This was the result. I think the term the youth use for this situation is, holy airball? He built a swept-wing fighter with a T-tail, a split intake, a 1-degree anhedral on the airfoil, chin-mounted guns, a recessed cockpit with swept-back vertical stabilizer, and on the last prototype, he installed a wing fence to improve lateral stability while reducing span-wise airflow. Because guess what? The Pulky II, as it was known, had a serious problem with wingtip stall at high speed and uncommanded roll, which you must admit is a remarkable coincidence. Even the development process itself matches up closely with the MiG-15, to the extent that the first prototypes had a shorter tail which had to be increased in size to reduce snaking. Even the air brakes are almost exactly in the same place with a similar configuration. The similarities go so far that features which are credited as unique benefits of the MiG-15 show up on the Pulky II, most notably that engine maintenance is simplified by having an entirely detachable tail section, revealing a Rolls-Royce Nene with an extended tailpipe. Now, of course, there are obvious differences in the design. The Pulky II has a shoulder-mounted wing as opposed to a middle mount. The longer airframe allows for the landing gear to be mounted inboard inside the fuselage, and the horizontal stabilizer is mounted on top of the tail as opposed to halfway up it. But the fact remains that when the original designer of the TA-183 adapted his design to fit the same engine as the MiG-15, he created a near-identical aircraft right down to the same aerodynamic behavior and overall configuration. Yet even this is not conclusive evidence. Their common design features may just be the optimal configuration for a single-engine fighter using the Rolls-Royce Nene, and thus this is an entirely coincidental development based around the engine. Both teams simply arrived at the same conclusions. I think we have to look elsewhere for our answer here. There were multiple design bureaus looking at competing for the fighter project, and not all of them were conventional in their approach. One of these bureaus being the Ukrainian aircraft manufacturer Antonov. That's right, Antonov, the guys famous for their wide-body cargo aircraft and the world's most ubiquitous flying brick pretending to be a transport biplane that got shot down by a Huey with a guy leaning out the side with a rifle. Yes, that actually happened during the war in Vietnam, and it was an Air America Huey run by the CIA that got the kill. Anyway, the Antonov Bureau were angling for the new fighter contract, and the design they proposed was this. Look at it. Just look at this glorious thing. The Antonov Type M fighter, nicknamed Masha. If you thought the US Navy's Cutlass was the only wacky flying wing fighter of the Cold War, guess again, bucko. Antonov was planning to build this absolute masterpiece of an aircraft to become the primary frontline fighter of the Soviet Union. Imagine, just imagine, fleets of communist danger Doritos. It would have been glorious. And this concept got so far that Antonov was building test gliders to prove it could be done. Sadly, however, he was ordered to halt work on the project because another challenger had stepped up to compete with MiG for the fighter program. That challenger was the Lavochkin Bureau, who, as we mentioned before, provided the test pilot for the MiG-15 after the loss of their second prototype. The reason being, they had the most experience in swept-wing jets in the Soviet Union. But what had given them their experience? Well, it was this. The LA-160 was never really intended to be a frontline fighter. Rather, it was a further development of the LA-152 mentioned in the previous episode, designed to test the performance of swept wings on jet aircraft with the idea of developing a true frontline fighter once a stronger engine was designed or tactically acquired. And while it features the unique Soviet tadpole fuselage design, the wing shape, sweep angle, and T-tail configuration bears a striking resemblance to the TA-183, especially considering they use the same engine. and when Lavochkin adapted the fighter to use the British Rolls-Royce engines, the result was this. The LA-15 Fantail. Designed around the Rolls-Royce Derwent, this aircraft was smaller than the MiG-15, it was harder to build, and it couldn't mount the 37mm cannon. Maintaining it was harder, and turnaround time was longer. Yet pilots all agreed that in aerial combat between fighter aircraft, aside from a minor reduction in top speed due to a less powerful engine, the LA-15 was superior to the MiG-15 in every respect, especially agility and handling, in particular at higher speeds. Speeds it almost caught the MiG-15 in. When compared to the MiG-15's arch-rival the Sabre, the LA-15 would outclass it in every regard. And of course, the Soviets purchased a limited production run before cancelling the project in favour of the other design. And why? The same answer it always is in the Soviet Union. The MiG-15 was cheaper. Derwent engines were harder to make and more temperamental than the Nene or the VK-1. The wing required much tighter tolerances during manufacture, and finally, they wanted to destroy American bombers. So, say it with me everyone, big gun, go brr. The LA-15 was the better aircraft for air-to-air combat, but not the best aircraft for the Soviet Union, and thus, it was tragically cast aside. Justice for my boy. And after that long and winding tale that went all over the world, we are brought right back to the start. Because that's not the answer to our question. The question: was the MiG-15 and the Soviet fighter program at large just a giant case of intellectual property theft? In my opinion, yes, but actually no. While there is definitely a lot of circumstantial evidence to support the claim, the work done by the various design bureaus is so rigorously documented, as we know communists love bureaucracy, that you can easily trace the lineage of the aircraft down their own unique development cycles all the way through, including why decisions were made and what engineering solutions were used to resolve the various issues encountered. However, that being said, given what we have available and what we know the Soviets managed to grab during Operation Paperclipsky, I am absolutely certain that Sagi used the aerodynamic research done by the Germans and elements of their own research conducted on the TA-183 wind tunnel model when they provided their scientific findings and engineering recommendations to the design bureaus. There are just too many similarities for that not to be the case. Therefore, unless you hold the Western designers to the same standard and consider their aircraft to be plagiarizing German engineering, like those moronic Verabus due to Jack Northrop, despite his flying wings coming out earlier and better than the Hortons, you can't call the MiG-15 a copy without shitting on everyone else for the same reason. Because the Western powers did the exact same thing. And so, the Soviet Union. A country born from the carcass of a feudal empire. A country devastated by a brutal civil war and the single bloodiest conflict in human history, all while being ruthlessly crushed underfoot by one of history's most evil men, ethnically cleansing and murdering his own people by the millions. But now, that tyrant was dead. And against all those odds, against all this adversity, the workers and engineers of the Soviet Union achieved a miracle of technology. They had built a world-beating fighter aircraft, and they were now, at that very moment, clawing their way into the heavens. As one of the young pilots flying those MiGs, by the name of Yuri Gagarin, gazed towards a new frontier of human achievement. One might call it our final frontier. Yet over that horizon, a new threat was approaching. For the capitalists had not been idle. They had lost their monopoly on the atomic bomb, and thus were now trying to ensure their monopoly over its delivery. The arrival of the Boeing B-47 was a rude awakening to the Red Army Air Force. However, it wasn't a critical issue, as the MiG-15 could comfortably counter it. But what was approaching rendered their worst fears manifest. A bomber capable of carrying several solar systems worth of nuclear fission direct to Moscow at a speed and altitude thought impossible for an aircraft of its size. It became apparent that a dedicated all-weather interceptor would be needed to counter this threat. And while MiG would modify its aircraft with all manner of variants to meet demand, from air-to-air refueling to missile testing, ejector seat testing, radars, avionics, and God knows what this is for, it would be down to Lavochkin and Yakovlev to take on the challenge. It was time for interceptor insanity. But that's a story for another time.